Good afternoon and welcome to the Brentwood City Council Special Council meeting. We have a quorum, so could we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Maloney?
Present.
Councilmember Pearson?
Present.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Here.
Councilmember Orlemans?
Here.
Mayor Meyer?
Here, and if you could join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We are going to have the public comment time for tonight's items at 5 minutes each. So if we could get started, Amanda?
At this time, members of the public and the council chamber are permitted to address the city council on items that are on the agenda. Public remarks are limited to 5 minutes per person. My first speaker is Melissa. Yes.
I think that's how you got the ringer.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, City Council, and staff. I just want to throw in my 2 cents in for the interviews for Planning Commission. I would love to see Chris Brand and Rod Floor reseated. They've done a phenomenal job this last term that they held, and I would like to see them continue that great work. And then as far as the 3rd seat goes, may the best person win. Thank you.
Cinziana? Yes.
Good evening, City Council members, Mayor, and residents of Brentwood. My comment is in regards to the appointments for Planning Commission that you will be conducting tonight. I really hope you understand the high importance of the task in front of you. You will be making a very important decision for the future of Brentwood, appointing planning commissioners. The state imposes unreasonable mandates to municipalities, and planning commissions is your first line of defense in fighting for Brentwood residents and make decisions that are for the benefit of the community. I see on the list names that I have several concerns about. Mr. John Elam, I respect him deeply. I think he's an outstanding member of our community. He proved along the years, though, to be developer-friendly. That's a big no-no in Brentwood, as almost everyone knows that. And that is the last thing Brentwood needs today. I'm also concerned about circumstances. He left his positions at Brentwood City Manager. Shauna Polk, very impressive resume, no mention of land use or planning experience. I never heard this name during any public hearings at Planning Commission, City Council, and I'm pre-involved. And I follow everything that's going on in the city. What caught my attention on her application is the fact that she mentions volunteering for Project One Vet at a time, yet never heard her speaking on the important issue of Contra Costa Fire stealing land from our veterans just here in downtown Brentwood. I am sure Shauna is a bright individual. I said it before and I say it again, Brentwood cannot afford the on-the-job training. Look at the newest planning commissioner. He has no idea what he's talking about. And at the direction of Chamber of Commerce, he approves all drive-through restaurants projects that negatively impact our community. Narayana Krishna, I hope I pronounced that correctly, otherwise I apologize. No planning experience either. And just want to mention, this is not an interview for NVIDIA Board of Directors. Also, this person claims to be involved in the Innovation Center planning, never heard the name before, and I've been involved in all the public hearings. To bring objective support, I went and listened to the public hearing from July 12, 2022, went through the comments posted on the Innovation Center website. This name does not show up. Liars have no place in our city government. Talking about liars, Braden Hayna, should not even be considered for this interview. I can't even believe that with 3 law enforcement related city council members, this name showed up on the final list. He lied on his application submitted to the city. He listed his position for Chick-fil-A as director. Typically is director of something, innovation, planning, operations, you name it, while his public LinkedIn profile shows that ended his tenure at that company with the drive-through specialist title. I don't know what that is. He is also a cheater, so much for listing God first on his profile. Last year, he had his mother and his girlfriend texting him questions asking the chamber. I'm not the only one who saw the incident, and we documented it with the city clerk via email. I would like to ask you to please require all candidates for tonight to turn in all their electronic devices to avoid the disgrace we witnessed last year. I hope you will not take your job tonight lightly and select truly qualified candidates to serve the city of Brentwood, support you, and work for our residents. Thank you.
Anita Roberts.
Well, good evening. I'm on the other side of the dais. Madam Chair, Madam Mayor, and City Council and residents of Brentwood. So as the chair of the Planning Commission, I hope that you have taken a great study on the resumes that are before you. As the chairperson, second time around for the Planning Commission, it is imperative that we continue the momentum that has gone on thus far. And that momentum, I will say, I have enjoyed and gone back and forth quite a bit, not always in agreement, but quite a bit with folks that understand some of the packets that come before us, and that would be Mr. Brandt and Rod Floyd. So that being said, there is a third seat that's open, and I would hope that whoever that person is that is seated in that chair, that their ability to catch up with what it is that is before us, well, they'll just be able to do that. So with that said, it's important to me as the chair that we remain consistent with those that we are going to select in this seat. Thanks.
I have no additional speakers in person. I do have one hand raised in Zoom. Carolina, go ahead.
Hi, good evening, City Council, Madam Mayor, residents of Brentwood. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to opine on these appointments. As Anita Roberts said, as chair, we need some continuity. And for that, I would strongly urge you to please return Rod Floor and Chris Brandt to the Planning Commission. They have proven that they are very diligent in reading the agenda packet very carefully. They ask very intelligent questions. They ask probing questions, and they are questions that follow a logical train of thought. And we need that for Planning Commission very much. I would also urge you to add Jeremy Jones to the Planning Commission to round out this fine group of people. The reason being is that you want someone who does their research, he does, who's been active in the community, he has, and who brings knowledge of Brentwood to the Planning Commission. He has been very active in improving things in his community. He's also given plenty of public comment on projects that come before the Planning Commission. Therefore, he is engaged, he is active, his public comment and his emails are well researched. They're very intelligent, and this is what we need because we're the last bastion of land in Brentwood, and it is very, very, very important that we use that land wisely. So those are the three picks that I am suggesting. I hope that the council as a whole is not taking their marching orders from organizations that are not the council, but that everyone is making their own decisions after looking at the resumes, and we will be able to tell. The other applicants, some have very impressive resumes, but have no activism and have not shown up for support or against projects in the planning commission or at city council. And some are just not ready for prime time. So I think the clear choice is Rod Fleur, Chris Brandt, and Jeremy Jones. Thank you so much.
I have no additional hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you. At this time, then, we will recess to closed session, and we'll be back in a little bit. Thank you. Are there any remaining Planning Commission candidates that have been invited to interview tonight in the chambers? Has everyone gone to the back? Speak now or forever hold your peace. Good evening, everyone. We are going to now reconvene our special city council meeting, and there are no reportable actions from our closed session. We will be now moving into our business items, which is the interview and consider the selection of applicants, and by motion make appointments to the Planning Commission. So we're going to start by explaining the process that we will follow tonight. And where did Amanda go? We'll wait for Amanda to explain the process.
While we're waiting for her, go ahead and bring us out of recess and we'll prompt the camera to start.
I should have looked over, I guess. Should I wait for Amanda to come back, though? Okay. Okay, we are going to reconvene after closed session. There are no reportable actions from closed session, so we will move into business items. We're going to interview and consider selection of applicants, and by motion, make appointments to the Planning Commission. And we will start with Amanda McFay explaining the process. Thank you, Amanda.
Sure. So the applicants are sitting in the back room. I've randomly drawn the names of the order that they'll be interviewed. We do have one applicant participating via Zoom, and we will have that interview first, and then follow with the applicants that are in the back. Following each council member will ask their question. I will allow the mayor to determine the order she'd like to ask questions. But you have all of your questions in front of you. You'll each ask your question to the applicant. And then as soon as one applicant is done, they can join the audience, and then we'll call in the next, and we'll just continue that way. So if we're ready, I can call in our first applicant.
Yes, we are ready. Thank you.
Mr. Krishna, if you're able to turn on your camera and join the Zoom. Hi there. You can go ahead and introduce yourself, and then the council will begin their questions.
Hey, hello, council members, mayor, and the city of Brentwood. So my name is Narayana Krishna, and I am a tech entrepreneur. And I came to Brentwood couple of years ago. It was in 2022 that we kind of like came in from Cupertino, where I've been living here for 25 plus years, and then took an active interest in all of the community development in Cupertino before I moved up into the city of Brentwood. I think it's such a beautiful city, and ever since I kind of like came in, I was trying to kind of like see as to how I could put in a similar interest. How can I participate? I mean, obviously, I'm pretty new to this place, and so this is my first, I would say, an initiation to kind of like help out and take an active participation to beautify this place, and then also open up to the tech community outside. My goal is to simply put Brentwood on the tech innovation map and see as to how we could bring Brentwood on the map. So that is a goal in which I kind of like came in, and I started to kind of like introduce myself to a number of like folks in the city. So I can talk more about it, but that is primarily my introduction.
Thank you very much for introducing yourself. We are going to go through, all of us each asking one question. We'll be taking some notes, and we'll be going through applicant by applicant. So we're going to start over to my right, Councilmember Mendoza, and we'll just follow along this line. Thank you.
Hello, hope you're doing well. Thank you for joining us. Mine's
Thank
a
you.
two-part question. So the first part is, can you explain how zoning laws work and why they are important in shaping a city's growth and development? And then the second part is, of the laws that have been passed in the last couple of years, which is the bill with the number that you are the most concerned with, and how will it impact Brentwood?
Okay. So zoning laws are very important. I'll take the first part of the question about the zoning laws. Zoning laws are very important, primarily from a resident standpoint and also from a commercial standpoint, from an education standpoint, primarily because of either like easing traffic and then trying to bring in the diversity in the community, and also to kind of like make sure that the city as a whole, I mean, the residents who are not impacted as a result of this. So from a decision-making standpoint, I think from zoning laws are very critical for how the city would kind of like shape up from its current stage where we are in. And then to the second part, I have no idea. I mean, I would say I would have to pass on that just because I've not been going to that level of planning initiatives of looking at every bill. So I've got to be honest about that.
Okay, thank you very much.
And forgive us if we're a little bit delayed in between questions because we're all taking notes. Thank you.
Good afternoon. How do you think Brentwood can strike a balance between residential, commercial, and agricultural use as the city continues to grow?
Good question. I think all the three things what you kind of like mentioned is very important to Brentwood. When I look at the valley out here, from every nook and corner of the San Francisco Bay Area, if we were to look, people come to Brentwood for its cherry picking season. This is how families have kind of have that nostalgic experience in talking to the kids. If you were to look, many of them would kind of like state as to how their May season would eventually come into as a cherry picking season, and then how they really enjoyed. So Brentwood is certainly known for it, and I think that would need to still kind of like exist. And for that, the agricultural, the very core of that has really built up Brentwood, and that has really like stayed for both the residents as well as the people outside who are coming into Brentwood for that particular thing, has got to be there. So that has got to exist, and that has got to kind of like keep that balance. Second thing in support of that agriculture is that if you just look in and around Brentwood, I am simply amazed by the amount of fauna and all of the birds that come in. And this is what makes Brentwood special. There is no other, I would say, city that has got so much of like nature striking a perfect balance. So if this has got to really exist, which is the first and the third one that you kind of like mentioned, the residents and also the agriculture, this has people come into Brentwood purely for this. There is nothing that can get you that level of like fresh air. So I kind of like personally, I kind of like value a lot. So that balance has got to certainly like, you got to keep that in balance. But if this both have got to really exist, which is residents have got to kind of like come back and stay, the most important thing here is, I think, the working classes. There is a big rise in the working class community coming up in Brentwood versus what it was like before, which were all like, people used to come to Brentwood to retire. to spend, and that is what kind of like resulted in a number of like the 55 plus communities and senior care centers and so on. But if you have seen in the last like 5 years, there has been increasing amount of like families who are kind of like moving in with kids. Schools are kind of like booming up. So there is this traffic congestion problem that is kind of like coming up. If this has got to really ease, I think we need to kind of like bring in the commercial side of like things. And commercial doesn't mean just the shopping, like Costco's of the world, or even Home Depots. I'm not talking about that. I'm referring out to these tech companies, these large like biotech companies, who have got to move into Brentwood, just as in how Walnut Creek or Concord is. We have to have that support so that we can ease the traffic and people in the community can actually um, tend to be part of this. And I think that is what would kind of like make Brentwood all the more special.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Krishna. I'm going to go next. And my question is, what do you anticipate as being the biggest challenge to city planning related to state legislation in the next 5 to 10 years? And how would you determine where you can take a stand and where the state will override local decisions?
This again is a very, I would say a very challenging question. And a lot of this has got to, Brentwood is, although the city is big, but it's got its own set of like challenges, primarily because it's on the growth phase. There's a lot, so much to achieve in this. There is a lot of like promises, and I think the only way that it can bring up itself. So let me kind of like rephrase it. We've got a solid potential, to be honest. We've got massive potential that we can leverage, and that would require us to kind of like present it in a very structured fashion, very thoughtful fashion, to through the senators and also to the state, in terms of putting those action plans in place. And now, whether we are working with the builders, or whether we are working with the commercial, or whether we are even working with the residents, for example, taking their inputs. But it would require us to kind of like go with a very planned initiative, put a 10-year roadmap in place, and continue to kind of like work through the next few iterations. When I say iterations, it is about today, we could be on, but 2 years later, when we off the planning, the next planning commission comes on. I think they need to kind of like work on those like initiatives. So I would say it's a continuity, and it's a promise that we have got to put it out. And there is so much I think I personally have in terms of an interest to kind of like make this city a very beautiful place. But that can only be done if we all kind of like work together towards that initiative. That's all I could kind of like put out here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Krishna. I have a two-part question for you. The first part is going to be, how do you plan to balance your personal and professional life with the Planning Commission? It is a big commitment. And the number two question will be, how do you foster a good working environment with your colleagues?
Yeah. Again, thank you for this question. So I'm at a point in my life wherein I have spent a vast majority of my life in the tech, but I also kind of like try to balance it when my kids were kind of like growing up by being a soccer coach, taking part in 7 years in the first Lego League, and also the first tech championships, and also the robotics. So I took a very active interest from that perspective, and helped out in whatever ways I could. I was part of the school site council back in Cupertino. So when we always have our professional set of the interests, but there is also being a resident would mean that there is just as how we take on a very active role in terms of our family. growing them up. Besides just the professional aspects of it, I think there is a certain thing that goes into the community as well. So there is a giving back, and that is what I'm looking to kind of like start here. So I've done something, but certainly this is going to take me into the next level. And I can only say that I'm interested. We all need initiatives, and we all need some level of direction and support as we move along. So I believe from that perspective, Tuesday evenings or even like the weekends, since I'm here, pretty much now the kids have gone into college, so I've got like enough time from that perspective to kind of come back and then devote it. Now, to the second part of the question in terms of how I value my colleagues, the most important thing that I look at it is that I think we all have, I come into this term, what we call as the emotional intelligence or the collective intelligence. It is very important to kind of like take collective inputs. Now, be that a 3-year-old or a 10-year-old or even teens, they all have dreams and they all are living this community. They are putting out together their next stage in life. So I would say, I think we got to pay a very, keep a very open mindset, try to value the opinions of everyone, be they, and take those inputs as constructive criticism versus sidelining them. So I would say not all the points might be considered, but we have to got to consider them. We got to evaluate them, and we got to kind of like make sure that their points and their feedback is also heard. I think that's like respecting each other, and then also trying to inculcate that sense of like belongingness and ownership and accountability for from when somebody puts it out. So I would say whether it is home, whether it is office, or whether it is community, or whether these are like council members in the city of Brentwood, everybody is taking their time and initiative and giving out something to for the upliftment of the community. So I believe from that perspective, I would give them their choice of words and actions and plans that they have got, and we got to hear it and take their inputs. So that's how I would summarize it: collective wisdom and collective intellectual.
Good evening, sir, and thank you for being here tonight. Very simple question. It doesn't take an extremely long answer, but if Planning Commission agenda item is consistent with state law, but is against your personal beliefs or wishes, would you vote against your personal beliefs, upholding state law every single time, consistent with the oath of your office?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Krishna, for your time and being willing to go through this interview process. We are going to interview the other candidates now, and staff will get back to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time and effort. Highly appreciate this. So I should be able to leave, right? I can close the Zoom.
Yes, you can leave. In fact, if you wanted to tune in and watch, you can certainly do that.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All righty. And I can see it can hear me because it captions are on. Hi,
Good evening, Mr. Floor.
Mayor Meyer.
It's interesting to see you on the other side of the dais. You know the drill, but if you'd like to make a very quick introduction, that would be appropriate. Then we'll get into our questions.
Sure. My name is Rod Floor. I'm an applicant and current sitting planning commissioner. I sit right over there. What do I want to tell you about myself? I don't have a speech. I've been doing the job for 2 years. I've sent you my resume and my application. I basically try to represent the interests of everyone in Brentwood on Planning Commission. I care about the community, what they think. I always want to hear from people. And I believe that where we have discretion, as we have less and less these days, but where we have discretion, I think we should exercise discretion in favor of the public and in favor of the existing businesses that are here, the people that voted and sent us all here. And I've got a background in as a community advocate with the No Rezone Committee and with the Alliance for a Better Brentwood. I've been in leadership roles and I've been down here, 8 years now. I remember the first time I came here, Bob Taylor was sitting there and there was nobody here. I had just heard about this project at the golf community where I lived. And I didn't know what to do, so I just thought I would come down and talk to the city council, and I had no idea what public comments were like or what any of the rules were. But that's how I started my journey. And I got to know the city, I got to know the city staff, I got to know zoning law out of necessity to protect the interests of my neighborhood. We had some success doing that, and I felt like I could expand that and help the city by being on the Planning Commission. So I applied 2 years ago and was seated. And I've been doing my very best to live with that tradition. So with that, I'm ready to take questions.
Thank you. We will start at the far right with Councilmember Mendoza.
Hello, Commissioner Floor.
Councilmember Mendoza.
So my question is a two-part question. Number one, can you explain how zoning laws work and why they are important in shaping a city's growth and development? And number two, of the laws that have been passed in the last couple of years, which is the bill with the number that you are most concerned with? Why and how will it impact Brentwood?
Sure. Is there a time limit on these?
No.
Oh, no, okay. I thought it said there was a 3-minute time limit. I was going to say, wow, that's a lot. Well, how do zoning laws work? That's a very expansive question. We have zoning laws as codified in Title 17 of the Brentwood Municipal Code, and of course the general plan. The general plan is often described as the Bible for the city or the Constitution for the city, and then the municipal code is written to be in conformance with the general plan. Zoning is expressed in the land use chapter in the general plan and in Title 17 Brentwood Municipal Code. We have, if you look at the general plan, you can see a map of the city and what the people who designed the city desired for it to look like. So you have zoning for various housing densities, you have zoning for commercial endeavors, you have many rules that people have to follow. And what happens is a person has a piece of property and they want to do a project on it. They have to do a project that conforms with all the zoning requirements. They have to, if it's residential, they can't put, a body shop there. They have to put a residence. And if it's zoned for very high density, they have to put apartments. If it's zoned for very low density, they have to put estates. It's a way to ensure that the city grows in a way that is beneficial and healthy and makes a great city for everyone. And the rights of cities to do this was settled by Supreme Court case law 99 years ago, I think, in 1926. I have the case in front of me. I could pull it out, but it's something that every city has the right to use their powers to zone and to enforce zoning, and that right is constitutional. Or in the case of California, the state will impose certain limitations, but I suppose that would pass constitutional muster at this point. As far as the laws, which I kind of mentioned, I think the law that I think the answer you'll probably get from everybody is SB 423, which is Scott Wiener's law that extended SB 35 from, I think it was 2026 to 2036. And along the way made things a little bit more draconian. There's language in there that makes it easier for builders to put projects in coastal zones, change the way that extreme fire risk is defined, which is kind of interesting given what we've just seen in LA and in prior years. So that one. I've seen some others. I don't want to talk too much about the 450, the ADU one, because we have a piece of business that's coming to you. What I will say about that is that it's a matter of public record that nobody on the Planning Commission saw any way to find any findings that we could make a recommendation on for that. Other than that, Mayor Meyer had asked City Attorney Katie Wazinski to send us over a slide deck from Cal Cities, and the housing element, there's like 4 in there. That there's one from Buffy Wicks, I think it's 1898, that makes it easier, more defined for a builder's remedy. There's one in there from Scott Wiener that imposes a fine of $50,000 a month for being out of compliance. It's just, I think that the primary effect of some of these laws, especially SB 330 and builder's remedy laws, is that applicants that are building residential projects that are on a large scale can use them as a threat. It's a lot of times they don't get built, but they can squeeze concessions out of cities using the draconian consequences of not following these laws to make the cities do things that would be out of compliance with their general plan. And I'm not really in favor of that, but that's the environment we find ourselves in today. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Vice Mayor Pearson.
How do you think Brentwood can strike a balance between residential, commercial, and agricultural uses as the city continues to grow?
That's an interesting question. That's a thing that, as you know, I have a great deal of interest in. I think it's important that right now, there is no agricultural zoning inside the city limits of Brentwood. Agriculture happens in the surrounding areas, and then we have commercial and residential. And I'm a big proponent of sticking to the general plan. I think the general plan does a good job of balancing residential and commercial. I have been promoting the idea that we do need some agricultural zoning in Brentwood, and for the very reason that, after we passed Measure Q, we have several golf courses that have large land areas where they might close a golf course. We've had some closures, and one of the potential allowed uses or uses under Measure Q allowed means that the city council can rule on them rather than having to go to a public ballot. And the city council needs to have the tools to consider these projects. And so, for instance, right to farm, we have a right to farm in Brentwood, and it envisions an existing farm that has development go up around it, and the developer of the residential or commercial project has to provide a buffer. But there's nothing about what happens if there's a development already and then you put a farm there. Who provides the buffer? Well, the development's already there, so maybe the farm needs to provide the buffer, things like that. there's all kinds of things about agriculture, fencing, what kind of agriculture can be done. The right to farm says that if your neighborhood is built next to a farm and then there's, dusting or machinery going at 6 a.m. or whatever they're doing, fertilizers, pesticides, you can't complain. They have the right to do it. It's by right. But if you look at a farm that might be constructed next to a residential neighborhood, there need to be some considerations for the residential neighborhood because it was there first. Those kinds of things need to be addressed. And I think that it can be done. I think a good place to look right now is Trilogy, where they have some grapes growing as, landscaping, but they're productive grapes. And I think similar things can be done around town. I think people like it. I think people really like the agricultural heritage here a lot, especially the people that have been here for a long time. And I think it's something that Brentwood takes a lot of pride in. So I'd like to see the ability to farm in Brentwood on that basis.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. What do you anticipate as being the biggest challenge to city planning related to state legislation in the next 5 to 10 years? And how would you determine where you can take a stand and where the state will override local decisions?
Yeah, I think, we saw 423 last year, the end of 2023, and I thought, well, they boiled the frog finally. They've been, boiling the frog is just this allegorical story. I don't think it's really true, but if you put a frog in a pot and you bring the temperature up slow enough, the frog won't jump out. It won't realize what's happening, and eventually it'll boil. And I thought that, 423 was kind of boiling the frog. I thought, what else could they do? And then I look at what they did in 2024, and thank you, Mayor Meyer, for having that that information sent over to us. By the way, it's very helpful. And I really don't see that it's going to abate. They are, when I say they, I mean Scott Wiener and several people in the state legislature are very intent on forcing a one-size-fits-all, build anywhere, build as much as you can, residential solution on every city, whether it's a small city, a large city, whether there's jobs, whether there's not jobs. I think for Brentwood, it's extremely challenging. We have 80% of the people in Brentwood have to commute somewhere else because there aren't a lot of jobs here. We're welcoming in Costco, and we have great hopes for Innovation Center PA1. But if you have, we have laws that say you have to build apartments with, in the case of builder's remedy, like no parking, or very limited parking, and how are people going to get to work? There's not a lot of transit out here, so it's a challenge. The way that it can be fought, there really is only one way, and that would be with a statewide ballot amendment, and that in itself is a challenge. There's an organization, Our Neighborhood Voices, and they've been trying in the last 2 cycles to get something on the ballot, and it's very difficult because there's no constituency for it among the donor class. Neither political party would support such a thing because of the interests that would crush their next election. So I see it as really a problem. What we can do is we can continue, and we have to work within the law. I mean, there is absolutely no question that as much as we object to these things, we must do them. They are must-dos. We cannot jeopardize the city financially or otherwise, so we have to do them. I don't know if there's a really good answer to that. We've been looking for years to find a way out of this, and as a planning commissioner, my first responsibility is to follow the law, and that's what I plan to do. But again, wherever we do have discretion, we should use it to favor the people that are here that have invested. And where we have objective standards, we need to be very strict on those standards, because if we make exceptions to an objective standard, it ceases to be objective, right? All of a sudden you can make changes, and then we'll be in a situation where we don't have anything. If we don't have objective standards, we have nothing, because that's all they let us have. So that's my answer. So, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Floor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Floor.
Councilmember Maloney.
I have a two-part question for you. And the first one I think will be easy for you. How do you plan to balance your personal and professional life with the Planning Commission? Second part is how do you foster a good working relationship with your colleagues?
Okay, the first part, I've been doing that the last 2 years. And I'm fortunate, I'm work from home. So Wednesday morning, it's a little difficult. Where I work, as it happens, everybody gets Friday afternoon off, but I work in support. So not everybody can have Friday afternoon off because somebody has to answer the phone. And so I take Tuesday afternoon off. So that gives me a lot of flexibility. And then Wednesday morning, my responsibilities can be met usually by having a phone next to my bed if I'm sleeping, and I can just get on Slack and respond to any inquiries. And my boss is very supportive of what I'm doing here. And having said that, I anticipate retiring sometime this year, and so I will have nothing but time for Planning Commission and a little travel. So it's pretty easy. As far as getting along with the other Planning Commission, I think we do great. I really do. We debate in a robust manner, but then we're all fine. We shake hands, we laugh, we talk. You can see us at the end of meetings. We're just joking around. It's great, and I think that that sort of collegiality, that kind of give and take is so key. That everybody has mutual respect, and that's how we manage it. And I think we do pretty well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry about that. Good evening. Very simple question and doesn't require a super long answer, but feel free to elaborate as much as you'd like, sir. If a Planning Commission agenda item is consistent with state law, but is against your personal beliefs or wishes, would you vote against your personal beliefs, upholding state law every time, consistent with your oath of office?
Every time. Every time. And you can see that in my record.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. At this time, you are welcome to join the rest of the residents in the audience, if you will, as we interview the next candidate.
Thank you.
Thanks. Our next candidate is on his way.
Assume this is where I'm supposed to go.
Thank you, Mr. Elam. Welcome. Thank you for taking part in this process.
Yes.
If you would like to give us a very brief introduction, we'll go down the line and we each have a question for you. And if you could be patient while we're taking notes while you're speaking as well, that would be great. Thanks.
So do a brief?
A very, very brief introduction, yes.
About my bio and background?
It could even just be why you want to do this or just who you are. It doesn't have to be much more than that. It's up to you. We let the first person do it, so I'm continuing in that practice, even though we didn't announce it.
As a 27-year resident of Brentwood, I had the pleasure and honor to be the city manager 25 years ago, or 24 years ago, I guess. I thought Brentwood was truly the gem of gems. It's a city that has evolved through the hard work of dozens of planning commissions and city staff. And today, the job will be more than anything, maintain this gem and being careful as it goes forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we will start with Councilmember Mendoza.
Hello, Ms.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Hello. Two-part question. Can you explain how zoning laws work and why they are important in shaping a city's growth and development? And the second part is, of the laws that have been passed in the last couple of years, which is the bill with the number that you are the most concerned with, and how will it impact Brentwood?
Could impact Brentwood, because I don't know that there's any assumption that this will in fact happen. It's more a political rhetoric than it is reality, I believe. The power of the people will stand up and make sure that, the protection of the values of the city. I can't tell you which one of those issues, by a number, so I fail your question there. The first part of the first question?
Can you explain how zoning laws work and why they are important in shaping a city's growth and development?
Zoning laws, of course, are an instrument to protect value between various competing uses and to make sure that the uses are, in fact, complementary to each other rather than in conflict. I think the issue of single-family zoning versus multifamily is one of those zoning questions that often comes up. But I think there's also many other kinds of zoning questions in the business world as well as the housing world.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How do you think Brentwood can strike a balance between residential, commercial, and agricultural use as it grows?
Well, it's in one way, some of those uses have had their hand already tied behind their back. The issue of, I think, the agricultural use somewhat is determined by what, is there. They have done, farmers have done fabulous jobs of maintaining and creating that, land preservation program. The City Council deserves a lot of credit for that, and I think has given us a real shot on the arm to really make this a first-class land use community. I think the mix between housing uses, there's an old line in community development that communities ought to build on a life cycle basis. And some of those require that people need to be thinking about as they build housing, how do they build housing that is complementary to the cycle of housing that people need to be in? Meaning they need to have senior housing, they need to have maybe care housing, they need to have starter homes, they need to have fix-up homes, et cetera. So I think some of those are all going to be critical as the city balances its use. The city has developed a mixed balance. I don't know why I'm stuttering. I'm sorry. Must have been the aspirin I took or something. But there is too much single-family, two-story housing and too little single-story housing. The mix is that we're seeing now, and if you go into Somerset, they're now on their third cycle in terms of people moving into Somerset. Increasingly, it is becoming rental housing, and it's because there is not enough single-family housing and single-story housing, and that will become a driving force in housing as we look in the future in the next 5 years. So I hope I answered that.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Elam. What do you anticipate as being the biggest challenge to city planning related to state legislation in the next 5 to 10 years? And how would you determine where you can take a stand and where the state will override local decisions?
One of the interesting things that people seem to have missed on this issue, not that I'm smarter than anybody else, but generally today, housing costs a person about $800,000 or $900,000 in Brentwood. The reality is that we have 47,000 housing units in town. We have a huge number of rentals that have evolved out of the housing crisis in 2007. And that housing stock which was built when I was here, is around 500,000 or 600,000. So we have, in fact, an enormous housing inventory that needs to be focused on and preserved if we're going to keep a well-balanced community on the long term. I don't think there is an unlimited supply of $800,000 or $900,000 housing stock out there, nor should there be. We need a balance, a supply, like I mentioned, that serves a cross-section of housing communities. So I hope that we will look at, in the future, as a housing maintenance code, we will look at people maintaining. You and I have driven around town enough to know that you can't hardly go into a neighborhood these days where you won't see a house where landscaping has been neglected, housing, painting jobs have been neglected, and that continues a spiral of housing maintenance that is critical. I think I want to focus on the several tens of thousands of housing units that need to be maintained today, less worried about this housing crisis of the future. That way we will meet the housing of the needs of the future in a quality way. That's a very big deal.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Elam. I have a two-part question. The first part is, how do you plan to balance your personal and professional life with the Planning Commission? And the second part is, how do you foster a good working relationship with your colleagues?
Well, the first one is the easiest because I'm retired. I'm on a bazillion different community organizations and boards, vice president of the senior club, among others. So I don't think that would be a problem. I made that decision when I filled out that little form. Secondly, I think say that again, the second part.
How do you foster a good working relationship with your colleagues?
Well, I think that is really the $64 question. I think the respect, knowledge, and you learn and share together the road that we're on. All of you and all of us as residents really are living very, very an important role in our communities, in our work, and so I think that's that we have
a question with doesn't require a whole lot of detail unless you feel you need to add it. If a planning commission agenda item is consistent with state law, but it's against your personal beliefs or wishes, would you vote against your personal beliefs, upholding state law every time, consistent with your oath of office?
The reality is, when we take the oath of office, we take the oath of office to uphold the law of the city, the county, the state, and that is what we have to live by. We can be, heroes and say things that can't happen, and let people think that we are, in fact, sort of speaking for the future. But the reality is, we have to uphold the law. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Elam. If you'd like, you can join the rest of the group here
Thank you
and
very
watch
much.
the rest of the interviews. Welcome, Ms. Polk. Thank you for coming this evening and for taking part in this process. I would like for you to give a very brief introduction of who you are, or why you're here, or what brings you to this spot. And following that, we will each ask a question. We'll be starting on that side and moving our way through. It can be very brief. It's just a matter of just kind of letting us know who you are.
Hi,
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Shauna Polk. I am a emergency planner by day and I have lived here in Brentwood now for 9 years. I have been deployed to every fire since 2017, and I have seen the devastation that happens from improper infrastructure planning when it comes to safety for ingress and egress. And living here in Brentwood, I have seen areas of the city that just keep me up at night. And with all the future planning of the growth of our city, I want to get involved to help make our city safer for when we do have a disaster. And that's why I'm here.
Thank you very much. And we will start with Councilmember Mendoza.
Hello, mine's a two-part question.
Okay.
So number one, can you explain how zoning laws work and why they're important in shaping a city's growth and development? And number two, of the laws that have been passed in the last couple of years, which is the bill with the number that you are the most concerned with? Why and how will it impact Brentwood?
So for zoning laws, it protects the people within the community. So if you're in a commercial zoning or a residential zoning, you can't sell and have a store out of your house in a residential because it's to protect that entity of being a residential community. Out of the laws, I don't have a number offhand of one. Yeah.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
How do you think Brentwood can strike a balance between residential, commercial, and agricultural uses as the city continues to grow?
What I would love to see is more small businesses. I'm tired of seeing so many fast food restaurants and drive-throughs and car washes. And I think that if we could bring more small businesses to our downtown, I come from San Francisco. I'm a fourth-generation San Franciscan, and I come from a small neighborhood that reminds me of Brentwood. And there's so many small businesses, small restaurants. When I think of our downtown, we have 4 restaurants, maybe 4 bars, but everything out here is just pretty much fast food. And I want to see us work with our community to encourage them to become small business owners and live here and be happy and bring more jobs to our community that are more focused on small businesses.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bear with me, I'm finishing my notes. Okay. What do you anticipate as being the biggest challenge to city planning related to state legislation in the next 5 to 10 years? And how would you determine where you can take a stand and where the state will override local decisions?
I think our biggest challenge is going to be the growth. Everyone has found out how amazing Brentwood is, and our population is growing at a rapid speed. I think that when it comes to housing, we're going to be forced by the state to have more apartments, we need more housing for the people coming out here with the infrastructure like BART. If BART grows to Balfour from Antioch, Lone Tree, and adds along the way, we are going to have to adapt to that. But at the same time, our residents need representation, and I want to help represent the residents of what their ideas are of how to make sure we maintain our values of being a small community and not churn into this huge city.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Polk. I have a two-part question. The first part is, how do you plan to balance your personal and professional life with the Planning Commission? And the second part is, how do you foster a good working relationship with your colleagues?
So my day job is an emergency planner, and it will be a 9 to 5. And I'm also the chair of the Women's Commission of Contra Costa County currently, and I meet it does not interfere with the current meetings. I'm focused on the development of the city. I want to get more involved. One day I want to be sitting up there with you guys. And so this is my way to learn more about our city and make a difference. And right now, how I can support our city is through being a subject matter expert when it comes to infrastructure building for emergency planning. And so what was the part 2?
How do you foster a good working relationship with your colleagues?
I'm a very outgoing person. I don't have a mean bone in my body. I like to listen to people. I accept that not everyone has to agree, and we come to find a common ground. That's my job during my day job, when I'm in fires or when I'm doing emergency planning. We come together to figure out, to find a common solution. And that's how I plan on doing it.
Thank you.
Give me just a second.
Okay.
Good evening. Relatively simple question, doesn't require a whole long answer, but feel free to elaborate as much as you'd like. If a planning commission agenda item is consistent with state law, but is against your personal beliefs or wishes, would you vote against your personal beliefs upholding state law every time, consistent with your oath of office?
So for me, I truly believe in following my values. If the subject in front of me is something that is consistent with the growth of the Brentwood general plan, then I will support it always. If I would look to my team of commissioners to what we agree upon, and I will always voice something that I don't agree upon. And I would love for the input for someone to help change my mind. So I'm open to conversation if I didn't agree at first, and then show me how to agree in the end. Then yes.
Thank you, Ms. Polk. You're welcome to sit and watch the rest of the interviews.
Thank you.
And we only have 3 more. Sorry.
Good evening, Mr. Hayna. So we are going to go through questions. Each one of us will be presenting those. But before we do, if you would like to give us a very brief introduction, you can say why you're here. You can say what interests you about this, but keep it fairly brief because you'll be answering a lot of questions too. And as soon as you're done, we'll just get started with that. Thanks.
All right. Well, good evening, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to allow me to be here. I've lived in Brentwood as long as I can remember, grew up here, went to school here. Obviously been very involved with the city, ran for city council in 2022, and have since continued to be involved and make sure that my voice is heard as well as other residents in the area. And again, I'm just blessed that I have the opportunity to be here tonight in front of all of you, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you. And we will start with Councilmember Mendoza.
Hello.
Hello.
2-part question.
Okay.
Can you explain how zoning laws work and why they are important in shaping a city's growth and development? And the second part is, of the laws that have been passed in the last couple of years, which is the bill with the number that you were the most concerned about? Why and how will it impact Brentwood?
So I'll answer the second question first, and then I'll go back to the first one. So Brentwood specific, I think SB 1037, which was just passed in January. That is a law that enforces...
Are you reading something?
I am. I have notes. Are we not allowed to have notes?
Well, we kind of wanted, we didn't allow anyone else to have notes.
Oh,
I mean, we didn't say anything about notes, but...
I guess we could have a ruling on that. We have not, I don't think anyone else has been reading notes that we've noticed, but have you seen?
I haven't seen, but there isn't anything in any of the rules of the interviews that prohibit the applicants to use notes. For just your reassurance, all of the applicants were required to leave their cell phones and other devices that could be used for communication separate from where they were sitting. So their notes would be purely what they had prepared either before the interview or just sitting in the
I know, and then Vice Mayor Pearson said someone else had notes too, which I didn't.
But he said he didn't look at them, but he did have his notes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you for clarifying.
Okay.
Just go ahead and move forward.
Okay. Sorry. So SB 1037, like I said, which was just passed in January, it's a new law this year. If the city chooses not to comply with housing laws, the Attorney General of the state of California has the option to sue the city for not complying. And the city, if the city loses, the city can be fined. Fines will range from $10,000 all the way to $50,000 per month, obviously plus court costs. The money will obviously be allocated to affordable housing in the area. So, if we as a city, obviously the main job and the role of a planning commissioner is to follow the law. However, if the city does not follow the law and they don't agree with an item and they choose not to pass it, it sets the city up for a lawsuit. This bill sets the city up for a pretty hefty fine. And then could you repeat your first part of the question, please?
Sure. Can you explain how zoning laws work and why they are important in shaping a city's growth and development?
Zoning laws are everything in a city. They are the foundation of what gets built in the city. Example, if residents want a restaurant on Sand Creek, but it is not zoned for a restaurant, the restaurant cannot be built there. Same goes for if a lot is zoned for housing, residents don't want more housing, the housing has to go there. So it's the bottom line of how things get put or approved into the city of Brentwood.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good evening.
How do you think Brentwood can strike a balance between residential, commercial, and agricultural usage as it continues to grow?
Could you repeat that question one more time?
How do you think Brentwood can strike a balance between residential, commercial, and agricultural use as it continues to grow?
Yeah, well, the city's going to continue to grow no matter what. Over the last couple of years, we've seen the owners of plots of land, Brentwood is known for its agriculture, it's known for its fruits, its corn especially, and we've seen over the last couple of years that the owners of those plots are selling to developers, which in my opinion is quite sad. But I think to find a balance, we have the Costco coming. As the city continues to grow, we're going to need more housing. We're going to need more restaurants and other establishments that will be able to deal with the number of people coming in. Right now, we are almost at capacity for the city. And as we continue to grow, things are going to keep adapting. Things are going to keep changing. So you just have to find that balance between what you're legally obligated to do and what the residents of the city want. I believe the Planning Commission should be very resident focused, but at the same time, you cannot break the law.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bear with me as I finish writing this note.
No worries, Mayor.
Okay. What do you anticipate as being the biggest challenge to city planning related to state legislation in the next 5 to 10 years? And how would you determine where you can take a stand and where the state will override local decisions?
That's a great question. So let me use the infamous Bridal Gate as an example. That is an instance where there was issues with developers and residents not wanting the development built. However, it complied with state law. Therefore, the city was forced to approve it. As it relates to the second part of your question was how I would combat it, Mayor?
Not necessarily how you would determine where you can take a stand and where the state will override local decisions.
Okay, so going back to that point, a lot of residents didn't want it. I, for one, did not want it. I spoke publicly that the city should approve it to avoid lawsuit. However, I did not want it. You, as a resident, have a voice. Everybody has a voice. There are just certain things that are out of your control. If it goes with the general plan, it goes with the law, 9 times out of 10, it's going to have to get approved to save the city from lawsuit. Where you can combat that is start initiatives. Our Neighborhood Voices is one of them that Councilmember Mendoza is very involved in. That is one initiative that gives the voices back to the people to tell Sacramento or whoever's in charge, look, we don't want this. We want more local control so we get to decide what we put in our city and not some bureaucrats in Sacramento that don't know anything about the residents of Brentwood, what they want, and what the city needs.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Hina.
Hello.
I have a two-part question.
Okay.
The first part is, how do you plan to balance your personal and professional life with the Planning Commission? Second part is, how do you foster a good working relationship with your colleagues?
Yeah, so to answer your first part, we're all busy. We all have lives outside of the city of Brentwood. You know, doing coaching football and getting here after practice some nights in my, you know, Heritage High School t-shirt. There's going to be no issue. I'm just homework, but that will never get in the way of my duties. I go to school online. It's very flexible. It gives me the flexibility to, you know, work, which I also work from home. And it's very flexible. And I did it that way. That way I would have the time and flexibility to be able to go to a council meeting or be able to coach football, hang out with friends and family, you know, whatever it is. So there will be no issue with, you know, time commitment and personal life mixed with work life. And then how do I foster a relationship? Is that what your question was?
How do you foster a good working relationship with your colleagues?
Just honor, dignity, and respect are the three keys to that. You have to treat everybody with honor, dignity, and respect, whether or not you agree with them. We're all human beings at the end of the day. We all bleed the same blood. And so you just have to treat everybody with respect, honor, and dignity. You'll be good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Relatively short question and doesn't require a super long answer, but feel free to elaborate if you choose to.
Okay.
If Planning Commission agenda item is consistent with state law, but it's against your personal beliefs and or wishes, would you vote against your personal beliefs upholding state law every time consistent with your oath of office?
So if it complies with the state law, but I don't agree with it, what would I do?
Yes.
I would comply with state law. As I mentioned previously, the duties of the planning commissioner would be, number one, follow the law, uphold the general plan, act as a guardian of responsible growth, but make sure everything stays within the law. If you break the law, you set the city up for failure, and that is the big no-no that you do not want to do. So I will say, whether or not I agree with it, there's a lot of things I don't agree with that, you know, it is what it is. You have to follow the law. Bottom line, period, point blank.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hina. You are welcome to sit and enjoy the rest of the interviews.
Thank you.
Welcome, Mr. Brand. We are going to go through, of course, one question per council member, but before we do that, if you could, sorry, that threw me off. If you could give us a very brief introduction. It doesn't have to be long. We didn't plan for this part of it, so just something very brief to tell us who you are, why you're here, and then we will go into our questions. Thank you.
Good evening, City Council. My name's Christopher Brand. I'm a current sitting planning commissioner. Well, I guess my term just expired, but I'm reapplying again to be a part of this commission. I am a husband and father of 4. I currently serve on a number of other community groups as well as commissions. They're all in the packet. I'm very passionate about this city. I believe it is a fantastic city, and I would like to be a part of the decision-making process to continue to see it that way. I work from home, so I'm very available in various things with respect to civic affairs, so my availability is very flexible as well.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Mendoza.
Sorry, I was reading your resume. Two-part question. Can you explain how zoning laws work and why they are important in shaping a city's growth and development? That's part 1. And then part 2 is, of the laws that have been passed in the last couple of years, which is the bill with the number that are you most concerned with? Why, and how will it impact Brentwood?
Yeah, very important questions. Zoning laws are pretty critical because they help us kind of shape the way that our city will eventually unfold. It's not the decision that we make. We don't feel the effects of these decisions now. We feel the effects of the decisions in 10 and 20 years. Our general plan is a great guideline to help establish what our goals are as a city. What these do is then translate ultimately into amendments to the municipal code, which then, translates to, the PDs that we have, the various zoning regions and things like that, various densities of residential, whether it's commercial or industrial. These are all critical to help us kind of shape and paint a picture of what the city is supposed to look like, or that we would like it to look like. To your second question, where should we start? I know so what we deal with all the time is SB 330, and that's mostly related to density bonus and stuff related to, bridal gate, we're all familiar with, we have a 5-meeting rule and, but I don't feel like that's nearly as obtrusive as SB 423. This is really hitting us where it hurts as far as the way that the relationship between the state law meets us on the ground in municipalities like Brentwood. Unfortunately, they're really pushing us hard on our RENA numbers, and they want to see us meet them. And right now, we're still behind. I think the fifth cycle, the midway numbers just came out. Interesting to see how we stack up against Contra Costa County, as well as the state. Let's see. AB 2011, that came before council recently. That had much to do with converting commercial space to residential. The project, I think that was O'Hara and Lone Tree. They're going to have some, medium density apartments as opposed to, I think it was originally zoned for like a Skipolini's or something a decade ago. But that's another example of something that's at least come across us that really kind of negatively influences Brentwood.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
Hi. How do you think Brentwood can strike a balance between residential, commercial, and agricultural usage as it continues to grow?
Our city limit line is interesting in that we are beginning to complete the remaining of infill projects, most of which, if my memory serves me, is residential, and most of the agricultural is more on the outskirts or part of unincorporated parts of Brentwood. So you're talking like south of Marsh Creek Road, those kinds of places. We see the tides of progress evolve with respect to the way that this city has started as an agricultural town, evolving into a small residential neighborhood to a blossoming suburbia to what it is today. I don't know how I would define it today, but it's some combination of those things. I like it that we rely on the agricultural heritage of this town. And as far as implementing ways to encourage that growth from an agricultural standpoint, I would say primarily, I think a lot of the work that's being done with Harvest Time and some of the properties that are being developed over on near the East Contra Costa County Historical Society. I think those are all fabulous projects that are in progress. As far as commercial and industrial, I think that there's a lot of growth opportunity. We're very blessed to see that Costco is finally going to open its doors in March. The rest of that property has a really great diversity of industrial, I think there's some industrial in there, commercial and mixed residential. I know that we've had a couple of laws related to industrial development recently, and I think that's more difficult, but I love a variety of jobs. It'd be great to see those land here in Brentwood so that people don't have to commute on the Highway 4 or Fasco.
Thank you.
Thank you. What do you anticipate as being the biggest challenge to city planning related to state legislation in the next 5 to 10 years? And how would you determine where you can take a stand and where the state will override local decisions?
I partially answered that question already with the SB 423 comment. The way that that's showing its evolution is that it's another step in which, the state is actively trying to take away what we're able to do, and more relying on, if certain criteria are met, essentially we have a ministerial approval process, which eliminates effectively the Planning Commission. There's no need for this anymore because the state says it's okay, so they'll just go ahead with it. I read those bills extensively as they relate to projects that come before the commission. It's critical that we have a layer of analysis that, I am not an attorney like Katie, but I will do my best to review it in a way that looks for every possibility to positively influence the residents of Brentwood and not the rest of the state of California. That's my commitment on commission.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Brand. I have a two-part question. First one, and you probably be very easy for you, but how do you plan on balancing your personal and professional life with the Planning Commission? And the second part is, how do you foster a good working relationship with your colleagues?
Thank you. Work-life balance is tricky. I'm a father of 4 children, and they're all 6 and under, so it's a handful, to say the least, but I'm doing this for them. So I do work from home full-time. It's lovely living in Brentwood. Like, I can have a home office and it's not a big deal. And so I travel occasionally, but very infrequently. And so I'm very involved with the city. You've probably seen me. I go to all the events and such. It's just lovely to, see all the familiar faces and all the festivities as it comes to the what the city puts on. So I'd like to be a big part of that. And it also helps me learn more from the community and the residents so that I can make better decisions on the dais. Your second question, how do I make ways? So in my professional life, I'm a technical program manager, and it's kind of a nonsense term, but really what it boils down to is that I have to rely on other people to do my job. And it's critical because I'm not a subject matter expert in everything. I can't be the stakeholder in every decision that gets made amongst a conference call of 80 people. I have to draw consensus from that crowd so that I can move the needle with respect to my own goals, both career-wise and from a product standpoint. So I feel as though, I lead with a strong handshake. And I think that's an example of how work can be done professionally as well as in the civic space.
Sorry, just had to finish a quick note. Fairly short question, doesn't require a whole lot, but feel free to elaborate as much as you'd like. If a Planning Commission agenda item is consistent with state law, but is against your personal beliefs or wishes, would you vote against your personal beliefs, upholding state law every time, consistent with your oath of office?
I remember when you asked me that 2 years ago.
It's obviously important.
Yeah. Oh, it very much is. It very much is. I vote with my conscience. I have to be the one that lives with this brain on my pillow every night. And that's what I tell my wife. That's what I tell my children. And if there is chaos on the exterior with respect to a decision, I'm going to lead with my conscience. And oftentimes that's incongruent with this plane of reality. Let's just put it that way. And so I answered this question differently than I did 2 years ago. So I would like to just say that my attitude leads me to make decisions that are consistent with how I can sleep at night. And so that's what I'm going to do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Brand. You are welcome to take a seat and watch our final interview.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Jones. Thank you so
Hello.
much for joining us tonight. We are going to each have a question for you. And before we do that, if you could just give us a very brief introduction of who you are or why you're here, whatever you'd like to say. Doesn't have to be long, but just to help us to get to know you a little bit better.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. So Jeremy Jones. I've lived in Brentwood for about 8 years with my wife and 2 sons. I love Brentwood. I'm very passionate about the city and wanting to see it be developed the right way. Before coming to Brentwood, we lived in San Jose, where I was very actively involved with the city of San Jose. I served on a very large HOA in a newly developed community. So there was a lot of work that was done around working with both the city and developers to make sure that we were doing things the right way for that community. So wanted to take that experience and come to Brentwood and try and do the same thing.
Thank you. And we will start with Councilmember Mendoza.
Okay.
Hello there. It's a 2-part question. So the first part is, can you explain how zoning laws work and why they are important in shaping a city's growth and development? And then the second part is, of the laws that have been passed in the last couple of years, which is the bill with the number that you're most concerned with? Why and how will it impact Brentwood?
Okay. Yeah, zoning laws obviously exist to ensure that what's being developed in certain pieces of land are being developed the right way and in accordance with what it ultimately should be based off of where the land is. As in terms of why it's important, well, it's important because we want to make sure that what we're building is what should be built. When I go to some of the ordinances and things that are out there, SB 423 stands out, having to build quite a bit of housing in a very limited period of time. And then if not being able to do that, having to have ministerial approval, or I think that's, if I recall, that's what it was, that is going to be challenging. And it will be very interesting to see how we'll be able to do that. So I think, there's going to be some work around that.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Good evening.
Hi.
How do you think Brentwood can strike a balance between residential, commercial, and agricultural use as it continues to grow?
Can you repeat that question one more time?
How can Brentwood strike a balance between residential, commercial, and agricultural use as it continues to grow?
Well, I think at the end, we just, as a city, as a planning commission, as a city council, we just have to be thoughtful. We have to make sure that we're taking resident feedback and using that feedback to determine what we should be doing. I recognize, of course, there are things that residents may want and then ultimately may not be able to get because of the laws that are out there. But I think there is a way to do it if we are balanced and we just factor everything in. We factor in what our residents want. We factor in what needs to happen to make sure that the city's developed in the right way. And we just take all the feedback and then we try and come up with a solution that's as reasonable for as everyone as possible.
Thank you.
Thanks. What do you anticipate as being the biggest challenge to city planning related to state legislation in the next 5 to 10 years? And how would you determine where you can take a stand and where the state will override local decisions?
Yeah, that's a tough one. I mean, obviously with state laws, they are definitely impeding on how cities can build and decide to build what they can and what they cannot build. I think the challenge obviously with that is trying to do what we think is going to be right for the city of Brentwood, but also recognizing that with state legislation, it's, there's potential for lawsuits and all those different types of things. So I think we have to be really thoughtful on applications that are coming in, what we're looking at, and then ultimately, just determining where we're going to make a stand. Sometimes there's going to be things where you may say, hey, it's time to make a stand on this one. But we have to be, I think, very careful and very thoughtful with that because we also need to make sure that we're protecting the city, we're protecting its residents, and we don't subject ourselves to any issues down the road.
Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Jones.
Hi.
I have a two-parted question. The first question is, how do you plan on balancing your personal and professional life with the Planning Commission? And the second part is, how do you foster a good working relationship with your colleagues?
Yeah. So, in my current job, it obviously requires really working for work-life balance. You have to prioritize, you have to schedule, you have to make sure that you're doing as much as you can. Obviously for me, my family is my number one priority. It's always what will stand at the forefront of everything that I do. But on the flip side, a lot of the things that I do, like wanting to be on the Planning Commission, going to work every day, that's for my family too, right? So I think it's really just about scheduling and making sure that you're doing everything as best as you possibly can. And your second question was around how work with colleagues.
How do you foster a good working relationship with your colleagues?
Collaboration, asking questions, being empathetic, and understanding what your colleague is looking for. I've always said that we can disagree on things, but it doesn't mean things have to get, messy, right? We can respect each other, and we can make sure that we're going to try and come to a reasonable middle ground. And I've always, worked to be that way. Empathy is one of the biggest things that I strive for. And for those of you that have heard me sometimes speak in the past, I'm always trying to look for that balanced solution. Look at both sides and figure out how can we get to the middle, right? And that's what I'd certainly do if I was planning commissioner.
Relatively straightforward question. Could be a fairly short answer, but feel free to elaborate if you choose to. If a planning commission agenda item is consistent with state law, but is against your personal beliefs and or wishes, would you vote against your personal beliefs upholding state law every time, consistent with your oath of office?
So short answer, yes, I would vote if it is the state law. And I look at it from this lens. You have to respect the will of the voters, right? And if the majority are voting for folks that are, passing certain legislation, there are things that you're going to ultimately have to abide by. Now, that being said, it doesn't mean you still can't speak up about it, and you still can't talk about it, and you still can't say, hey, I know we have to do this, but I don't, here's why we shouldn't, right? And I think, part of being a planning commissioner too is education and educating residents, right? And helping them understand that, hey, there's certain things that are going on that might be outside of the control of things that we can do. And they need to understand that. So, when they're going to the ballot box, they're voting accordingly, and they're voting for the people that are going to represent what they want and what they're looking to have done. So yeah, short answer, yes. But the long answer, you just heard.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Excellent.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jones. We are going to go into public comments, so you can have a seat and listen, and after that, we'll go into council discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, any member of the public sitting in the council chamber who would like to address the city council on the planning commission interviews may fill out a speaker card and file it here with the city clerk. I do have one currently. Jeffrey?
Good evening, members of the council. I'm Jeffrey Spencer. I live at 2420 Boulder Street, and I was one of the applicants for planning commissioner. One of the reasons I came to address you is my career has been in planning. I have served on 2 planning boards for different cities. I have served on environmental boards and a transportation commission as well. And so given my background in my education in real estate, business, and a master's in management, I don't think it's a question of education or experience. I have nearly 50 years of public service. So I ask the board, what is it that I could do to improve my chances next time? What is it missing?
I think we could make a brief comment, right? Like according to the Brown Act. I can tell you what I look for. I look for people who have been involved, who've sent me emails, who've come to meetings. That is the first thing that I look for when I'm reviewing the applications.
Anyone else look to comment?
Just that I would do the same thing. I like to see people come forward for commissions that come to council meetings or that we see on the Zoom or that we see at community events and people approach us and want to talk, or that, again, write to us in one way or another. I think that engagement is really important, and that demonstration of how important the city is to the candidate. That's what I would recommend.
Okay, and I can understand that. But in rebuttal, I would say, I just moved here a little over a year ago from South Lake Tahoe. There's not a lot of time. I mean, I'm 65 and getting older. I don't have much time to, smooth the waters and butter the bread, as it says. I put forth my application as a resident with qualifications to do what's right for the city. And I hope that you would consider that, not excluding maybe new residents next time. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. And I would like to say just quickly that every candidate that we interviewed had to be pushed forward by 2 council members. If one council member did support another candidate, that candidate did not make it to the interview process.
Danny?
Are you kidding me? Thank you, Madam Mayor, for clarifying how someone makes the cut. You need, excuse me, you need at least 2 votes. I'm willing to take a guess why Mr. Sparling did not make the cut. Are you kidding me? The gentleman before us, because he hasn't attended a council, don't even get me started on people who haven't attended council meetings, because I could look at 2 of you right now. So please, 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 Madam Mayor, all of you, please take participation out of it, because then it's hypocritical. And I respect the both of you, but that reason, that's why Mr. Sparling did not make the cut. Well, actually, no. That's why the gentleman before I spoke didn't make the cut. I actually was just gonna, oh, God in heaven. I can't even fathom, other than, boy, at least one person's putting in a FOIA request because the 2 people had to leave a name off, a man who's been doing this longer than at least 2 sitting council members combined. He didn't make the cut? I mean, you know what? Dr. Roberts, better get ready for next year. Because if that's the standard, then Dr. Roberts doesn't have a chance, because I can't see 2 people. Are you kidding me? I honestly, I didn't even know about this. I wasn't paying attention, so I didn't know about this meeting. I was honestly going to come up and say tonight, you ought to keep the 5 that are there. Because in the 6 years that I've participated in this show called sausage making, this last group was the most balanced. I didn't agree with everything Sparling said. I didn't agree with everything Rod said. Didn't agree with everything Dr. Roberts said. But in aggregate, they had the city in mind. And for the life of me, I honestly, if you guys saw me, and believe me, I was, oh boy. And the thing is, it's not so much the people who made the cut, although boy, oh boy, you guys know at least a couple of people who I sit there and scratch my head with the simple, this person over Sparling? I might as well be in the running for the Olympics, because that's how odd it seems, so out of place. I don't know, maybe a future agenda item is to figure out how to do this right. Because obviously the way it's being done now is wrong. There is no friggin' way, unless they decided not to run, and that's why I was saying, we ought to keep them. I mean, God, I'm glad you don't work for the Warriors, because Steph will be gone. You know, God, in heaven, So yeah, I'm putting it out here on record. Dr. Roberts, unless they change the rules, you probably won't be in the cut next year. And that's a God shame. Oh, and believe me, I hope you guys actually discuss, not the people who made it. Thank you, Councilwoman, for telling the people why this person didn't make it. Talk about Florida.
I have no additional speaker cards in person or hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you, and thank you for your comment, Danny. We are going to move into council discussion. Who would like to start?
I can start. So having sat on this side a few times and listening to first of all, starting off reading 30 different applications for the position, reading resumes, going through, trying to figure out who I thought was most suited for the positions, and then making my selections. And as was explained earlier, it takes two of us to get you on to up to an interview to nominate the individual person. A lot of my decision has to do with the Planning Commission doing their job, doing what we've asked them to do. And answering the question that I've asked, and every time I've done these interviews, I'm not getting the consistent answer. To answer Danny's, Mr. Dorman's question, that's why Sparling didn't get my vote. Love the man, agree with he's done a great job representing the city of Brentwood for as many years as he did. But if you're not going to uphold the state laws, I am not going to vote for you. It's that simple. So I don't know how else to put that. I don't know how else to make it clear. That's my opinion, and that's where I'm going to go. Are you looking for my nominations?
Not your nominations necessarily yet, but if you have any feedback on any of the candidates that we did interview.
Thoroughly impressed with Mr. Jones. Your answers were extremely detailed. You answered the question we were looking for. You answered it to the best of your ability, and it was very short and concise, and I appreciate that. Thank you. I think that was pretty much it. Thanks.
I have a comment. Well, I thank you, Mr. Dorman, for your passion and for what you stated. I actually hate this process, and I wish we could have interviewed all 25 candidates. There's no way you can tell from looking at a piece of paper who a person is and what their abilities are. So I would change the process to interview everybody, and we can sit here all night. We sit here all night for other topics. This is, me having sat on the bench, I believe everybody should have an opportunity to should speak and be heard. And you really you can have a really polished resume. Anyone who's ever interviewed anyone, you can have a polished resume and find out the candidate knows absolutely nothing. They fluffed it on the paper, or they've made a lot of stuff up, or they just look good on paper. So to the gentleman also here who spoke, thank you for speaking. And I'm sorry you missed your opportunity, but hopefully you don't give up on Brentwood. Hopefully you come back at it again and try again. What I'm looking at is not only someone's ability to cite an assembly bill or a Senate bill. If you ask me, I don't know all of them because I know a crap ton of bills in my day job and multiple day jobs. I know a bunch of those. So I'm not looking for you to be able to cite law. What I'm looking for primarily is what's your integrity? What do you stand for? How you want to protect residents, how you want to protect this city, and also how you want to protect our finances. I have to say that I thought all the candidates were exceptional. If we had to go down the line, I really appreciate the first gentleman's his work on school site council, his interest in giving back to the city, and his saying that we need to be able to strike up a balance with resources. Rod, I appreciate that you just not only stand up on the Planning Commission, but you stand up on issues that really matter. I appreciate your support for diversity and equity. You're always that voice. And so if I can publicly and corporately say in front of all these people, thank you. I want to thank you because you've consistently done that. On the Planning Commission and in your comments, I don't always agree with you, but I think you take a logical approach to your responses. Mr. Elam is not here tonight, but Mr. Elam, I appreciate the support he's had for our senior community and how he's shown up for our senior community. We do have a little bit of a difference of opinion when it comes to him saying we don't need to focus on the housing crisis. I think we need to focus more on the housing crisis based on our RENA numbers. But I do appreciate his historical knowledge on the city of Brentwood and how he talked about how he deals with people, talking about respect, acknowledgement, and learning to for shared knowledge. Ms. Polk, I appreciate that you acknowledge, and is Ms. Polk in the room? Oh, there you are in the back. Thank you so much. I agree with you. I think we should invest more time in our small businesses. We see that there's a need here. Look at some of the businesses that were built in Brentwood in the last few years and how people participated in. Look at the DBC and how just in a twinkle of an eye, there's so much commitment to that. And also your commitment to public safety and emergency preparedness, especially in light of the fires in Los Angeles. We are not equipped, and we know that at a state level, we need to do more and be better with resources. How are we gonna actually provide water or any other type of emergency resources, especially with us not fully being developed in our fifth beat. Mr. Hyena, one, I like that you understood some of the laws that we need to make sure that we need to be acknowledging of the ministerial duties that we have. And using Bridal Gate as an example, that we have to follow the state laws or we're gonna put ourselves in a financial consequence and burden if we don't follow the state laws. I appreciate that and thank you. I also thank you for your commitment to taking a stand on how we show up here in this dais and expressing ourselves and expressing to people the need for the public to get involved in civic duty. Mr. Brand, I want to say your responses, while we take an oath, where's Mr. Brand at? I like to look at people. We take an oath to follow the Constitution and uphold it. I appreciate that of everybody who spoke tonight, you had the utmost integrity, to be honest. I was here in the dais when you last time said, yes, I'll do it. And I appreciate you saying I need to be able, so you were honest. I appreciate that honesty. I don't know that I always agree that I would love it if we could live in a world where we can follow our conscience and not violate laws. But I do appreciate the integrity that you stood before here and the knowledge of all the people who spoke tonight. I think you were the most knowledgeable of all people when it comes to doing this job and doing it well. Last and not least, Mr. Jones, I know you've spoke out. I know I've heard you speak. Where's Mr. Jones? Oh yeah, Dolphin Park. And that's the bad word here in the dais, but I've heard you speak at different forums and public forums, and I'm not looking for people to come in here and show up. I mean, there's a lot of people who never came to a council meeting are the most amazing people in public service and public duty, but I appreciate that you acknowledge that state laws impede our ability to do what we need to do. But I like that you said, but we have to continue to be a voice and speak up about it. So for each and every candidate, we take a lot of time to pay attention to what you're saying. It's a tough decision for us because we know that you're doing the work before the work gets to us, and we expect you to do the work before the work comes to us. And you all do a lot of work that we never have to see. So we appreciate each and every person who applied. It's just it's a hard decision. And so hopefully everyone, I know everyone up here operates with integrity. Feels threatening when we hear people call in and say, we know what you're doing. I don't know that my colleagues are with special interest groups. We just all want to make sure that we're doing what's best for the city. And that's what I've seen behind closed doors and up on this dais. But really here is just trying to figure out when we go to bed at night, when we lay our heads down on the pillow, that we're making the best decision for what's best for Brentwood.
Very well said, the both of you. I've been coming to meetings Rod and I met over zoning issues. That's how I met Rod, in this chamber, like sitting across from each other every 2 weeks after 2 weeks. So I've sat on that side and watched special interests take over our planning commission and upzone. So I understand while you're new, it's very difficult for me to say, to put full trust. And I'm gonna be blatant. As a resident, I remember sitting over there and being so upset when people were upzoning and doing it because they wanted to, not because they had to. I am a slow growth person. I look for people who I know are slow growth. And I'm not going to apologize for that. I don't want to live in a big city. So if I haven't heard your voice, it's not because I expect you to be here all the time. I actually read all of the applications, and I actually searched names to see if I'd ever gotten emails. So because I wanted to see where people were coming from. So it wasn't like I don't see you. And it's not that they're my friends, right? I am very friendly with them because we have the same goals when it comes to zoning. We want to stick to the plan. And I've heard them say stick to the plan. And I've seen them do stick to the plan. So I think that's what drove me. And I want to live in a slow growth city. I don't want to live in with apartments after apartments. And I know the state is making us do it, and I've followed the law, as much as I can, but there are times when I vote no too. So I know that your question is, will you vote yes or no? I voted no on Bridal Gate, and there was reasons for it, right? I know our attorney's telling us that we have to do it. I felt we should have gone to court and finished the first case, which was defining our map. I don't feel like we should have done Bridal Gate. So in that case, I would never ding someone for voting no when they felt there was a different option. Because we've been in this case where we were told, you got to do what we're telling you to do, or you're going to get sued and we're going to lose. And then we went to court and we won. So I think that if a no is an educated no with a lot of analysis, I don't mind it. I really don't. If the majority of the council doesn't agree, that's okay. But like Chris said, we're the ones that have to go home, and we all have different levels of what we can tolerate. And the zoning, to me, when I force rank it, that's important. So we're all going to force rank things something different based on our backgrounds. And Vice Mayor Pearson is an attorney, so she looks at things from a different lens, which I totally respect. But the decisions are hard. And I know that we can get passionate about it, Mr. Dorman. I get very passionate. Some people don't like my passion, but it's okay. But for me right now, I like having bench strength. Chris and Rod finished their first term. I would love to give them a second term. And
hold on, before we start actually nominating people.
Okay, go ahead.
Thanks.
First off, I want to thank everyone that applied for the Planning Commission. It's not an easy process to go through the application process, afterwards getting selected, having to come to do the interview process, and coming to actually do it. It's not an easy process, so I want to thank all of you. When I looked at the applications, I looked at experience, I looked at integrity, and diversity of thought is very important to me. But right now we're in a time of, I would say, a little bit of an emergency when it comes to local control, because I would have to agree with some of my colleagues. The state is trying to take and limit our control. And I do not believe that it is a one-size shoe that fits all. What works in LA is not going to work here. What works in Redding is not going to work here. So we really have to evaluate the decisions that we're making, and we have to choose people that can critically think and manage those decisions. So I do appreciate everybody that has come forward and has taken into this process, but I would say the selection of the planning commissioners moving forward is going to be hard, but it's also a very critical time because of what we're going through from the state and the power they're trying to take away from local control.
Thank you. I actually am going to repeat some of what I've already heard, but I wanted to say that my question was asking about legislation and the concerns about local control in the next 5 to 10 years, because that's a top of mind for me too. That's kind of, for me, I've been really concerned about where we've gone in the past several years with the predatory housing laws, but I'm also concerned about the fact that they keep getting more and more predatory. And so when I ask the question about where you can take a stand versus where the state will override local decisions, I'm asking what you would do in this situation if you have an understanding of where you might be able to stand at, where you can get some wiggle room, where you can fight for the best possible product for the residents, even if we have to comply with something we don't want. And so frankly, when I was looking through the resumes, I was looking for people that have been involved, because I know that they're aware of what the council priorities are. I know that they're aware of what the legislation has been. I know that they bring to the table something that shows they're really connected with what the residents of Brentwood are looking for as well. So that's why when I talk about people that have been involved, I'm more thinking of people that I think are really aware of the direct impacts on Brentwood, and that have been a part of watching council's decision and watching what their priorities are, watching what we want from our planning commissioners, because we've had those discussions with them, and I think all of us have said that in the past we always attend virtually planning commission meetings because we want to see the focus of those planning commissioners at that time. If I was interested in voting someone out, this would be my chance to do that if I didn't think that they were aligned with what I'm hearing from residents, but also understanding what the laws are and where they can wiggle room out of them, like I was saying. So at this point, we can do our top ranking. And I think every council member should give me the top 3 candidates from first to last. Amanda, are you going to note those? Okay, thank you.
Did you want me to share the screen while we do it, or do you want me to take the notes and then share after everyone's provided?
I mean, if you can put them out now so everyone can be a part of the process, I think that'd be good. Thanks. Okay, so we will start with Councilmember Orlemans.
My number 1 choice would be Mr. Jones, Jeremy Jones. Number 2 would be Mr. Hana, Braden Hana. And number 3 would be Mr. Kirshner. I don't know if I said that right, and I apologize if I did not.
Councilmember Maloney.
All right. I will go with Mr. Jones, with Ms. Polk, and Commissioner Floor.
Vice Mayor.
My first choice is Mr. Brand, Mr. Hyena, and then Mr. Jones.
So I am, sorry. So Floor, Brand, and Jones.
And with that, I'm going to make our first recommendation here. Based on the application materials, interviews, our discussion, and all of the recommendations, I'm going to make a recommendation of the 3 applicants that I would recommend moving forward. We'll have discussion and vote on each one after that. So for the applicant number 1, I'm going to recommend Rod Floor. And would we do a roll call at this point, or do we wait till the end?
If you want to list them all, you can list them all now. If you want to go and do your votes individually, you can do however you'd like.
I think I'll list them all. So the second choice for me would be Mr. Brand. And then the third choice will be Mr. Jones.
And then at this time, you can state the name of the commission and applicant that you'd like to nominate, and then we'll take a vote.
I'm going to nominate the three that I chose as my top three.
We do have to vote on them individually, though.
Okay, so voting on Commissioner Floor.
And I'll ask the city attorney, is it best to do individual or roll call? Or I'm sorry, roll call or just all at once?
We're not required to do a roll call this evening, so you can do it all at once unless you have a different preference, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. All in favor of Commissioner Floor? Aye.
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 And we just keep moving on? Oh, I'm sorry. All opposed?
No.
No.
So with 3 votes, it does pass.
Okay.
Go ahead with the second.
The second nomination would be Commissioner Brand. All in favor? Aye.
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 All opposed?
No.
No.
Thank you. And the third,
I just didn't hear your vote, Madam Mayor.
oh, aye.
So with 3 votes, that does pass. You can go ahead with the third appointment.
And the third appointment I'm recommending would be Mr. Jones. All in favor? Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay.
That was unanimous, so that one passes as well.
So at this point, are we then congratulating our 3 commissioners?
Yes, indeed.
Okay. This, I'm going to restate this. It's been said a few times, but it's so true. This is not an easy process, and coming in front of all of your peers to answer questions that you're not aware of ahead of time, and that you're pulling information out that you've kind of collected as you've gone and you've been involved and you've watched meetings, it's very hard. So I would like to give a secondary round of applause for all the applicants that are here, any that are watching. And we collectively do hope that you continue to stay engaged. Reach out to any of us together or individually if you'd like to talk with us about what your particular needs are and what you think the city needs to do moving forward. We are always happy to listen to that. Thank you very much. Okay, so at this point, we do need a motion to adjourn the special meeting.
Motion to adjourn special meeting?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Okay, do we need a 5-minute break? Okay. We're going to get started. Excuse me, everyone, we're going to get started. If you could please take your seats. Thank you. Welcome, everyone, to the regularly scheduled City Council meeting. What is today's date? The 28th of January, 2025. We have a quorum, so we're going to begin the meeting. And could we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Maloney?
Present.
Councilmember Pearson?
Present.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Here.
Councilmember Orlevins?
Here.
Mayor Meyer?
Here. And if you could join me in, oh wait, did we do the Pledge of Allegiance already? Yeah, we're going to do it again. Thanks.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. After consulting with staff and fellow council members, we are going to make the public comment time for each item 4 minutes for each comment. And we will open public comments now.
At this time, the members present in the council chamber are permitted to address the city council on items that are not on the agenda, items that are listed under presentations, informational reports, or on the consent calendar, requests for future agenda items, new requests. Comments for the detailed meeting agenda items or business items should be made at that time. I have, first speaker is Lou.
Thank you. It's kind of interesting talking after that discussion and the interviews and stuff related to planning and agriculture and housing and state laws and everything else. But I was going to talk about Marsh Creek. Marsh Creek being a beautiful resource to have that we have here running through the community, the nature, the trees, the water. People can take hikes, family walks, bike riding, and the wildlife. I'm a member of the Sierra Club Delta group. And in that capacity, I met Bud Chaddock. He's here. Hopefully he speaks shortly also. He's a fisherman, and he shared a lot of his excitement about Marsh Creek and also some concerns that I was totally unaware of, really, kind of thing. I took 2 hikes with him last year in November and December. One was with a Pittsburgh high school teacher and some students. They were doing some water testing, and they found phosphates and nitrates in the water. And then also there was a staff person from the American Rivers, and they're doing some development with parks down in Oakley. It's really nice what they're doing. So I'm assuming everyone has had the opportunity to hike or see stuff there in Marsh Creek. I actually saw some salmon. They were pretty big too. I don't know, 20 pounds maybe or 15. And they were trying to spawn. They were swimming upstream, and it was really kind of neat. I actually saw them. Bud actually has some videos of them, and they're actually kind of trying to go over some obstacles and stuff. Saw some small fish, egrets, herons, native turtles. Saw a beaver dam, saw some river otter, and that natural area around Creekside Park in Oakley. And then also too, what was really kind of disappointing is that I saw the ugliness of trash, tires, plastic, traffic cones, coffee cups, and other stuff. And then the other thing that was kind of disheartening was to see that, to learn from Bud about the poaching of the salmon. He was telling me, he's the expert, he was telling me that there was like, he counted like 500 salmon a couple of years ago. This year, there was a little over 100, and we'll have to see kind of where that ends up next year kind of thing. The salmon are being decimated. And as far as recommended actions, and these are ideas that Bud has, again, I have to lean on him for the expertise, is to create and install some signage And then, so this creek runs through Brentwood and through Oakley, so it would take some collaboration between the two cities, the two city councils. Another idea is to implement a ban on all fishing from October 15th to January 15th to give the fish an opportunity to spawn. And then also to work with individuals, community groups, city maintenance crews to clean up the trash on a regular or monthly or twice monthly basis. And then I would also recommend, if you have the time, to take a tour with Bud Chaddock. And again, reflecting on the talk that you had about the Planning Commission, and you want a beautiful community out here, and you don't want it to be urbanized. Well, with all due respect, if you keep an eye on Marsh Creek in the next year, couple of years, you'll have to ask yourselves, what happened to Marsh Creek in the case of all your development and stuff. So hopefully you keep that one in mind. Thank you very much for the time. Take care. Wish you all the best.
Michael? Yeah.
Good morning, good afternoon, evening, council members. My name is Michael Clement. I'm a member of the American Legion, Post 202 here in Brentwood, 60-year resident. Lived here my whole life, went into the Army back in 1986, got out in 1991. The population of Brentwood was just about 8,000 folks when I came back in 1991. Now it's 65,000. So in the 35 years, we increased 57,000 people here. Our community is growing, the veteran community is growing, and we have a Veterans Hall that is under attack, I want to say. We woke up this morning to this poster right here showing that Contra Costa County Fire Department is our new tenants, our new landlords. This right here is totally unacceptable. I don't know how this got on the website, how this got on there, but it shows that they are the ones that are in charge of that parcel that the veterans has been on for 100 years. 100 years we've been the custodial people of that building, the veterans, and we have served the community, served the veterans, and did everything feasibly possible to make sure that that building is taken care of by the hard work of our volunteer veterans. And now we don't know what kind of what we're facing now. It's truly an amazing event right now unfolding in front of us, and we don't know what to do. We're leaning on our city council to protect the veterans of Brentwood. This is what it was back in March of 2024, where you see the line divided to two parcels. I don't know what happened. Obviously, this is something that we can both look at and probably possibly quantify. I remember my commander right before I went into Desert Storm, before we went on a mission. He said, the spirit of destruction is upon us. I didn't really know what that meant until I woke up this morning and saw this. It was the first thing that came up to my mind. I mean, the parking and everything else that's going to be happening with those new construction and the new building, it's just really going to make it very difficult for our disabled veterans, our infirm veterans, our veterans who are elderly with canes and walking devices and everything else that's going on with the new ADA policy concerning the parking, and then the fire department moving in next door, plus that 3-story building that's now on Maple Street. That's going to kill our access to that building with our members. Not only that, the getting rid of those containers. I mean, I don't know what we're going to do. We use that little area, every inch of that area, to help serve the community and the veterans. I'm not very happy with what's happening. I'm very disgruntled with the fact that I don't hear a voice out there that's public that's saying, not on my watch. Not our veterans. Our veterans served our community for 100 years, right there in Brentwood, on the corner of First and Maple. They have been the anchor of that, or the pillar of that community and of that area. And now I'm sitting here thinking, what's going to happen to us? Mayor Burgess, or Supervisor Burgess, has not come to us in the recent, probably over a year or two, and discussed what's going to happen with that parcel. So we're out here, fish out of water, worried about what's going to happen. Now, I'm asking the city council, did you guys know about this? Did you guys see how this lot line has now changed? And if you didn't, why aren't you paying attention to it? I mean, this is something that's affecting the pillars of your community, the veteran community, the ones that have taken off and fought in wars, served their country, did everything that was feasibly asked of them, and then come back and still want to serve their community, not with votes, but through volunteerism. And that's an important aspect. That's important people that you have in your community that now is being disruptive. You know, George Washington once said, he did what he knew he must do, not what he wanted to do.
Mike? There's another Mike Mikovich.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. There is a California code, Military and Veteran Code, Division 6 of Veterans Building Memorials and Cemeteries, Chapter 2, County and City Buildings, Section 1266. Whenever a city, county, or city and county has maintained and maintained a building, memorial hall, meeting places, memorial parks, or recreation center for the use of the benefit of one or more veterans association, veteran service organizations, or nonprofit veteran service agencies pursuant to Section 1262 or Section 37461 of the Government Code. The provisions of that facility and its acceptance by the veterans associations, veteran service organizations, and nonprofit veteran service agencies constitutes a depiction of the property to the public purpose, and the city, county, and the county may not revoke the dedication so long as the veterans associations, veteran service organizations, or nonprofit veteran service agencies have not violated the terms of the facilities, or unless the veteran associations, veteran service organizations, or nonprofit service agencies have either consented to proposed city, county, or city and county action, or have abandoned the use of the facility. We have not abandoned that property. Years ago, it was where the existing fire station used to be. That property was given to the veterans by a tax that was levied through the county for 13 properties throughout the county. That portion of that property from almost Boondoggies all the way to Maple and First there is veteran property. We have not abandoned it. We'd never have abandoned it. There was a lease that was agreed upon with a handshake because the veterans were volunteers. As like you stated earlier, sir, let's follow the law. It's in black and white. Let's uphold what was given to the veterans, and we ask for your vote not to approve this project, this fire station. Thank you.
Travis, followed by Donald.
No traction there. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. Thank you so much for being here tonight, not canceling the meeting, because so many times when we are known to be arriving at a meeting that has politicians involved, the meeting miraculously is canceled or they're unavailable. So thank you for hosting this evening. Councilman Orleman, I am pleased that that was your selection of question to the Planning Council or the Planning Commission, so that you would have an understanding of whether or not they are inclined to follow the law. Not just the impassionment, but the law that is put out there so that we can, well, protect the city, but also theoretically protect its constituents against lawsuits and other, other side effects. I'd like to extend on what my comrade Mike just mentioned regarding those two state, one the Veterans Code and the other a state law, that the California Government Code, and I normally don't read, but I want to get this right. California Government Code, section 50075.1. This section requires that any special tax imposed by a local agency must be used for the specific purposes for which it was approved by the voters. Now it goes on to an extensive delineation of what this all means. But that first sentence clearly implies, no, it clearly states if a tax, a bond, or a fee is levied against the people, that it is, when it is levied for a purpose, it must be used for that purpose. And in 1922, such a bond was issued in the county of Contra Costa. And the express and sole purpose of those funds were to purchase property and to build meeting places for veterans throughout the county. Those halls, the land was purchased, the buildings were built. And we came to call them our home away from home, our place to commiserate and be around those of like mind who fully understand what it is to have been a military member. There are a lot of things happening in our community. There's a lot of information out there, much of which is from the county because we're not getting press traction. And that comes with, I'm going to classify half-truths, less than full-throated information about what is transpiring. But the first Mike, as he pointed out, what the fire department has characterized as, I don't know what they're complaining about. We're only taking 20 feet of gravel they don't use. That is from the fire chief when I spoke with the Board of Supervisors last week. Has culminated into a transfer of the entire property over to the fire department.
Honorable Mayor, honorable council members. I really enjoyed actually sitting through your interviews for the commissioners. I think you all had excellent questions. And I think there's something that I'm going to talk about, the fire station, obviously, 94. My name is Don Hester. I represent the Brentwood Veterans Memorial Building. I'm the secretary of the board. And I also represent the Delta Diablo Detachment of the Marine Corps League here in Brentwood. And as a reminder, the hall's been there for 100 years. We're celebrating our 100th anniversary of a memorial for veterans, for all those that gave the last full measure. Just to clarify a few things that we wanted to make sure. I heard a lot of maintaining local control and following the law on the questions that you were asking, and it seemed that those might be in contention with one another. This issue, they're not in contention with each other. They actually complement each other. And what we're asking is for local control and following the law. We want both. And that's what we would like. This is our reasoning. When Steve Van Horn, in 2006, when the fire station was going to be decommissioned, the veterans asked the county to have the property back because we understood that when the first fire station went in, it was a volunteer fire station manned by veterans mostly. Then a district came along, took it over, and from that point forward, just continued to grow and continued to take more and more of the land that the veterans were using. Steve Van Horn, in his letter to Supervisor Pifo, said this. He also said that the deed, the only document that he could find was the deed, and the deed said that they could do, that the purchase of the land was for veterans' use and for all or any other purpose. And he told Supervisor Pifo that's why they can do whatever they want with the land. However, he missed the very next sentence, and details matter, because the next sentence says, for which say may be lawfully used. So what can it be lawfully used for? As my colleagues earlier stated, in 1921, the legislature of the state of California passed a resolution or a law to allow local counties to levy a tax in order to build veterans meeting places, veterans homes, and veterans memorials. The Board of Supervisors in 1922, over 100 years ago, levied a tax for that purpose. The county said that they could not find out where the money came from for that. And as we stated earlier, the Revenue and Tax Code, section 7285.5, states that if you levy a tax for a specific purpose, it needs to be used for that purpose. We brought this to the county's attention, and they're avoiding it. They just plan to apparently steamroll us and not follow it. In addition, that law aside, another law, Veterans Code, says that you also, if it's been dedicated for veterans use, you can't change that use. Case law has shown recently, even UCLA building on a piece of property, the judge said, no, that land was dedicated to veterans use. You can't use it even after you built on it. That is what we're talking about today. So what's best for Brentwood? What you asked your commissioners, what's legal? What is local control? Why is the county dictating how where the best place for a fire station is in Brentwood? They didn't even do a study as to where any other location would work. They just decided they're going to take land from the veterans and continue to misuse the land from its original purposes. So I ask you, when the time comes after the commission hears this, and if they pass it and pass it on to you, that you will decline it because you want to maintain local control and you want to follow the law. Thank you.
Bud, followed by Karen.
Hello, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I'm also here to talk about Marsh Creek and what a gem it is in the area. I grew up in the LA area, and I used to have to go to Malibu Creek, which just got burned out, to fish steelhead, which is a salmonoid like what we have in Marsh Creek. They went to the extent after this fire, a day or two after, to get the remaining 172 fish out to save the genetic code of it. To me, that's what needs to be done. That's human caused, if you would. So they should do something about it. I actually caught some there. But getting to Marsh Creek, there's been a lot of poaching going on. I've helped, and I could leave some copies here, co-write some articles in fishing newspapers that have went all the way to Oregon based on this creek and what's been going on with it and the decimation of salmonoids, king salmon. That's the San Joaquin side of the river of Antioch, which you can't even keep a salmon because there's a reason for that because of the genetic diversity and whatnot of it. There has been just, it's like watching the last buffalo get shot in my mind, but they pulled that out to where they saved them. Here, 150 fish just disappeared. I watched them try to spawn. Next day, the poachers got them. Nothing was done either with local police, Fish and Wildlife, and whatnot. We went and intervened a few times. We're threatened, tires slashed and whatnot, to save a resource that the state's had for thousands of years, both through indigenous people and otherwise. I fish commercially. I fish salmon, swordfish. I fish commercial tuna, the old way lift pole, swordfish, harpooning, everything. I've done it. I know that resources need to be protected, not abused. If you got to shut it off, you shut it off. It's been shut down all up and down the coast for 2.5 years. I got friends with $500,000 boats that have not been able to make a living because they went by the law, but everybody on this creek hasn't. So the things I'm looking at is that I have a feeling that these fish should be protected under the laws that exist. Clean up the area like we were talking earlier, or Lewis brought up. We need signage. And I've actually had UC Davis come down doing water samples and looking at what's happened to the spawn area of this. Because 500 fish last year, 150 this year, wiped out. You got rivers up in Northern California that has had very little, percentage-wise, we're actually ahead of some of the ones north of Sacramento as far as return in this little creek, if you did it percentage-wise, but ours got wiped out. So it is a resource that's to be valued. I'm also with various groups that are caring about this, and we just need some help as far as maybe the city of Brentwood collaborating with Oakley and trying to make this, something people come down and want to sit and watch. I mean, it's amazing watching them go up, doing their thing and doing what they've been doing for thousands of years. And aren't we lucky they come choose this area to come through? And we built a $400,000 fish ladder that they can't even get up now because there's no water up above and no resources below to let them spawn. So with your help, taking care of them. I will leave a few things here if you want to look at it.
The speaker's timer has expired. I can take those documents though, sir.
Sure, thank you.
The next speaker is Karen.
Hi, good evening. My name is Karen Eaton, and I am here on behalf of the Brentwood Turkey Trot for Schools Planning Committee to express our heartfelt gratitude to the city for your continued support in help making our Turkey Trot the success it's been year after year. This year was the 11th anniversary of our race, and we are proud to share that over the last 3 years, our race has sold out. It has become an incredible community event. This year we had over 2,400 participants. It was our largest race to date. The purpose of the Turkey Trot is to raise funds to support the athletic departments and programs at the Brentwood and Liberty school districts. Since the race's inception, we have been able to raise over $552,000 for our schools. These funds have gone directly into our schools and enabled them to purchase essential equipments and improve their programs by purchasing things like backstops, installing water filling stations, gaga ball pits, PE equipment, climbing walls, team uniforms, just to name a few items. These enhancements not only benefit the students, but they also promote healthier and more active lifestyle and make stronger community connections. The success of this would not be possible without the support of the partners. First and foremost, we'd like to thank the City of Brentwood for the grant that is awarded to us that makes this event possible. We extend our appreciation to the streets of Brentwood for providing a venue where we can all gather for the race. Special thank you to the police department for providing officers to ensure the safety of all of our participants every year. We appreciate the Brentwood Rotary, the Heritage High School, ROTC, who constantly come out and volunteer for our event. And of course, our sponsors who really believe in giving back to our community and supporting us. Together, we have really built a truly special event. It not only fosters health and wellness and enhances these school programs, but it's provided an opportunity for our community to come together on Thanksgiving and create a really special event. And so we thank you for being such a part of this event, and we look forward to continued partnership in years future. Thank you so much.
David, followed by Danny.
Good evening, Mayor, and good evening, Vice Mayor, and the rest of the council. Good evening. You know, I'm not a very talkative person. I don't do a lot of speaking out in places and stuff like that. But this issue about the Veteran Hall being closed down or shut down and moved over, all I can say is that, you know, when I got out of the service, I didn't have any place to go. And I ended up on the streets, homeless, and not a real pretty sight to see. But you know, there was a veteran that saw me like in that condition. And he reached a hand out and gave me a hand up and gave me a safe place to come to where I could sit down and I could talk with other people that was going through or had gone through what I was going through at the time. People that directed me and helped me get back to school. People that directed me and helped me find NA and AA and helped me find a way to make a connection with my family because my family didn't even understand me anymore. I wasn't even welcome in my mother's home at one point, you know, because of the things that I was doing, trying to run and hide from who I'd become because I went to the service and didn't know how to deal with transitioning back into civilian life. But these men and women took their time with a guy like me that nobody wanted to have anything to do with. They helped rebuild me from the inside out. You know, I went back to school. I became a substance abuse counselor. I have a great connection with my family. I have a great grandchild now that my children allow me to come and see them, their children, and my grandchildren, my great-grandchildren. I just bought a house. My family, from as early as I can remember, back to slavery, from slavery, we rented all the way up to me. But it was the help from those veterans that took the time to show me how to hold on to some money, how to be true to myself, how to be honest with other people. You see, there was a place for me to go. Before that, I didn't have a place to go. I went and slept behind my dumps on 38th Avenue and East 14th in Oakland. But somebody reached a hand way out from here. I don't know, some of you might know him, a guy named J.R. Wilson. Reached a hand out, and he reached down and he gave me a hand up. And now, I work on a stand down. I just bought a home. Got my family in my life. Whatever you can do to save this place, please do. Because I'm not the last veteran that's gonna need some help. I'm on board with the veterans that are helping other veterans, and we need a place to be. We need a place to congregate. We need to be able to sit down with each other and help talk each other through the situations and problems and confusion that we face trying to make our way back into civilian life. Because a lot of civilians don't really understand what's going on inside of us. But we know because we've been there together, and we will continue to fight together. And I hope that you take it in the heart to have this place stay where it's at and don't move us. It was hard enough for us to get back home. Thank you.
I'm sorry. For those, there's a lot of people here, and please, I hope you stay. If you want to get something done, I'm going to make it easy for you. During open comment, come up to the mic, and I'm going to urge you to do it tonight, to put your money where your mouths are when it comes to the Veterans Hall. Come up and ask the mayor, Madam Mayor, can you direct our city attorney to see what the city can do to halt any future work on this property? See, when when you talk or when you, like earlier today, gripe. That's great, but it doesn't get anything done. What gets stuff done, especially in a crowd like this, is you come up and you put it on the record, Madam Mayor, can you direct the city attorney to see what the city can do to halt this work on the veterans' land? You know, people have talked about this for months now, and the sad thing is, I see all kinds of, oh, we got to do this, oh, we got to do that, about some dilapidated barn on Marsh Creek. But when it comes to our veterans, and for my fellow veterans, I know they know this. This is more for people who don't know or understand what it means to serve. Brothers and sisters, they will never understand. So if you're trying to come up here and get them to understand, stop, because they won't. They don't know what it is like. So instead of that, come up and ask the mayor, Madam Mayor, can you ask the city attorney to look into halting this thing at the Veterans Center? Do it tonight. There are people behind me. You have 4 minutes. If you've never spoken before in your life, you know, that's fine. Don't be shy. Young lady over there who, she called me trouble earlier. Told you I was going to do it. There's an orange card. All you got to do, put your name, and under open comment, you don't even have to say what the open comment is. Just check open comment, give it to the young lady. Because if enough of you come up and just ask, and that's the whole thing too, you have to ask. I think there's about 40 of you back here right now. If half of you came up and just asked the mayor to ask the city attorney to look into how to stop the county from doing what they're doing. There are 9 seconds left. If no one else comes after me, they're going to close comments, and then all of the stuff you guys have been talking about will be blocked for 2 weeks.
Cinziana, followed by Paul.
I'd like to say, Mr. Dorman, I'll be making a statement at the end of public comments.
Good evening again. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I would like to ask some of our city council members to stop treating city budget as an ATM. There's an item proposed to finance a midnight basketball league for at least $25K a year. We have a park and rec programming that offers activities for all age groups. We don't need to waste money on some random program. Sounds like the institution currently managing the Midnight Basketball League was able to do it for at least a year. They can do fundraising and tap into public grants like any other organization out there. Talking about Parks and Rec programming, if you want to take that $25K and make certain programs free for our Brentwood residents, I would totally be on board with that. But giving $25K to a random organization that we cannot track our budget towards, then I strongly oppose that. Also, another piece, stop insulting the residents who worked so hard on the downtown specific plan. There's no need for a tattoo parlor downtown. Before we deal with that, how about we start supporting our veterans? Every single place I traveled around this world treasures their veterans. There's all types of buildings and monuments commemorating their great contribution to their countries. And I would hate for Brentwood to be a place that does not honor their veterans. So please, I understand there's a little complication there. It's county land or whatever the case may be, but you as our representatives have the power to go and lobby with county supervisors and, just get this problem resolved and stop the steal. Because the more I think about it, after speaking with Bill 2 years ago, since then he passed, but we have this strong group here that we need to protect and honor. So let's do it right by them. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, City Council members, my name is Paul Urchel. I'm a director at Somerset One. I may be a little premature here, but I was told that we'd be on the agenda to discuss perimeter walls at Somerset One. So if I'm premature, I can sit back down until discussion is had.
There will be a future agenda item discussion on that in about 17 more items.
Okay, then I'll take a seat and wait until that happens. Thank you.
Can I ask, will the gentleman be able to hang around that long? If not, I think we should allow him the floor to speak now.
That's up to the council.
I think there's a lot of people in the audience that are here for future agenda items, and if we're going to do it for one, are we going to do it for them all? Okay.
They sat through all our interviews, so I feel bad.
If
I
we
was
can approve
just
doing
here
that, then I'm
merely
fine
to
with it.
ask for information on whether it's on the agenda and whether it's up for discussion. So if it's up for discussion, I'll wait till the discussion happens.
It's on the agenda for a future agenda item. You are certainly welcome to make your comment that we've just decided that that's okay for you to do that. The discussion still won't happen until later, though.
Okay, so we at Somerset One are looking for, a position from the city on where you're at in procuring funding to work with us on the perimeter walls at Somerset. So that's our question is where we're at with that function going forward.
Thank you.
The last speaker card I have in person is Melissa.
Thank you. Don't let the big notebook fool you. I just needed to put some things in order. I want to start by pointing out that we are currently residents on Muwekma, Bay Miwok, Yokuts, Miwok, and Confederated Village of Lisjan land. We are all descended from immigrants in this country. 2 weeks ago, I stood up here and I asked what the city would do to protect our campesinos, the people who work hard in our fields every single day for hours on end and supply our food, the people who come here and take domestic jobs cleaning toilets that nobody else cares to take. In the last few weeks, what many of us were afraid of has come to fruition. And the news has been filled with ICE raids. I received an email from my child's school because children are scared that they're going to go to their classroom and come home and their parents will be gone. Or that these cold men, AKA ICE, might be coming for them. And it was a reassurance to everybody that all of the students in the school district are safe and that ICE agents would not be allowed to enter the premises and that we would do everything, or the school district would do everything that they could to protect them. I would like to remind everybody that our Constitution covers everybody who is living in our country, whether they are legal residents or not. Our Fourth Amendment covers us for arbitrary search and seizure. In the last week, a veteran U.S. resident in New Jersey was detained for hours on end. Citizens of Navajo Nation have been detained for hours on end because their paperwork isn't recognized by our government. They are not recognized as citizens of the United States. If that's not the most absurd thing I have ever heard in my life, I don't know what is. The Fifth Amendment protects us from self-incrimination, and it affords due process for everybody. You might not like it, but everybody means the undocumented people who are living here as well. And many of them don't know their rights. They don't know that they don't have to speak to an ICE agent unless they have a signed judicial warrant. The Sixth Amendment, it covers us for a speedy and fair trial, especially when the penalty is potential deportation. I believe it was 80 people who were flown on a private flight to the tune of over $800,000 for taxpayers, and then turned away. They did not get that speedy and fair trial. Last of all, the 14th Amendment states that no state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or prosperity without due process of law, nor deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws. Our rights are being trampled. The people who work hard to keep us fed, to keep us clothed, to keep our houses clean and our children minded, their rights are being trampled. I understand that there is a way for legal immigration, but I also understand that the
Speaker's timer has expired. I have no additional speaker cards.
I'm going to make a brief statement to the veterans under the watchful eye of our city attorney because of the Brown Act. I don't want any one of you thinking that because we're not making public statements or leaning a certain way in showing up and commenting at, in your meetings, that it means that we aren't paying attention and we don't care. What it means is that we are following the Brown Act very carefully, because if we don't, if this item comes to us before us on council in any capacity, if we have previously stated what our opinion is on this item, we would have to potentially recuse ourselves. So please don't take that as disrespect for everything that you have done and all of your sacrifices. Don't take that in either way. None of us here at this point can say a word about any direction we might lean on this particular issue. I can speak for myself in that I know I am following this issue very closely, trying to educate myself, and I believe our fellow council members are as well. I don't want you to think we don't care. I just want you to understand that if we are not careful about being completely unbiased before an item comes before us, we would have to potentially recuse ourselves, and then our vote means nothing at all. So please understand, we appreciate you coming to speak. We appreciate everyone who came to speak tonight and is still going to speak on future agenda items. For us, we do much better work when we have your feedback. And so despite sometimes this being a very challenging thing for us to hear people who are very angry about the system or the process or the policy, we will listen. We will always try to do our best to listen to you. And even if we don't like it, we will still listen to you and we will still learn from you. So thank you.
Madam Mayor, if I can say one quick thing. One, I want to thank the veterans for your service, and I want to ask that if you can stay for the proclamations, especially you, Mr. David. There's something I want to present you on. So if the veterans can just stay here, please.
Thank you. So we are going to close public comments and move into informationals, and we will start with, on my left, Councilmember Orlemans.
I want to thank everybody for being here this evening. For those of you who stood up and did speak, I know it's not a comfortable place to be, so I truly appreciate you stepping up and getting into that uncomfortable spot for a moment to let us know what you're thinking. Since the last council meeting, I have attended the John Marsh Historic Trust Board meeting, the Wine Growers movie viewing, the Mayor and Council Academy up in Sacramento, which was Wednesday through Friday. A lot of really good speakers and very educational for all of the council. We were all up there together, or we were all up there at the same time anyway. The Brentwood Police Department Awards Ceremony, an amazing event. It was the night we got home, and listening to all of the officers that got the awards for the life-saving awards, the meloxicam deployments, and the one Purple Heart that was given out, is truly special for all of us to be able to see the hard work that our police department is doing. I attended the Brentwood Dolphins Swim Club Crab Feed as a fundraiser. I did a gender review. The Sand Creek Road Extension ribbon cutting this morning. It's not officially open yet. Got a couple more days. Got to finish a light or something at the end, but we're getting close, and it looks like early February. And then the Planning Commission interviews that most of you had seen earlier.
Hello, everyone, and thank you all for being here. So my update since our last meeting, Sunday, 1/19, I ended up meeting with a concerned resident regarding AB 413. I also went to the East Contra Costa County NAACP MLK prayer breakfast in Pittsburgh. I also met with concerned advocates regarding the tobacco ordinance on the same day. Tuesday, I attended 121. I attended the Contra Costa Wine Growers Association movie debut at the Delta Theater. It was a great thing to watch of all the things that our agriculture and our Wine Growers Association has accomplished. I also attended the League of All Cities in Sacramento from the 22nd till the 24th. I also attended the same event as the rest of our council for the Brentwood Police Department's Employee Appreciation Dinner. And on the 26th, I attended an open forum at the Brentwood Veterans Hall regarding the fire station. And this morning, I attended the ribbon cutting ceremony for Sand Creek Road. I'm really excited about that road to open. Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Good evening, everyone. Tonight's heavy. All right. I attended the NAACP prayer breakfast at the Martin Luther King Jr. High School, the Grace Arms of Antioch Day of Celebration for MLK Day, school interagency meeting with Councilmember Mendoza, the Police Department Annual Awards Ceremony, was a part of the Zoom meeting for the California Commission on Aging and Disability Issues for 2025. Attended the Mayor and Council Members Academy. Today, attended the ribbon cutting for the Sand Creek Road extension and watched the assembly session. Specifically, the one that stood out to me was Monday's session, where legislation was passed in support of helping decrease the rates of maternal mortality, where one woman dies every 5 days from childbirth in a society where we have modern medicine, and it shouldn't be happening. But a Black woman has a 3 times more chance of dying from from childbirth, and it's due to disparagement of care. It's statistically shown that Black women are not treated the same as white women in medical settings, based primarily and significantly on the color of her skin. So I was happy to see so many people sign on. There was not a single nay in the room at the assembly on Monday.
Thank you. Since the last time I met, I attended the Trilogy Development has a Vets Club, and they give away a lot of money to vet organizations. So attended that event, interagency with our school districts, our police department, also with our vice mayor. Let's see, interagency. I attended on the 19th a session with Ellen McDonald, which is the Contra Costa County Public Defender, to discuss the rights of undocumented people. There is a website, standupcontracosta.org, I believe it is. And we I have talked to our chief, because I know, Melissa, you got up, I did have a conversation with our chief. My understanding is that Brentwood does not assist ICE in anything. If we did, I'd be bringing an agenda item forward that we don't. I think that it's important people realize it's not an exaggeration when Melissa says children at schools are very scared. Our field workers are scared. These are our neighbors, our friends, people we go to church with, people that might be cleaning your yards or cleaning your house. And as a product of undocumented immigrants, it's very hard to see what's going on. Okay, moving on. Attended a League of Cities Latino Caucus board meeting, attended the Martin Luther King Parade in Pittsburgh, which is a fantastic event. Thank you for Pittsburgh and Board of Supervisors, Chanel, for having us. The mayor and I attended that. Attended the same Cal Cities conference, attended the Housing Policy Committee for the League of Cities, attended the Police Department Recognition Night, which was fantastic. Also attended the Brentwood Dolphins Club crab feed. The pasta was amazing. I've never had such great pasta at a crab feed. I attended the California elected meeting on Sunday where we again talk about housing issues. And I did attend, the vets had a open meeting this weekend. So I attended the meeting with them there. And I will say that thank you for having these meetings. The county hasn't reached out. The county fire department hasn't reached out. So I will listen to whoever reaches out and wants me to listen. They must not want me to listen. So thank you. And I call it the hair dorn ribbon cutting because Sand Creek really isn't done until the Antioch side's done. So.
Since we last met, I attended the Trilogy Vets event to award grant funding to nonprofits serving veterans. I had a meeting with County Supervisor Diane Burgess, a meeting with Redbox Solutions founder Shauna Phippen to discuss the potential of tech industry activity in Brentwood. I listened to a presentation of Ella McDonald, Contra Costa County Chief Defender regarding immigrants' rights. Attended the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. annual rally and march in the city of Pittsburgh. The viewing of the Contra Costa Wine Growers short documentary to recognize the recent AVA designation. The Cal City Statewide Mayors and Council Members Conference in Sacramento. The Brentwood Police Department Annual Awards Ceremony. I would agree with Councilmember Orlemans. It was inspiring to see, especially the life-saving officers recognized for that. I was interviewed by a Santa Clara University Management and Entrepreneurship class. There's an adjunct professor in Brentwood who invited me to discuss the intersection of government and business. California Alliance of Local Electeds meeting to discuss local control and the Sand Creek Road ribbon cutting. And Tim, if I could ask you, since this is a big topic lately, just to give a brief overview of what we learned as far as when it could potentially open to the public.
Yes, thank you for the question. So we did have the ribbon cutting today because it was optimal to have all the council members present, and we're not sure exactly when the road will be opened. There was some vandalism at the signal light, and so Caltrans is working with the city of Antioch to get that replaced. We have had extensive conversations just after the ribbon cutting today to see if we can work with the city of Antioch to put stop signs in place until the traffic signal is operational. And so that's currently being assessed. So it's probable we could see it open sooner than the estimated date is second week of February. So we're working very diligently with our neighboring city of Antioch, to see if we can get an interim solution in place until that traffic signal is operational. And then to any questions about it being a single lane, the city took the onus on getting that single lane put in with the development money that we had. The developer, as a part of the Bridal Gate project that's been approved, once that gets started, they're obligated to put the other 2 lanes in. So any concerns about it being a single lane, it will be a double lane at some point.
I missed something. Tomorrow, Barnes & Noble opens at 9:30 for the ribbon cutting. You're all invited
9 a.m.
to.
9 a.m.
Oh, no, isn't it?
It's 9 a.m.
9 a.m., sorry, 9 a.m.
Thank you. Moving into our consent calendar.
I'd like to pull items F1 and F2 to present the proclamation.
Thank you. I believe we need a motion to approve everything but items F1 and F2.
I will make that motion.
I second.
All in favor?
Oh,
Aye.
can we pause real quick?
Item F4 has an updated exhibit. Would the maker of the motion clarify whether your motion was to accept items F3 through F9, including the revised exhibit A for item F4?
Yes.
Yes.
And does the second agree to that?
Yes.
Thank you. Now I'll look for your vote. And I believe we have some ordinance titles to read.
Would you like to read the ordinance titles prior to the vote?
I would love nothing more. Bear with me. Oh no, and it's not letting me open. Please hold. Is the full title in there? Not the full title. It's coming.
I'll give you an assist. So it says F8 is an ordinance amending Title 16 of the Subdivisions and Land Development of the Brentwood Municipal Code consistent with the provisions of state law, Senate Bills 684 and 1123. And F9 is the second reading of an amendment to the Brentwood Municipal Code to update Chapter 5.68 mobile vending and an amendment to Chapter 17.850 temporary use permits.
Thank you. And all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? No. And Vice Mayor?
Hello, everyone, again. Appreciate your patience with us this afternoon. What a hot mic. I don't need it this much. I want to thank you for your patience with the council as we get to this portion of our agenda. To me, this is the portions that mean just as much as all the other things we have to make decisions on. It is with very deep gratitude that I stand before you to provide a proclamation in honor of Black History Month. This moment is not just a symbolic gesture, it is a reaffirmation of our city's commitment to truth, inclusion, and acknowledgement of the profound contributions of African Americans to our shared history, especially at a time in America where Black history is trying to be eradicated. Black history is American history. From the labor, and I'm gonna add tonight the veterans that built this nation to the leadership and shaped its laws, protected this country, the ingenuity that drives its industries and the cultures that enriches it. Its soul. African Americans have played an undeniable role in the progress of our country. Yet for too long, these contributions have gone unrecognized, overlooked, and even erased. That is why proclamations like tonight's matter, especially at a time where our chief leader is trying to erase two major veteran groups from World War II, the Tuskegee Airmen. We won't let it happen on our watch. These proclamations serve as a reminder, and this is deep for me. I went to Tuskegee University. I walked past that plane every single day. I went to an agricultural school, and every day I was reminded, not only by my dad, who's a veteran, and my uncle, who's a veteran, but by the symbolic of the symbolism of the Tuskegee Airmen and what they did for our country every single day. As I went to my dairy classes, my poli-sci classes, which I dropped because I hated politics. Weird, right? But they serve as a reminder that our history, our stories, and our impact are seen and valued and celebrated. Tonight, as we acknowledge this recognition, let us reflect on the resilience of those who came before us the freedom fighters who marched and sacrificed, the inventors, the veterans, the scholars whose brilliance changed the world, the artists and athletes who redefine excellence, and the everyday people, our ancestors, who endured, built, and dreamt of a better future. Their legacy lives in all of us. But honoring Black history is not just about looking back, it's about moving forward. It's about ensuring that those lessons of the past guide us towards a more and just equitable future. It is about making sure our children grow up in a city, this city, Brentwood, that acknowledges the fullness of our history, our American history, our Black history, in a community where every person, regardless of background, has the opportunity to thrive. So on behalf of all those who have come before me and who will come after me, I thank you for this recognition. And I want to ask you, sir, Mr. David, could you come down, please? I don't know this man, but I want to tell you I am deeply touched by you, sir. Mr. David, what is your last name? Mr. Boatwright. Mr. Boatwright, you are an impact to Black history. And I got so touched, and I'm going to get touched and emotional because as you stand here before us today, as you talked about everything that you've gone through, as you talked about someone lifting you up when you were down and you coming up and you talking about slavery, it touched me because I woke up free this morning. You woke up free, but I'm sure our great-grandmothers, our great-grandparents, they didn't wake up free. And so I know from your story, it sounds like you cherish that freedom. And I want to honor you for being a product of Black history, that we stand here today in this city on the roots of our ancestors. So I want to, thank you. I wanted to look you in your eye and say, thank you, sir, for your service. And thank you for making history and thanking the world, making the world a better place for our children. And so I'd like to present you with this proclamation if you would accept it tonight. Thank you. So it says here, thank you for standing for him. Turn around and look at whoever is standing for you, sir. Thank you. Can I hug you? Thank you, sir. The proclamation says, whereas Black History Month is a time to honor the significant contributions and achievements of African Americans through our nation's history, while acknowledging the struggles and sacrifices made in the pursuit of equity, justice, and freedom. And whereas African Americans have enriched our country's culture, shaped our history, and contributed to the advancements in every field, including science, art, education, politics, social justice, and in military. I'm adding that. I don't say it, but I'm putting it in there. And whereas recognizing Black History Month encourages all residents to reflect on the legacy of civil rights pioneers, amplify the voices of those advocating for change today, and reaffirming our commitment to equity and inclusion, and whereas it is essential to educate ourselves and future generations about the history and ongoing contribution of African Americans to foster understanding, unity, and progress in our communities, now therefore be it proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Brentwood does hereby recognize month of February 2025 as Black History Month and encourage all residents to join in celebrating the history, culture, and achievements of African Americans Day, this 28th day of January 2025. Mr. Boatwright, please hang this in your new house. Congratulations. Thank you, sir. Would you like to say something?
I just want to say thank you to the council and for all the other veterans that showed up, you know, because I was invited out and I didn't even know what was going on. But when I found out, you know, it's a passion of mine to fight, to continue to fight for my brothers and sisters that was in the service and are in arms. And we can't be pushed out. And I thank you guys for listening to us and giving us an opportunity because, you know, us veterans, you know, we served our country. Now give us a chance to serve our community. Don't push us out.
Amen. Thank you, sir. We'll take a quick picture with you if that's okay. Can we take a picture with you?
I hear you, but there's a reason for it. No. Tank group in World War II. All colored, I should say, because he was one of them.
I love it. Thank you for that history. I'll find out more. Thank you so much. And thank you for the veterans for sticking around for 1 year on. I appreciate you. Thank you. All right. So we have one other person to come up. If I can have Joanne Clement to come up, please. So every year I do this conference, and it's called the B Conference. And at our conference, the main component is to talk about cancer, and specifically cancer awareness as it affects women. And as a Rotarian, I was in a meeting with Ms. Clement, and she brings up as a cancer survivor, her struggles to encourage people to check. And I thank her for that, because it reminded me to talk to my family members and to continue to do it. This year, found out my aunt has stage 4 metastatic breast cancer. She went in today to check her liver, so thoughts and prayers. And I just thought of when we talked about this, I didn't want it to sit on our agenda without understanding how impactful it is. And I wanted to acknowledge a champion for figuring out what we can do every day to change the world as it pertains to cancer. And so I wanted to honor Joanne for being brave enough to speak about her testimony and her story to hopefully change a person's life. And we had people in Rotary standing up and say, because Joanne spoke up, they went and got tested and they found out they had cancer. And so if you haven't gotten tested, if you're a woman or a man, breast cancer affects men as well. If you haven't been tested, testicular cancer is a big deal. All kind of different versions of cancer. We have a lot more kids with thyroid cancer now coming up. Please go get yourself tested. Don't overlook it. It's a condition that we know that there's ways to save ourselves. So I want to read this to you, ma'am, and I'm going to give you the mic. And I'm a big crybaby, if y'all don't already know. All right.
Me too.
Whereas cancer is one of the leading causes of death worldwide, affecting millions of individuals and their families each year, with nearly 40% of people being diagnosed with cancer at some point in their lives. And whereas the National Cancer Prevention Month serves as a vital opportunity to raise awareness about the importance of preventative measures, early detection, and healthy lifestyle choices to reduce the risk of cancer. And whereas scientific research shows that up to 50% of cancer cases can be prevented through actions such as maintaining a healthy diet, regular exercise, avoiding tobacco and excessive alcohol consumption, protecting your skin from those UV rays, and receiving recommended cancer screenings. And whereas public education and access to resources are critical to empowering individuals to make informed decisions about their health and to promoting equity in cancer prevention and care across all communities. And whereas during National Cancer Prevention Month, we honor the survivors like Joanne. Remember those who have lost, and commend the medical professionals, researchers, and advocates dedicated to the fight against cancer. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Brentwood does hereby recognize this month of February 2025 as National Cancer Prevention Month and encourage all residents to take proactive steps to reduce cancer risk and promote health, dated this 28th day of January and signed by our mayor. I got a little tear on there, a little chocolate tear. But Joanne, thank you for everything you do for our community and for making sure our residents understand they need to eat healthy, be healthy, have healthy lifestyles, but also do the checks to check out and see what's going on. Would you like to address the crowd? Thank you. I'm going to grab a tissue.
Thank you. I'm a 23-year breast cancer survivor. And I am just wanting to thank the city for letting me accept this proclamation, and just encourage everyone to, if something doesn't seem right or you don't feel right, early detection is key to good survival. So thank you.
Thank you, Joanne.
Love you too, babe.
Let's get the formal photo. Anybody got a picture? Oh, Darren got it. Yeah, I do. Thank you. Thanks. Appreciate you. I promise I didn't drop snot. No bodily fluids.
Make promises you can't keep.
Can I get a motion for approval of the final two items on consent?
Motion to approve items F1 and F2.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? No, thank you.
Mayor, can I request something real quick? I think there's a lot of people from.
Actually, I was going to do a little poll to find out who's here for what so that we can move some things around if we need to do that. So can you please raise your hand if you are here for the tattoo parlor? Okay, that tells us something. Are there other items that a group is here in support of or in opposition of, or is it any others that are raising hands for that? Okay, so we are then going to move that item, which is, help me out. A lot of pages here. J7? Okay, so J7, and then also, because there may be some similar comments on this one, J5. We're going to move those to the front of the rest of the agenda. Do you have a preference because of the move? Okay. So because of the move, now we're going to move into J5, which is a future agenda item request from Councilmember Mendoza with a review of the farmers market configuration. And Councilmember, if you could introduce your item.
Yeah, so I've had a lot of conversations with a lot of the businesses over the last 2 weeks. And while there are some businesses that probably do not benefit from the farmers market being in front of them, I think the biggest conversation I got is we just need almost like an expansion. And it's not the same agenda item, but they think there might be opportunity for more space. So where I was thinking maybe down in front of like where Laconda and the Vets Hall is, moving it that way, I actually think we might need to be talking about an expansion, not just a reconfiguration. It sounds like there's a lot of people on the waiting list to be in the farmers market. So I think we just need to have a conversation, bring in the downtown businesses and the Pacific Coast Farmers Market and talk about opportunities. And the reason I say this is because I love the streets of Brentwood, I really do, but I think that there's going to be some challenges in how one works with the other and making sure that we are making sure that the downtown Brentwood follows the general plan, does what it's supposed to do. And I think that by talking about expanding that farmers market as a reconfiguration might be an option for us.
Thank you. Any clarifying questions for staff or for Councilmember Mendoza?
So a reconfiguration of its current location downtown is part of it still, and then maybe an expansion somewhere other than downtown?
Yeah, but I think we're probably going to lean more on expanding would be the reconfiguration, is that it reconfigures to get bigger.
And can I ask for clarification? And are you looking at year-round or when the market is more historically busy?
I would think the spring and summer might be better, but I think at the end of the day, we should listen to the people who have businesses there. Some of them did say that spring and summer would be a good option because it does slow down during the winter. But I think it's just an opportunity to make it more of an area where people, if we have other things available, we even increase it because we know it's popular. We're going to have to compete with the streets. We know they're going to do a great job, just like they do at their other properties. And so we need to bring in people from all over the Bay. And by doing that, I think it might be helpful.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Would you say that the farmers market would stay every weekend? Okay.
Okay.
I have a question. Is it, and is it a possibility, instead of it going that way, for it to come further down to this end, in front of like past the library?
I think we could talk, yeah, I think all of it's
Other
a
kind of-
possibility, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we will open up the public comment speaker or period. And keep in mind, please, that if you wanted to comment on this one and the next item, you're certainly welcome to do so.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the city council on this item. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand to speak under public comments. If you're in person, please file a speaker card with the city clerk. We'll take public comments from those participating in the council chamber first, then those participating via Zoom. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item. Thank you, Tom. Go ahead.
Evening, everyone. So I actually came up to talk about the tattoo parlor, but with Ms. Mendoza's comment about the farmer's market, I wanted to bring up also, and I hate public speaking, we'll get that out of the way. It's my least favorite thing. The farmer's market. So several months ago, I submitted the plan to the city to do a Thursday night farmer's market and boutique in the parking lot across the street. City staff has that, and they've been doing what they can to look into it, but it's a TUP, and a temporary use permit doesn't allow a repetitive weekly event. We've got space there for over 50 booths. The reason I looked into it is a lot of locals can't get into the farmer's market because I think they only allow one or possibly two of each type use or booth. And some of the out-of-town booths stop those locals from putting their booth in that event. So again, we've submitted to city staff. The issue is TUP won't allow a weekly repetitive TUP. And it's not technically a business if it's just every Thursday night. So the question to staff here will be, should I be looking at just getting a normal business license to have that Thursday night event? Exact same event. We've actually talked to a lot of the vendors, actually all the vendors at the farmer's market to see if most of them would like to come back. But we want to give opportunity, of course, to our local residents first. When the city changed the laws on downtown street vending, a lot of those locals shut down. There are vendors that still open up on corners that aren't legal, but a lot of those entities did close so that they were obeying the law and now don't have an outlet to display their goods. Now, should I go into the other one?
That'll be on a separate public item.
Okay, thank you.
I have no additional speaker cards in person, but I do have one hand raised in Zoom. Lynn, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Hi, good evening. This is Lynn Tay. I am the current president of the Downtown Brentwood Coalition. I did submit a letter earlier today. It was my understanding that the farmers market configuration was due to some businesses being upset that they were not having they were losing business because of the farmers market. And I was going to comment that the majority of the Downtown Brentwood Coalition businesses support the farmers market. However, given this new information, I would just like to say that we wholeheartedly endorse the fact that I'm sorry, I'm not the best public speaker. I apologize. But we wholeheartedly agree with expanding the farmers market to include more streets. And we think that would be a great benefit to the surrounding businesses. So thank you very much for your time.
Greg, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Great. Hello, everybody. Greg Robinson, 30-year resident on the corner of Oak and First. And love the idea of the farmers market. I wanted to just give everybody just a tad bit of history. When we first started the farmers market, it was only on 2nd Street alongside of the City Hall. Many of the businesses downtown felt that it would be better to be on First Street because there were more businesses there. So it got moved to First Street. And then actually I was on the committee to say, hey, about expanding it onto Oak, and came up with the idea to do the diagonal street closing that is currently still used today. And the issue is that there was the issue with closing off part of First Street just past Oak next to Laconda and to the Bank of America, because the bank was opened on Saturday and they didn't want their parking lot closed. So that was why we weren't able to go straight up Oak Street or up First Street towards the fire station or the Vets Hall. Then, so I love the idea of expanding it, and it's like a Z configuration. You could take it step at a time, but one step would be to look at expanding it onto Chestnut over where the Emporium in, and you have 2 or 3 little shops over there that sometimes feel left out. And then at the same time, do your Z the other way and take it up to 2nd Street. That street is pretty much closed anyway during the week that we do the Maker's Mark. So if you were just to have that and you took that up on the 2nd Street, because that's kind of a dead end, and then like Tom was saying, you'd have his lot and those other businesses on 2nd Street across from City Park would all be within that farmer's market, as well as your park would be in your farmer's market. So that's just some history, and I look forward to doing whatever we can do to help make downtown a better place. Thank you.
Danny? Go ahead.
Great, thank you. Well, first, let me apologize for my earlier comments. If the impression was I didn't think this city council believed in our troops, that wasn't my point. My point is simply, and I'm reiterating it again because it will tie into the fire department. Or the
Through the mayor.
I was just going to say, if this, Mr. Dorman was, I think, about to say that this is going to tie into the farmer's market comment, so we need to make sure we stay on topic. Thank you, Mr. Dorman.
You may continue if you have comments on this item. The next speaker is Amy.
Hi, I'm Amy Nowak. I'm half of the owner of Boondoggies, and I love the idea of the farmers market getting extended. My only question would be, there was a previous time, I think it was the day of Oktoberfest, that farmers market went down First Street and our parking lot was blocked by booths. And I was just wondering if the new configuration would block that parking lot, because we would love to either put a booth out for farmers market and be incorporated in that, or, I guess just not be blocked off from the traffic of the farmers market.
The next speaker is Vicky. Vicky, go ahead.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, amazing. Thank you. I also, I'm Vicky Little with Sip and Scoop, and we have a store right on Oak Street. I also submitted a letter with a lot more details. I just wanted to add to my letter that you guys will read later, that we also benefit from having a storefront there right on the route of the farmers market. And there's a couple of times a year when the market is reconfigured to in front of Laconda and in front of the Veterans Building to accommodate for street closures for like Oktoberfest and things like that. And we've severely had a drop in sales because of the market being reconfigured that way. I also wanted to mention that something that has been discussed in the past in regards to any street closures and markets that happen on our street, that may be a really good opportunity for our businesses downtown to be allowed the benefit of having a booth, whether they're selling goods or even just displaying business cards, flyers, maybe giving out samples. I think that would be a really great way for our downtown businesses to be able to market what they offer and maybe open up the opportunity for the vendors, the customers that are walking down the market to actually expand and go into the stores that are located downtown. And I appreciate you guys looking into this. I think that, as Lynn said earlier, a majority of our businesses do severely, we benefit from the farmers market immensely. Like most of our sales come from our Saturday sales. So any type of change would be detrimental, and expansion is definitely something that I think everybody would appreciate. Thank you.
I have no additional speaker cards, but I did want to share on the screen that we did receive 4 written comments in advance of this item.
I want to talk for discussion. A second.
If you'd like, I can see if Mr. Dorman is available to continue his comment. I did try to unmute him, but we can give him another opportunity if you'd like.
I think that would be appropriate. Thank you.
Danny, if you would still like to continue your public comment, if you'd like to raise your hand, we'll unmute you.
Yeah.
There's no hand raised in Zoom.
Okay, so we will close public comment and move into council discussion.
So one idea that I would like to spend staff time and attention to see how we can expand the farmer market. But I saw in another city where they put, because one of the things that is a little bothersome for the businesses is that the tents are usually against the sidewalk, blocking the business. In some cities, they put them in the middle of the street. So you have to walk along the businesses to have access, so they're incorporated in it. So I'd like to figure out if that's something we can do, is to put the tents in the middle of the street where residents are not walking through the middle of the street, but along the sides of the businesses, so they're interactive with the business. Businesses can come out, pull out things in on the sidewalk, or do what they need to do. But I would like to see us move to expansion. I think it's a big deal. People come to Brentwood for our farmers market. It's a really good one, and I'd like to see us do more of that. And I'm not opposed to, because I know Concord and Total Santos, they do their farmers market during the week. It's not as participated with as ours is on the weekend, but it's an option.
Tim, did you have a comment?
If I'm not mistaken, I believe that's a fire district requirement, so you can get a fire apparatus down the middle of the street to attend to an emergency, but we'll definitely double check on that to see if that's an option.
Thank you.
That was going to be my comment, that I thought it was a public safety issue for the tents to be in the middle of the road. We'd have to probably find out.
I'd like to say too, we, a couple of years ago, voted to extend the farmers market year round, because at one point it was just focused on the warm months. And I think that in itself was a really good move, and clearly the people respond to it. We get people coming from all over the place. So I definitely would support the idea of the expansion. I think if there's a way to incorporate locals into this more, I think that would be phenomenal, because we do have people that aren't getting the benefit that some of our businesses do. Regarding any other nights or anything, I wouldn't want to replace the regular farmers market with Thursday evening, but if staff is already working with Mr. Gregory on that, different item entirely, so I'm not going to comment any more than that, but I would support moving this item forward. And with that, do we have a motion?
Well, I think I do want to, so as I'm sitting here listening to people's comments, because things change as we're sitting here, can we explore the expansion of being booth locations for existing businesses? So so you think it's hurting your business because, people aren't getting into your store. Like I know, and this is not one of the businesses that spoke to me, she's actually against the reconfiguration, but like All Love, like I know they participate in the makers market, which is great. But if every Saturday she had an opportunity to just set up over at another spot, that might be helpful to her. I don't know. Just a thought of like when this moves forward, let's talk about, I know there's Pacific Coast, or I think that's their name, market, but can the city manage just a portion of it to help that expansion? I don't know what that would look like. Because they're not going to want to do it, right? Pacific Coast isn't going to want to manage something that they're not getting paid for, and they get paid for by all the spots. So how do we work around that?
That was going to be one of my clarifying questions. Is this a request coming from the farmers market to expand? Do we know if they want to expand or where they want to expand?
I don't know anything about the farmers market.
So we can certainly start with that if the council directs it to see if they, we can certainly start with that to see if they want to expand or can expand, and then where that would best be so we know what to come back with.
Okay, so in the motion, can we say, well, for our first point of contact is the farmers market managers now, see if they want to expand, but in that expansion, we should poll our businesses downtown to see who would want a spot. Like, you know, Boondoggie said they would want a spot if we expanded that way, but if we don't expand that way and we expand somewhere else, we know that we move traffic away from them, we move traffic away from Gleaming if it's not going down that way, and Vibe and stuff. So if we expand these other shops that don't get the foot traffic, is there any way we can help them first before Pacific Coast brings in someone else? And then how do we talk about the charge of that spot? Like, I don't know, do they, I don't know. We need to just talk about that because it is one of the most expensive farmers markets in the area. Because I know a lot of the farmers, but so if we could, that would be my motion, is that yes, we do talk about expansion. Yes, we do talk to Pacific Coast first. We figured out if businesses downtown are interested in spots, we go to them first. And then what does that look like on the management side of it?
Councilmember Mendoza, I have a question.
Yeah.
Would we be able to collaborate with the Downtown Brentwood Coalition on them engaging with the businesses to give us a report of who's affected and who's not affected, so that way maybe they can be collaborators in this process?
Yeah, I think that'd be great.
Okay.
So that's my motion.
I'll second it. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposition? Okay. So we're going to move into J7. And Councilmember Mendoza, if you could introduce your item. Vice Mayor Pearson and Councilmember Orleman, sorry about that.
Okay. Well, as some of our other speakers have said, public speaking is not my favorite, but we'll give it my best shot. I was approached by a business owner here in town, CalPunk, which calculated puncture, over on Brentwood Boulevard almost 2 years ago, right after I got onto council, expressing an interest in moving into the downtown. I looked up the downtown specific plan, and it was tattoo parlors, which is one part of that business, was not allowed within the downtown specific plan. We discussed that back and forth. I made some inquiries with staff and to see what it would take to change that and why it was originally put in place. The why never got answered, why the restriction of tattoo parlors in the downtown specific plan. But if I were making the assumption, it's the old reputation of the World War II, the Vietnam era, coming home, drinking, going to get a tattoo with mom on your shoulder before you leave. One of those things, which is nothing like the experience at CalPunk. The owners, Estrella and Chris Suarez, I asked them a lot of questions about their desire to move downtown, and we're talking about a quarter of a mile, maybe a half a mile of a move from where they've existed since 2010. And it just happens to be within a different district is the only reason they can't move. They haven't had any problems where they currently are, and they're very happy there. However, they want to work with the adjoining businesses. And the comment that kept coming up from them was, with the like Downtown Brentwood Coalition, supporting other businesses within the downtown. And after hearing the information and now possibly a business or a location opening up for them, I am requesting that we have a text amendment to the downtown specific plan allowing tattoo parlors in the downtown.
Thank you so much. So just to make it clear, Councilmember Orlemans and I have not talked about this. I do not even know who he's talking about as far as the owners of the tattoo parlor or tattoo shop in Brentwood. But this came to my attention when I was getting a tattoo in Brentwood. Not at that location, but another one. And it was by a gentleman who grew up in Brentwood, went to Liberty High School, went to our school, elementary schools. And he said, why was it good enough for me to do artwork on the side of the buildings in Brentwood that everybody walks by and says the artwork is beautiful, and to do artwork on our electrical boxes, but it's not enough for me to be able to do artwork on human beings down in downtown Brentwood. And when he said that, I was like, what are you talking about? And then there was the notion of the downtown Brentwood specific plan that I looked into. I looked at it, and to me, the plan is, while it's great and protects our downtown, it has some counter language that it doesn't make sense. One of them is saying no tattoo parlors, but then in portion 1.4 development strategy, 1.4.1 is anchor the downtown to catalyze new development in the downtown core and increase its viability as an economic engine by enabling the development of large-scale retail and entertainment. And it says an anchor there, and then it says the purpose of the anchor is to grow the retail core by attracting smaller businesses. Parlors are smaller businesses, but what's even bigger to me as a lover of law, as a legal beagle, a nerd, is that we have a lot of people who sit in here to talk about, we don't want anybody to infringe our First Amendment rights, our freedom of speech, but our current law, to me, infringes upon the First Amendment right. Anderson versus the City of Hermosa Beach found that a ban on tattoo parlors was unconstitutional as it infringed on the right of freedom of expression, which is protected speech. So I would look at this to say, are we infringing on constitutional rights afforded to these business owners as entrepreneurs and as people who want to go get tattoos in the city of Brentwood? Second, I think that I don't know who were the drafters at the time that said tattoo parlors, but we're looking at stereotypes, which, as we know right now in our country, stereotypes are, and the opposition to tattoo parlors often stem from outdated stereotypes of historical narrative that Councilmember Orlemans spoke of. And then we talk about our art and our artistic expression. Well, by not allowing tattoo parlors, I think we are infringing on artistic and cultural enrichment. But in addition to artistic and cultural enrichment, we're not looking at the economic benefits. The economic benefits to a person like me who had to sit in a tattoo parlor to cover up something she did when she was 18 as a dummy, that now in her late 40s, she wanted to cover up. I had to have my husband bring me food. He had to drive it over to me. Sit there for hours. I would go get ice cream from Vicki Little, as she spoke tonight on another topic, because I would want to take my mind off the intense pain that I'm receiving while I'm sitting in said tattoo chair. And then I might hop over to Crown and Crow to have a drink afterwards, but I won't drink it while I'm in the tattoo party. Don't worry, I'm not getting drunk while I'm in there. That being said, I think there is an economic benefit to allowing this artistic expression in the city of Brentwood. And so it was on that reason that I stood up to speak, and also about the importance of inclusivity, that this provides an environment of inclusivity and community enrichment. So that's why I signed on when Councilmember Orlemans thought of this wonderful idea. Thank you.
Tell us how you really feel. Okay, so any questions before we move into public comment? From staff or from fellow council members? Okay, so let's open up public comments.
If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're in person, please file a speaker card with the city clerk. We'll take public comments from those participating in the council chambers first, followed by those participating via Zoom. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after the timer has expired. We did receive 43 written public comments in advance of this item. And the names of those comments are displayed on the screen, and the public comments are available on the city's website. The first card I have in person is Ryan.
Hello. Good evening, and thank you for your time tonight. I appreciate it very much. My name is Ryan Gillis. I'm here with my spouse to advocate for Christopher and Estrella Juarez's shop to be moved downtown. This is a family-owned business. It feels exactly like that when you walk in. Estrella is always so warm and welcoming, and Juarez has always got that friendly, be my friend face. I have been to many different tattoo shops in my years, and although tattoo shops have a stigma attached to them, it is, in my opinion, fictitious and stereotyped. This particular shop has a completely different vibe than any other one I've ever been in. My personal story for this particular shop is Cowpunk is who we're talking about. It starts when I walked in there just for an inquiry like 2 years ago. You know, just for a tattoo idea I wanted to get quoted for. Juarez was sitting down there, you know, inking somebody up real quick, but he still took time out to answer my questions. And what he did was he passed me off to another tattoo artist who was already there. He was booked up for like the last month, and I was itching for a tattoo right now. And so that was very, very appreciative. Basically, it was pretty gracious for him just to pass me off like that, but with respect and the family vibe that he gives me. Needless to say, I became a client there. And when that tattoo artist moved on to pursue other work elsewhere, I immediately jumped on the Juarez train. All right. He took over some projects I wanted done. Never have I ever had customer service in a tattoo parlor as I have at that particular establishment. We would just sit down there, talk about life, kids, family, life in general, nostalgia. It's always a fun thing to talk about. I even got my spouse to get on board to do several tattoo projects. I enjoyed my time there so much, and I felt at home there that when my eldest son wanted his ears pierced, I took him there to get his ears pierced instead of taking him to the mall. When my eldest son finally wanted a tattoo, I took him there, and Juarez was jumping up and down with joy to do a father-son tattoo. And it was amazing. I think he was more excited than I was. And the funny thing is, Juarez does that with every client. I've gone in there and just hung out with some other people, and I hear him talking to his other clients. It's the same family-friendly type of environment. It's very, very genuine. Now let's talk about the amazing Estrella. When myself or anyone walks in that shop, she lights up like whoever it is has been her friend forever. All right, always with a positive attitude, joking sense of humor. Her kids are her life, and she will talk to you about them all day long. I've had the pleasure of meeting Estrella's and Juarez's children on several occasions, and they are extremely wonderful. Estrella adds an extra flair to the store that really sets the happy, small family, small business-owned type of feel. This family duo are a model citizen in my view, and would bring this energy and positivity to Brentwood, should they be allowed to do so. In conclusion, to allow Juarez and Estrella to bring that family-oriented and positive energy to downtown area would be a benefit and a credit to Brentwood. They would bring that sense of community to the area. I guarantee anybody pulls 10 random contacts off their phone, at least 5 of them all have tattoos or piercings, okay? I doubt any one of us in this room can randomly, oh, I just said that. Let's move on. Not only would they bring revenue to Brentwood as far as their business is concerned, the surrounding businesses would also benefit. When I make appointments for tattoos afterwards, I always hit up a local business for some food and drink afterwards, as the Vice Mayor has already mentioned earlier today. So allowing California Puncture to relocate to downtown Brentwood, to me, is a no-brainer. And as far as community and economy is concerned, to not consider this proposal, I think would be a mistake. Thank you for listening.
Christopher?
Okay. Good evening, members of the City Council. My name is Christopher Juarez. Myself, along with my wife, Estrella Juarez, own and operate Calculated Puncture Tattoo Studio. a local family-owned business offering tattoos, piercings, and cosmetic tattoos. Calculated Puncture is Brentwood's longest-running tattoo studio that originally opened its doors 15 years ago, and we've proudly been the owners for the past 6 years. We are interested in relocating our small business to downtown Brentwood, which led us here. We're here to express our support of amending the current outdated policy that prohibits tattoo establishments from operating in the downtown area. We recognize that tattoo and piercing studios used to carry a negative stigma and had typically faced negative stereotypes in the past, but that outlook is extremely outdated as tattoos now are widely accepted in today's society and become one of the top forms of self-expression for people from all walks of life. We believe that Calculated Puncture models the positive ways tattoos and the perception of tattoos have evolved over the years. We are committed to professionalism, cleanliness, and maintaining the highest standards of safety. We prioritize making our studio a place where everyone feels welcome, safe, and inclusive space for all. From families with children to seasoned art enthusiasts, our reputation speaks for itself. Many of our clients have been with us for years, and they trust us not only with their own tattoos and piercings, but also with the services for their families. While our business is a tattoo studio, we are so much more than that. We're raising 2 young children here in Brentwood, and it's important to us to contribute to the growth and vibrancy of our city. Beyond the services we offer at our studio, we are passionate about inspiring the next generation of artists and creators. Over the years, we've been involved with numerous teachers at schools in Brentwood, Oakley, and Antioch to speak with students about art, creativity, and how to turn artistic skill into a viable career path. These opportunities have been some of the most meaningful experiences we've had as business owners. It's incredibly rewarding to give back to the community by showing young people how art can positively impact their futures. We are confident that by voting to change this outdated policy, it would have a positive impact to downtown Brentwood and would be a welcomed addition. By relocating, we hope to bring diversity to the types of businesses available in the area, attract visitors who value art and creativity. We are committed to maintaining the family-friendly atmosphere that makes Brentwood what it is. We see this move as an opportunity not only to grow our business, but also to strengthen our ties to the community we love and call home. Thanks for your consideration for the request to amend the downtown specific plan to allow tattoo shops and for taking the time to hear our vision for Calculated Puncture in downtown Brentwood. We're excited about the possibility of bringing a creative and welcoming space to the heart of our city and to continue contributing to its growth. We welcome any questions or concerns you may have and are happy to share more about who we are and what we stand for. Thank you.
Jana? Is Jana still here?
Jeez. Good evening, everyone. I'm Jana Aubert. I've been a Brentwood resident for about 22 years. I'm here today to talk about my personal knowledge of the quality of character of the owners of Calpunk. I've known them both for about over 6 years, and their quality of character is exceptional. Many years ago, the previous owners of Calpunk, while they garnered amazing attention by bringing amazing attention by being selected to participate in a reality TV show regarding tattoos, they did not have the dedication to the hometown that exemplified by Juarez and Estrella. These people are homegrown East County folks. They seek to improve their community and give back to the best of their ability. I'm not sure if any of you have body art, but it's really about the relationship that you develop with your artist. They've taken their current shop and its location as an amazing artist refuge, one that the downtown Brentwood would completely benefit from. Let me give you an example of how the residents of Brentwood could benefit from this. My art appointments usually last from about 2 to 6 hours. During that time, while Juarez is taking my ideas and putting them to art, I can shop at any of the amazing downtown Brentwood locations. From Socialite to Drench to Louvre, my shopping needs are all satisfied. When my husband is waiting for me, which he usually always is, he can wait at La Conda, Yard, or any of the amazing downtown Brentwood locations. This isn't the old version of an MC tattoo shop, and there's no offense to the Sacred Sons if they're listening. but this is really one that's clean, family-friendly, and dedicated to art. So I truly implore all of you to give them a chance and not to bring the antiquated ideals of what tattoo shops are and to come into the 21st century and bring to downtown an artist shops that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Tom.
So originally, I wasn't going to say anything until that one gal mentioned a dig about maybe it wasn't important to discuss a tattoo parlor, right? So we don't want to damper their dreams and their hope for a successful business that feeds their family. You know, discussing this project with them, they personally are offended by anyone that implies a tattoo parlor is anything less or you know, at least equal to a art shop or a jewelry store. It's the same thing. There's not a biker club that uses their store for a biker club, right? I mean, that's this old and antiquated thought. I've been in their tattoo parlor one time, about a week ago. I've known them for a long time. Quality families, quality business, quality concept of business, quality product. I've talked to a lot of people. I think that they'd be an asset to downtown. Now, to be open and clear, my wife and I were fortunate enough to acquire the real estate that they want to occupy. Don't misunderstand. I'm not here because I need to find a tenant. I'm here because I think that they're the right tenant for downtown.
Chris.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, Vice Mayor, Mayor, Council. I'll try to keep this short and sweet, but I'll try to drive it home best I can. My name's Chris Johnson. I'm a local resident. I grew up in Antioch and Brentwood, moved out here from Danville back in about 1991. So I'm very familiar with the entire area and all the businesses that surround. I'm also an Air Force veteran and currently work for Stanford Healthcare. Coming from a military background, tattoos are a significant part of the culture and community and have become a way for us to express ourselves freely. This is also becoming more and more a part of our community today, and very much the case for everyone who serves important roles within our community, such as doctors, nurses, firefighters, law enforcement, and first responders, and everything in between. I'm in full support of amending the current zoning policy to allow Calculated Puncher Tattoo Shop to operate in downtown Brentwood. My family and I have been going to Calculated Puncher for their services for the past several years. It's a safe, clean, and extremely family-friendly environment, and I believe that its relocation to the downtown Brentwood area will only benefit surrounding businesses, as well as increase the overall look, value, and the ever-increasing evolving equity, diversity, and inclusion within the community. Thank you.
Alexandra.
Okay. Hi. Hello, honorable city council members. My name is Alexandra Vasquez. I have lived in Brentwood all my life, closing in on 29 years. I am a teacher at Liberty High School, and I want to come up here and talk about how, yes, they are a business, but they're also a community resource. I have students in my class excited about getting a tattoo, and some of them may be looking at ways to get tattoos that they shouldn't, God forbid, like stick and pokes. And talking to Ms. Juarez, I have talked with her about coming to my school and educating my students so that they make correct choices, waiting. and talking to them about safety, talking to them about careers in tattooing, becoming apprentices, if that's something that they want. So yes, they are a great business. My sister wants to use their services for piercings for my niece, but they are also an amazing community resource for education as well. Thank you.
I have no additional speaker cards in person. I do have one hand raised. Then Ziana, go ahead.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this item. I heard really good things about this particular business. My neighbors use it. A lot of people I've talked to around the city, and they only had extremely good things to say about it. However, that's all I heard in tonight's discussion, and I didn't hear the main reason why they want to be downtown. They are just half a mile or just down the street, and they were able to build a very successful business there. On top of that, the downtown specific plan, I was part of the discussions and the residents committee that revised this with a city contractor consultant, and nobody, not even the consultant, mentioned the need of having that kind of use for downtown area. On top of that, what I would like you to consider and research, if you want this item to move forward, it's why the cities that we like to compare ourselves with, like Livermore, Pleasanton, Lafayette, even Walnut Creek, do not have tattoo parlors on the main shopping areas. They do have it on like the 2nd Street or Broadway in Walnut Creek, and also in adjacent streets, but not on the main area where it's meant to be for a community gathering area, as well as, you know, just a vibrant, active area where they have restaurants, and you know, like all these examples are places we aspire our downtown to be. So I would like you to consider and ask staff to consider researching why all the cities do not have tattoo parlors in the main shopping area or restaurant area of their downtowns, and you know, just make sure we're not allowing a use that later will be deemed to not be what it's intended for our downtown. Thank you so much.
I have no additional hands raised.
Thank you. Moving into discussion.
I'll start off with, again, well, some of those cities that were just mentioned by the last caller actually have cosmetic spas that have services like microblading, which is tattooing, and other services, which is tattooing, that we don't exploit right here in our city. And I'm not going to talk about them. There are businesses right in our downtown that do these type of services. It's tattooing, and they do tiny tats. And they're so cute and cosmetic, but they do them right there in the heart of the city. There's what I didn't hear anybody say, even the last caller, is why not? What is the stereotype or the stigma for why we wouldn't have it? I haven't seen or heard any expressions of why we do it, but we sit in here in the dais and we congratulate our students for PATA. Oh my God, you built this thing. We're so proud. It brings me, I'm so emotional. This is my favorite night. But then we tell them when they get older, they can't open a business where they can do that same art on someone's body. So it'd be nice for someone to tell why not, because until I hear that, it just feels discriminatory. And I'm going to keep saying it. It feels like discrimination. And I don't understand on what basis, besides we have some old Popeye archaic thought in our head that tattoos equal drunken belligerence in a parlor. And I haven't seen that. I have at least 7 tattoos on me, and I have not had that experience in any tattoo parlor that I've gone to yet.
I think what the caller said, and I'll say, we have approved tattoo shops in town. I think the last one we approved was the one on Fairview and Balfour. And I mean, they're doing great. I mean, no, I don't think anyone here has a problem with tattoo shops at all. I think my concern is that when we develop a Brentwood specific, the downtown Brentwood specific plan, that was done with a large group of residents and consultants. And what we say to them is, what is the best use for our economic development of downtown? What do the people want downtown? And what came out of that is they want an entertainment zone. So I think, do we still allow any new real estate agencies to open downtown? Or once it closes, I think it's done, right? I think there's a transition in downtown to be an entertainment hub. And I think that's the reason tattoo shops were not allowed downtown. So I think if we're going to look at changing the municipal code, I think it's a bigger conversation that has to be done during the downtown Brentwood specific plan that we could bring during strategic item, like, okay, then it's gonna become a strategic item. We gotta allocate money and we gotta bring in all of the residents because we're changing the plan that they all participated, not all, but a lot of them participated in. I think if you do that, it's better than us just arbitrarily changing it, because that's what we get all the time. You guys do what you want to do after we've all participated. Why did you want to hear my voice, right? So I think that we also need to be, when we bring it, if we're going to do the downtown Brentwood specific plan, which it came to us 2 years ago, less than 2 years ago, and we all said no. No one on here said we wanted to change any of the uses in the downtown Brentwood specific plan, because that would have been when we could have brought it up. But if that's something we want to do, then let's put that back on the table. And then let's talk about the downtown Brentwood specific plan and what is the goal for downtown? Is it entertainment, or is it what we're doing kind of with like real estate agency shops? Like once they close, it's for entertainment. We're not going to issue a new one, because I don't like changing the zoning. I mean, you're all very nice, but like when I do it for one person, it looks like I'm being special interest. And that is not what we are. Let's bring in the consultant. Let's figure out what the best use is for everything. Let's figure out how we're going to keep our downtown alive. Because let's not forget, our downtown alive when I moved here was dead. There was nothing there, and they've worked really hard over the last 4 years to change it. And that's why real estate is in demand. But then let's bring in a consultant and let's talk about how do we do this, right? Like, okay, do we allow them? Do we not? What do the residents say? Okay, we're going to allow them. Then how many do we allow? Do we allow 1, 2, 3, 4? Like, what is the point? What's the maximum point that we would want tattoo shops? But I don't think that this is bigger than just a municipal code change. So I just think that I would be welcome to, during the strategic plan, talking about let's bring dollars in, let's bring the consultants back in, let's review the downtown Brentwood specific plan with the businesses from downtown and the residents of the city. That I would be fine with. And then we can decide, yeah, they want them. And the consultant says, the point of that we should have no more than 3 or no more than 2, whatever it is that it is. And then let's define what we want our downtown to be that will be viable against the competition they're going to have of the streets. Because we don't need to go back to what it was, 6, 7 years ago, where it was a lot slower and people worked really hard to build it up. But I think it's fine, but I'm not fine to amend the code. But I think it's fine to look at it, just like we gave the other, I think it's 11, their CUP to do it. But it was a little different because that one didn't have a specific plan. So.
I think we heard from our citizens today what they want. I've got, I don't know how many speakers sitting in the audience, 5 that came up. We've got everybody else that's sitting in the audience. We've got 43 comments that were written in, and 42 of them were positive in support of this. And I think our citizens are telling us what they want. I think it's time that we just listen to them and move it forward.
Yeah, but I also think you need to look at the tax impact and what you want your downtown to be. Because when you're making a municipal code, when you're making a zoning change, you're saying you're making a zoning change.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I
understand what a zoning change is, and that's why I brought it forward this way, and I don't have a problem with that. But everybody in the city of Brentwood had the opportunity to come in here and tell me why they didn't want a tattoo parlor in the downtown, and I heard from one. Everybody in the city of Brentwood, all 65,000, had the opportunity to come in here or write in and tell me why they wanted, and I heard from 45. Well, 45 is way more than one, so I tend to lean towards that as opposed to let's get a consultant to tell me what I want my downtown to look like.
It's called planning. That's what they're the experts in. We're not the experts. I mean, we try to learn, but we're not the experts in planning.
But I think part of planning is historically, when we don't change zoning, we don't bring in inclusivity. So keeping things the same old way hasn't served people when we want to be more inclusive. So I'm open to what I would suggest, and I'll wait for more discussion, but I'm looking to how do we change the municipal code to give staff time and attention to talk more about that so that we don't have a whole bunch of residents who've shown up on paper and in person waiting until we do a downtown Brentwood specific change for one topic that we can talk about in here and hear from staff. I don't know that we need to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on a consultant to tell us we can sit here as a council and say, we don't want more than two. We don't want more than one because we want diversity. But we also talk about entertainment. I don't know how these static stores that sell clothing is entertainment. I mean, I'm entertained because I look cute when I walk out and I'm happy about it, but I don't know how that's direct entertainment. So I mean, if we're gonna really look at it, we would need to look at it all over about the fact that it's not even serving its purpose. It's just on paper saying it. And if it's not doing that, then in the interim, why not present opportunities where we can get more tax dollars? Because right now, the space they want to occupy, we're not making a decision just for this business. I know it'll benefit this business, but we're talking about in perpetuities about tattoo parlors. So we do need a deeper conversation, right? About how many, where. But the space, it has nobody there. It's sitting there. We could make tax revenue, none. So, yeah.
So I'd like to jump in. I definitely personally have nothing against tattoo parlors. I've only got two, a little behind. I need to catch up. But I love self-expression. I love body art. I think it's all wonderful to be able to do that and to be that creative in your own expression. My only question would be, if this is, we've heard in the past that there was a wait list to get downtown. And I guess my question would be more around, are we taking away from some other business that might be more entertainment or might be retail or might be the restaurants that people keep asking us for? Or indeed, is there no other applicant interested in this particular spot that we know of? Because I thought, frankly, I thought we'd be hearing more from members of the Downtown Business Coalition. I thought we'd be hearing from them tonight to let us know what they think. And to be fair, I had a very crazy day at work today, and so I did not read the 40 whatever emails that came in. So thank you for the summary, by the way. But I'm more interested in understanding what the implication is from approving this and what we could potentially be taking away. And if we do have a wait list, what else, like who else is waiting to get into downtown? Nothing against tattoo parlors. This discussion does not appear to be discriminatory to me. I think everyone here is saying that we know that tattoo parlors are, especially this one, it sounds like very clean, family-friendly, artistic expression, really good things. I may be calling you for my third. Nothing against tattoo parlors. Again, as I'm saying, I don't think there's any kind of a negative implication from having a tattoo parlor anywhere. I just want to know the economic development impacts.
And from my end, I completely support tattoo shops. I think I want to know how the DBC feels about it, what the community feels about it, but I do appreciate all of you coming and voicing your opinions. I do believe that you bring value to what we have to hear. And I do agree that there is a certain view from the past on tattoos, but tattoos have completely changed. I mean, even in my job now in law enforcement, I'm allowed to show my tattoos. So there is obviously a change in that. So I guess I'm open to seeing what the community would have to say about it if we move it forward.
So could we have meetings with the DBC and see what they think? And also with our economic development, like because there's always an opportunity cost, right? We're told that all the time. I was told that with the yard, right? There's an opportunity cost because we could have something better. But I think that we probably should give our economic development a chance at seeing if there's anything else with a better opportunity cost that fits the current plan right now. And if not, then we can talk about it. But I would like to explore other things as well.
But that's not our land. Like, we keep talking
No.
about like it's city land.
It's not our land, but there's an ask for a change in
development,
zoning, right?
Yeah, there is. But when we keep taking opportunity loss, I mean, I hear what everybody's saying, but we got person who specific, and I know when we're talking about a zoning change, we're talking about all of downtown Brentwood, but like a business being left out in this specific situation it kind of seems a little bit like we're talking about some city-owned land that we can make available, and we're talking about private land in mostly all of downtown Brentwood.
But we do it all the time, right? We did it with the Popeyes. We said no to Popeyes.
Yeah.
I mean, we do it all, and it sucks to be the person who has to pick. It really does. But I just think we should talk about it. I think we should do it.
So I think that's the ask, right?
But I think we should do it. If we're going to do one tattoo shop, I need to understand the domino effect. I would like a consultant to come in. Let's look at the core downtown. And I don't know if staff wants to have an opinion. That's up to you guys. If you
Well,
want to
and
have
Tim
an
was
opinion.
about to speak, so let's let him do that.
Great opinions, great thought. I think there's a way to compromise with all the interest involved here, where we could look at what the market study is kind of showing already, what the wait list looks like, what the demand looks like, what the vacancy rate looks like, and also consider if you want to amend this with the text amendment to reflect tattoo shops are allowed. If you also want to set a cap so that you're not over concentrating it in that industry and also providing all the other opportunities with these opportunity costs that do exist, there could be a higher value job creating or sales tax generating business. So we can look at all of that and then bring some decisions back for you guys to make and consider that all at once.
As well as the potential legality of any cap, given the First Amendment issues that Councilmember Pearson, Vice Mayor Pearson alluded to. So we would throw that in there as well.
I would be okay with that moving forward.
So I would like to make a motion to move forward with the agenda item and have staff spend time and resources on this item to determine what we're going to do with it.
I'll second that as long as it includes the review of other businesses that would be a potential, what has the highest sales tax benefit, because that is our responsibility as a city. And then also, I think you mentioned employment and the legal aspect.
Katie?
So I'm just looking at the agenda item listed here, an amendment to the downtown specific plan to allow tattoo shops. So this is getting a little bit bigger than that agenda item, and I just want to make sure we're staying within the bounds of what the Brown Act wants us to think about.
How could you summarize what the discussion has?
So my understanding is that Councilmember Orlemans has made a motion to spend staff time and resources on the development of a potential specific plan amendment to allow tattoo shops in the downtown. I understand there's interest in understanding whether there are any legal prohibitions on capping the number that might be allowed if that change were to be made. And then this added element of an economic development study as to the relative benefits of other uses downtown is just starting to sort of mission creep away from what the agenda item says. That's what I'm concerned about.
So then would we have to bring it back in 2 weeks again with the new agenda item?
I don't want to throw up barriers here. I'm just trying to keep you all in line with.
I'm just saying, I mean, if that's what we have to do, that's what we have to do, right? If we can't do what we want to do with this verbiage on the agenda.
Let's see if we can.
Can I just say, I don't know, you second it with an amendment, I would second it without an amendment, but I think that staff understands that we want a thorough report about those things. I mean, we've sat up here before and said, without us having it in a motion, you want to make sure that we get all the information we need to make decisions.
I think if we just characterize it as some more background information, so you've got a breadth of information about what the decisions are and the cost implications of alternative options, and I think that would still mostly fit. We can work with that.
Would staff be able to, without the motion in place with all the extra verbiage, go back and listen to this end of the discussion so that they could provide that additional background information?
I think if we keep it specific to bringing back a proposed text amendment to allow tattoo shops and provide in the background information what some opportunity costs might be, and we could provide some vacancy and some inventory things, some light economic development analysis, I think that still will give you some good information.
So you'll bring the pros and cons of a rezone.
It won't be a full-blown economic analysis, but it'll be enough information to give you some more information on it.
Okay. Yeah, then my second still stands.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? No. Okay, thank you. I'd actually like to move item J9. I believe there are a few people here that are interested in the discussion about the flag barn. And with that, I'm going to, can I go ahead and start on that? Everybody ready? You're not interested in the flag barn? Okay, I brought this item forward. I'm gonna.
What is it?
Hold on. The flag barn, J9. I brought this item forward after a discussion with a East Bay Regional Parks District Board of Directors for District 7 member at a mayor's conference. And he was talking about how the barn, which is on Parks land, is dilapidated and falling apart. And the Parks District at the time said that they are not willing to invest time and effort into, or money for that matter, into rebuilding the barn. And so he was questioning whether Brentwood might be interested in relocating it. So I started to do a little research, started to speak with staff at the time, and found that there was a huge amount of interest. There was Mr. Steve Verduzco's in the audience, and he runs the Our Town Brentwood CA Facebook page. And when he posted about it the first time after this, in this particular incident, it had over 33,000 views. So there's a lot of interest on this. There's been a lot of comments, and we've been receiving a lot of emails, but a lot of people really would like it for just to stay there. And I know there are a lot of volunteers that are interested in going in and rebuilding or repainting or donating money or providing construction support. But really this discussion is around what we can do to either find a place within Brentwood to move it, to see if there's some way that we can support their efforts, or even advocate to the Parks District to see what is possible on their end. I know our Assistant City Manager, Darren, was scheduled to have a phone call with the Parks District, and looks like he did, thank goodness. But really, I just want to look at what our options are. I think this is one of those situations that I know earlier it was kind of diminished as not a very important item, and I know it's not going to save lives or anything, but what it did do is recognize the sacrifice of lives that many made when 9/11 happened. And so this is an honorarium basically to the lives lost, and a time when politics didn't really matter. We were able to unite on something just to be together and support each other during a very challenging time. And we've heard over and over again as people drive along Vasco Road that that's what it means to them. There's some definite community, there's some unity behind that flag barn, and people would like to see if there's a way to save it. Another reminder, again, this is not on Brentwood land, this is on Parks District. It was initially built in 1920, so it's very old, the barn itself, but the painting of the flag happened after 9/11 when a police officer from San Jose took the time to show up, get down there and paint the flag on there. And as we heard from the comment that he sent to us, he had a lot of reactions from people as they were driving by in support of this work. So yes, it's not the most major agenda item, especially that we're discussing tonight, but it is something that means something. And as we are currently in a challenging time where we need to stand together a little bit more and find things to unite on, I actually think it's an appropriate time to talk about it. So any questions before we move into public comments? And Dara, did you want to talk now about your conversation?
So excuse me, I did have a conversation with one of the new assistant deputy directors for the Parks District, and have a little bit better understanding that the Park District at the current time does not have any funding to maintain or fix the project, and that they're very open to other folks and their interest. They've done some research historically. I don't know if they presented that publicly, so I don't want to go into staff's findings, but they're interested to hear what the city council has to say. I did ask if they had any funding for the project, and it did not sound like they had any funding for anything to maintain this in some other location. Their idea is that the barn will probably have to come down sometime here in the near future, and they would love anyone to come. They're open to other organizations, nonprofits, or local governments that might be interested in the maybe not the entire building, but at least the portion of the flag.
Thank you for that. I am curious if, I should say that I know, and a lot of the comments that I've seen have been from local construction companies, for example, that were willing to donate their time to rebuild. I know there was a lot of people that said they would donate money to it. Do you know if they're open to that sort of thing, to keep it there on site?
It did not appear as though they were interested in seeing it stay where it currently is located.
Okay. Go ahead.
You spoke to them, did they? Because I actually heard Colin from East Bay Regional Park District speaking about it. And from what my understanding, did they ever say anything about any law that prohibited them from keeping it there? Because that's what I heard him say, that they could not keep it there, even if they wanted to, that it absolutely could not stay because of open space laws. And then also, he was talking about the immediacy of it. The cost was exorbitant to try to even move it in its current state. Did you hear anything about the laws that would prohibit them?
They did not. He did not share any information specific to the laws. They did say that they believe that there would be a significant amount of cost. And they are interested, if there's another organization, they're interested at the time that they tear it down, of making sure that it's saved in a way, or it's deconstructed in a way that it could be reconstructed somewhere else, at least that portion of the barn. And like I said, I don't want to speak for them, just kind of giving general conversations that we've had from staff to staff.
And Mayor, I can speak a little bit to my conversations that I've had with them. I've spoken with Matt Norton and Max Corton regarding their East Bay Regional Parks District employees. They basically explained, because it's structurally not safe, the barn has to come down at a certain point. So the preservation of it isn't necessarily, well, it's not just because of funding. The land was sold to them from the East Contra Costa County Habitat Conservancy, and a part of that deed does not allow them to preserve or build or add extra structures to the land. So that's where the prohibition comes from. I did contact Abigail Fateman today. She's the executive director of the Conservancy. And she explained to me that the state agency of Wildlife Conservation Board for California is the one that manages the funding that we get federally from the U.S. Fish and Wild Service. And she would give me a contact that we can contact through them to see if they could do an amendment to the deed. Therefore, at that point only would it be an open idea for East Bay Regional Parks District to enter some sort of agreement with a private entity, a legal agreement to build it or try to focus on the rebuild of it. So we have to figure out if the deed amendment could actually happen. So I should hear from her in the next couple of days, and if you'd like, we can, all right, I'll keep that for discussion.
Yeah, I think at this point, I'd like to open up public comments. I know there was a lot that staff was going to look into as well. And the original discussion was really around if we were to approve moving it, what that would look like, where it might go, that kind of thing. So I know there's a lot more research that would need to be done before any decisions are made. And part of that would be working with some of these other partner agencies. But for tonight, I would like to get public comments going in case there's anyone here that wants to speak on that.
If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand to speak. If you're in person, please file a speaker card with the city clerk. We'll take public comments from those participating in the council chambers first, then from those participating via Zoom. We did receive 16 written public comments in advance of this item, which are displayed on the screen and also available on the city's website. I have one hand raised in the council chamber. Melissa, go ahead.
Sorry, every time I swear I'm not going to get up and talk again, I always end up having one more thing to say. In September 2001, I was getting ready to move away from home for the first time, from Massachusetts to New Mexico. And there were a few factors, I'm not gonna say it's pre-internet, but it's early internet, right? So I had to book my plane tickets, pretty old school. I had to find my roommates. This was all new for me. I had promised a friend of mine that I would stay and see her perform in a show that she was in. And I promise this relates. And I knew that I was flying on a Tuesday because it was the cheapest day at the time to fly. And I was flying out of Boston Logan International Airport. And her show opened on the 8th. And so I went September 8th to see her show. No, I'm sorry. Her show opened on the weekend after. And so I saw her show, and my plan was to leave that Tuesday after. If I had not waited, I would have been on a September 11th flight and would not be standing here before you today. So every time I pass that barn, and I'm going to say something completely blasphemous right now, the American flag, the symbolism of it in the last few years has kind of taken on a sort of negativity, which is hard for me to say. My husband is a veteran. I believe in our freedoms as Americans. I don't pledge my allegiance to the flag these days. That's my own thing. But every time I drive Vasco, which is quite a bit, I pass that barn and it humbles me. It reminds me to be thankful for every moment of every day that we have, because we don't truly know when we don't have that. I woke up after the first plane hit, and I watched everything else in real time as it happened. And it changed our world, right? And so I think that we need to do everything that we can to look into whether we're preserving it in the space that it's in, or it's being dismantled. And we have a wonderful historical society that has lands that maybe we could talk about a display, but I think all options need to be explored in order to save something that has so much significance for so many reasons, for so many people. Thank you.
As is always true, every issue is much more complex than you ever think it's going to be until you start digging into it. Isn't that right? So I just would really like to thank the city staff and members of the council who have already done so much looking into this issue and trying to research back the fact that there's a deed that dates back 100 years. This barn actually was an original Armstrong barn. It is part of our local history, but the real significance of this barn is not the barn. It's the flag on the barn and what it symbolizes, like Melissa's talked about. It means, it touches people very deeply, and I feel strongly that it needs to stay where it is because that is its most visible point, and it's driven by thousands of people daily. And so I really appreciate all the work that you're doing. I would strongly encourage us to continue to work. If there is a little crack in that wall, that they're willing to accept help, accept donations, accept companies that might be willing to do the work for them that would not be of expense to the park department. I would really encourage us to do that. And I really appreciate all your work on this, and thank you.
I have no additional speakers in person. I do have 2 hands raised in Zoom. Greg, go ahead.
Yeah, you there?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi. Yeah, I'm with Mary and Kent. Love the flag, and I think it's really important. Sounds like it's really up to the park district and not to anybody in this room, but I certainly say that let's try to work with the park district, and if we can get people that want to volunteer their time, talent, and treasure and rebuild that barn and that wall from the inside, I think that's the smartest and best thing to do. And to encourage all the folks up there to get the park district to buy into that idea. Hopefully we can, and then we'll all go out there and we'll have a barn raising wall or fixing wall. That's it.
Next speaker is Cinziana. Cinziana, go ahead.
Good evening again. Thank you, Mayor, from bringing up this item. I remember I worked in Pleasanton at the time when 9/11 attacks happened. And I remember, and even today, driving by that barn, it just brings a lot of optimism and trust that our country, our community will be united, and it just symbolizes this American spirit for me. So thank you again for bringing this item up. I'm in full support of it. Let's find all avenues possible to preserve it in some shape or form that's acceptable for all parts. And I am pretty sure that we can do a day of service there and, restore what's left of it, or bring it to Brentwood to a designated location. And like I said, I'm in full support of this item, and hopefully we can find a good solution soon. Thank you.
I have no additional hands raised.
Thank you. We can move into discussion. Obviously, there's a lot of differing opinions here, but in the end, what everybody wants is for somehow for this to be preserved and the symbolism to be recognized and retained. I would still like to see that staff continue the discussion with the Park District. There is definitely a possibility that they will absolutely refuse to do anything with it except let it die. So I just think we need to be aware of that. I know staff already has ongoing relationships with the Habitat Conservancy and with the Park District and ongoing discussions with all the rest of it. So I think it's worth continuing the discussion, whether we invest any time or money into it. We've clearly got an avenue for public engagement with our town.
I actually think their board needs to make a motion to allow us to do it. I think that that's one of the things that we should consider.
Yeah.
I can reach out to him, or you, Madam Mayor, can reach out.
Yeah, and I also think that, we already have staff having ongoing discussions with him as well.
Yeah.
But I'm happy to consider, I already started a conversation between Colin and the rest of the staff, and so I'm happy to do that as well.
When it comes to the Conservancy, I think that who supersedes who, right? If they have a board, do they get the final say? Then I don't care what the Conservancy says, right?
The deed restriction.
Wait, what?
They have a deed restriction. When they bought the land, I guess it came with a deed restriction.
Yeah, I think we can figure that out. I mean, everyone wants it saved. I haven't talked to anyone who doesn't want it saved. I think we should spend staff time and money to try to save, I would say, that side of the barn. I think you're saying we don't need the whole barn. I just think we need the wall. One wall, I think would be feasible to do. I think we do need to find a place where everyone can see it. I think a lot of us, like Cinziana called in, I used to work for Safeway Corporate. I used to drive it every day, see it every day. It's just part of our history in Brentwood. I know it's not in Brentwood proper. It is part of our history, all of us that you saw on the traffic on Vasco. But I would like to also, so along with figuring out how do we get it moved, because I think that has to happen. I don't think we should take no for an answer. I think we need to keep fighting this one. But also, when it comes to a location, I think the Historical Society would be good. But I also think that setting it up somewhere around where the majority of people can see it, which I think the sports complex, it'd be a good backdrop somewhere at the sports complex, because you're going to have people from out of town coming in. You're going to have all of the kids there playing and their families. And I think that might be another option that we can consider, since it's city-owned land as well. So that's I think if we don't take no for an answer, we figure it out. Let us know what else we need to do.
Go ahead.
I'm really exhausted, sorry. But there's something about when you drive past it, it feels like a big giant hug. And so I'm all for us figuring out what we need to do. So I appreciate everyone's efforts, and I would I would be okay with staff spending time to figure out what we can do to support. But I think it's like another conversation where this one's kind of out of our control. So we just need to keep on having a voice and contacting, and I'd like to see staff, more staff contribution to that too.
I think it's really important for our community members as well to email the board of the East Bay Regional Parks Directors. Just as, we had the advocacy for them to email us, it'd be really helpful if they start emailing them as well, just so they know that the community is not just contacting us, but them as well. I don't know if this is inaccurate, but East Bay Regional Parks told me John Mercurio was our ward director. Okay, interesting. So so it's right on the border.
Yeah.
So,
Colin's one, we
Okay.
should have the mic on when we're talking, sorry. Colin is the one who initially brought it up. He does serve Brentwood, his ward is Ward 7. There's a different one for Livermore, and as you said, it's kind of right on the
Yes.
border between. But in the interest of this particular conversation, it was brought up by Colin, who is Ward
got it.
7.
Okay. So I don't have, once I get a hold of the names from the U.S. Wildlife and the federal agency, I'll give them to you so that way we can get it going. But I think I completely agree with kind of researching both ways. Like, let's see what we can preserve, but also see if we can preserve it there if we can.
So if there's no other conversation, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion then to have staff spend time and resources on this item. Any options? I would love to be able to push them to keep it on site if they can do that. But if it absolutely cannot happen, if it's going to be allowed to tumble to the ground, then I'd like to look at other options for what we can do within city limits on city land potentially.
And I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? No. Thank you. Now it's to find out where we were.
Madam Mayor, I'm going to ask if we can, I did contact just send a note to the city manager and our city attorney to see if we can move G1 to a date certain in the very near future.
Okay.
Just because of the time that we have, and we still have some considerably large items in the business items.
That is fine with me.
So through the mayor, I don't know what the best date would be on upcoming agendas, given the work that we've got planned in February. And I know Eric might have some thoughts here too.
I think it's okay to mention that in our housing element, we told HCD we'd have it done in January, and that was one of the milestones we'd committed to. But if it's February, I think that's close enough. So whether it's the first or second meeting in February, I think we can fit it on one of those agendas. It may just bump something else to March.
Is there another agenda item we could potentially move further out?
I would ask if we keep this one, is there another agenda item in the business items that we can move?
The budget needs to be done. The art piece has a bid outcome that is date sensitive because we have to respond within a certain time frame. So that's needs to happen tonight. Any future agenda items, if you're willing, those could wait till the strategic plan workshop next week, and certainly discuss those then as well. Any of the future agenda ones that are outstanding? But the budget and the fields of time are more pressing. But we could move the public hearing item, the ADU, to a meeting in February. But we probably need to pick a date certain.
The J8 is going to be very quickly if we could do that one too.
And typically, the future agenda items are going to be a little bit quicker based on not having full-on discussions, but so you feel secure that in moving the ADU one, we would be okay with that?
Let's just move it to the first meeting in February. We can get both hearings possibly done in February, and then we
Okay.
can make our case to HCD.
Okay.
Thank you for that consideration.
So if we could just have a formal motion by council to move that to February 11th, that will allow staff to bring this back to you without renoticing everything. The notice will still stand.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to bring item G1, a zoning text amendment to various sections of the Brentwood Municipal Code as written here, back to February 11th.
I'll second that, and all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? No. That item is moved, and we will now move into business items. Item H1, related to mid-year operating budget amendments, and Carrie Breen, our Director of Finance, will present. Thank you, Carrie.
All right, good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. In June 2024, the city adopted its most recent 2-year operating budget, and we are currently midway through the first year of this budget cycle. Tonight, I will be presenting an updated general fund 2-year projection that includes proposed mid-year budget adjustments, an update of the 10-year general fund fiscal model, a brief review of proposed enterprise and other fund adjustments, and concluding with fiscal issues which may impact our budget going forward. So staff's 2-year general fund projection is conservative, incorporates all known economic factors, and includes projected cost increases associated with both settled and the unsettled labor contracts. Also included are the impacts of the proposed budget amendments detailed in the staff report. So our 2-year projection shows revenues will exceed expenses by $1.3 million over the 2 years. However, budget policy requires that 30% of budgeted expenditures be set aside as a reserve in the general fund. As budgeted expenditures increase, so does the amount needed to meet this 30% requirement. This required increase to the general fund reserve is estimated at $2.7 million over the 2 years. So this means that with revenues exceeding expenses by only $1.3 million, we are projecting a transfer in from the budget stabilization fund of the remaining $1.4 million to deposit to the reserve. So while the city's total balances are not decreasing, the general fund is currently at expenditure capacity. For context, the budget stabilization fund is planned to be drawn down over time to offset rising pension and retiree medical costs in the intermediate term. Next, I will summarize the mid-year general fund budget requests. So as detailed in the staff report, general fund revenues are expected to increase by about $249,000 over our original 24-25 budget. Property tax-related revenues are expected to come in about $219,000 higher. And despite the earlier opening of Costco, sales taxes are expected to come in about $157,000 lower than budget. Increases in transfers to the general fund are higher from higher gas tax revenue and from cash in our vehicle abatement fund. On the expenditure side, proposed adjustments would result in a net increase in general fund expenditures of about $24,000. Proposed increases in expenditures for the Parks and Recreation Department are primarily for additional part-time staff for programs, facility rentals, and staffing special events, along with hiring an adaptive recreation coordinator position later this fiscal year. Revenue of about $40,000 would offset a portion of the parks cost increases. The police department proposed adjustment is for increases in contractual services and software and vehicle maintenance costs. The reduction in personnel costs is due to a reduction in our annual lump sum pension payment required by CalPERS. This was a result of our prior pension lump sum paydowns. Okay, so we'll turn now to the general fund 10-year fiscal model projection. So we prepare a 10-year general fund fiscal model to look at the long-term impacts of proposed budget changes and to ensure a sustainable financial future. It is important to understand that the fiscal model provides a summary of the general financial direction the city is heading. It identifies longer-term trends and potential financial challenges so that the council can make course corrections well in advance of potential financial problems. The fiscal model, like the operating budget, is also conservative. It includes estimated costs for future impacts, including amenities like the Sand Creek Sports Complex, increasing pavement management costs, higher pension costs, and slowing development. So here's a summary of the annual results of the fiscal model. So the balance of the general fund 30% reserve is the blue bar, and the budget stabilization fund balance is the green bar. You can see that the 30% reserve grows steadily over the 10-year period due to rising expenses from about $23 million to about $32 million over the 10 years. The model projects that the budget stabilization fund balance will be at its highest in the current fiscal year And after a budgeted $1.5 million pension paydown in 25-26, it will slowly be drawn down over the next 9 years as operating results are projected to be slightly below break even, while the amount needed to maintain the 30% reserve in the general fund does require an additional $1 million contribution. So at the end of the 10-year forecast, we show about $1.3 million left in the budget stabilization fund, which is a little bit lower than what we had in June 2024, the last time we were in front of council. We had about $3.7 million at that time. Moving on to enterprises and other funds. The city provides residents with solid wastewater and wastewater services that we account for in individual enterprise funds. These funds do not receive any general fund support. As detailed in the staff report, proposed adjustments include increases for operational costs and a decrease in water fund expenditures for debt service cost savings that we realized from our recent water bond refinancing. The net impact of all of the proposed adjustments is a net increase of $150,000 in expenditures for all enterprise funds. The other funds have proposed amendments totaling about $80,000 in expenditures. This increase is from higher estimated gas tax revenues and their associated transfers out, as detailed in the staff report. And lastly, I will wrap up the presentation with a budget watch and next steps in our budgeting process. So there are a few key issues that I would like to highlight that may impact our future budgets. First, there are signs that consumers are getting stretched, as evidenced by the reduction in the sales tax revenue that I talked about a few minutes ago. Declining, it's not just in Brentwood, declining consumer spending is a statewide trend and could indicate a potential economic slowdown coming. Second, although CalPERS returns look to be on target so far this fiscal year, the fact is future pension and retiree medical costs are almost entirely dependent on future CalPERS investment returns, and if targets are missed, CalPERS will force the city to make up any shortfall. Lastly, the city has several projects that it wishes to complete in the coming years, and rapidly escalating costs have challenged our ability to fund everything. Compounding this concern is that the city's infrastructure installed around the turn of the century is starting to age and will require increased expenses going forward. As for next steps, we have a strategic plan workshop scheduled for next Tuesday, February the 4th at 5:30. After that, we will be back in front of you with the Capital Improvement Program workshop scheduled for May 13th and the CIP adoption and mid-year operating budget review in June. This concludes my presentation, and I would be happy to take any questions at this time.
Thank you, Carrie. Any questions from council?
Well, you know, I love this, so I thank you for everything. Thank you for everything. But I asked you in an email, and I think it's something we'll probably talk in our budget subcommittee, but I think a report we should be getting, because I never know what department is over or under. And I think it's something we need to start watching department budget versus actuals versus like forecast for the full year. And I think it's probably a memo the entire council should get so that we can, because I think as our city grows, our financial responsibility grows. And, you know, they kind of talked about it at Cal Cities, right? We are the ones that are that we get in trouble if we are not financially sound and it falls on our shoulders. So I think, and I think that's as detailed as it would have to be, is like this department, all of the accounts they budgeted for, how much they budgeted, and where you expect them to come into the end of the year. If there's a certain standard deviation, we should probably know why. But that would be the only ask I have going forward, because I will say my gut is starting to get a little concerned. And we'll see how the Costco does, but I am starting to become a little bit concerned about our spending, and I'm conscious of that. And I'm not that we're in any financial dire straits or anything, but when you said that the 10-year stabilization part, how much did it go from how much to how much? It went to 3.7 the last time we spoke, to how much now in 10 years?
It was about 1.2, 1.3.
1.3. So that is $2.4 million that we've lost from our stabilization fund in year 10.
By year 10, yes, cumulative.
Yeah, and that's the part that I don't like.
Sure.
So I guess that was my only comments, questions. If we could start seeing that, I think it's going to be up to us to start reviewing budgets at department levels, because again, if something happens, it falls on us. And then we can talk about other stuff in the budget subcommittee.
Yes, so we'll prepare some sample documents for you to take a look at at the ad hoc. I think we can address what you're looking for.
Okay, thank you.
Carrie, I'm curious what kind of numbers we're looking at for savings from open positions?
So this year we're looking at around, I think I have about 7.5%. So that's total personnel savings. Most of that's going to be from vacancies, but there will be other pieces in there. If there's savings on the health side, if somebody has a different plan and we budgeted higher, that sort of thing. But about 7.5% is what we're looking at. Last year we were closer to 8%. So I'm seeing it a little bit lower, but part of that may be me being a little conservative and not counting on it until we get a little bit closer. So I'm showing it a little bit lower than last year, but it's still a very high number. And I wouldn't be surprised if maybe we did end up around that 8%, and that would improve the projection that I have if we do end up there.
Okay, thank you. And then my other question would be around the solid waste project. What is the discontinuation of that project? What's the impact on the budget?
Yeah, so I'll probably tag team this maybe with Casey, but there's implications for solid waste that without the project, they're now going to have to do additional pickups to comply with the law, which I think is going to eat some additional expenses, maybe additional routes, and that's about as much as I know. So I'll turn it over to Casey.
Sure. Good evening, Council. It's basically going to be a wash. When we proved the last rate study, there was a placeholder for debt service on a $40 million bond to accommodate for that solid waste project. The revenue for that assumed debt service we won't have to pay that debt service, so that revenue that would be built in will cover the additional costs. It's going to be about roughly $1.5 million a year, and I think we're 1.3 million a year in revenue to cover the debt service. So it's going to roughly be a wash on the operational impacts of not having that project.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from council? Okay, we will open up the public hearing and call on public speakers.
If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're in person, please file a speaker card with the city clerk. We'll take public comments from those participating in the council chambers first, followed by those participating via Zoom. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item. I do not have any speaker cards in person or hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you, Amanda. Can I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Make a motion to close public hearing.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And it looks like no opposition. Council discussion, who would like to?
So I wanted to, as always, thank you so much for such a thorough report. I appreciate it. Thank you for the questions asked, for some of the things I asked. I think one of the only things that I did want to say was I wanted to thank you all also for the ask from the Age and Disabilities Committee about the position for adaptive recreation. Thank you for listening for that head count here. I always like to call things as I see them, so I'm going to say this and it can sit where it sits. It is very interesting. We have a staff report about new head count and there's nobody complaining about it. But when we asked for staff count for equity analysts, there were a whole bunch of people in here and saying they didn't want it. And they said it wasn't about racism, but now we don't hear anything. It's crickets. So I just like to call things as I see them because it happened. And maybe off topic, but I'm going to take this space to bring that up. But I do want to thank you for presenting that in the staff report and offering it as a new job so that we can get the adaptive recreation underway. So thanks.
And I would have to second that and say that adaptive recreation is something that's been pushed to the back burner over and over and over again over the years. And it comes up in discussion and it gets tabled again because it's not the top priority. So I'm equally as thrilled to see this actually moving forward as part of the budget. Any other discussion?
Thank you for the thorough report.
Yeah, ditto. If you have an ability to make the tough numbers make sense, and we truly appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, if there is no other discussion, we can take a motion.
As detailed in the staff report, I move to adopt a resolution amending the 2024-25 mid-year operating budget. And we didn't make any changes.
I second. I beat you.
All in favor?
Aye.
And no opposition.
Second motion. As detailed in the staff report, I move to request that staff Oh, no, we're not, bring back additional information. We didn't ask for that, right?
Hmm.
No, I think we're good. So we don't need the second one. Sorry, no. You're getting-
Disregard the red agenda.
Just thank you for everything, Carrie.
Thanks, Carrie. Okay, at this point, are we moving into H2? I believe we are, right? Okay. Our next item is a contract and budget adjustment for the Public Art Space Project Fields of Time, presented by Tian Nguyen, Recreation Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, City Council. Tian Nguyen, Recreation Manager. As mentioned tonight, for your consideration are multiple actions for City Council to move forward the Public Art Space Project Fields of Time. This project was last presented to City Council in July of 2024. Since that time, construction components of this project were prepared by the city through a formal public bid process with notice inviting bids published in the local paper on November 22nd and November 29th of 2024. The city did receive 3 bids for this project, with low bid being Mark Builders LLC, doing business as Mark Engineering, at $79,942. Tonight's actions are focused on awarding the construction components of this project and the corresponding budget adjustments. The 3 actions staff is requesting for City Council's consideration is awarding the construction contract with a 10% contingency for construction of the project, amending the CIP sheet for the project to use solely public art funds, and then third, amending the corresponding fiscal year 24-25 operating budget. This concludes my report. I can answer questions or go into more detail about the staff report as needed or as requested.
Thank you, Tian. Any council questions? Okay, then we can open the public comment period.
If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're in person, please file a speaker card with the city clerk. We'll take public comments from those participating in the council chambers first, followed by those participating via Zoom. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item. I do not have any speaker cards in person, and I do not have any hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you. Any discussion?
I do. This one irritates me because we're spending a lot more money than we budgeted for. And just FYI, and let me go back and say that Tian Nguyen was not here when this all went down, I don't think. And Tian, I'm sorry that you constantly have to take the heat for stuff you had nothing to do with, but I appreciate your report and I appreciate how you sit there with professionalism. And I hope that you don't take any of my specific comments as an attack, because I think you are a phenomenal employee and I appreciate your service to the city of Brentwood. That being said, someone dropped the ball on this one. I did bring up in our meeting about how did we allow our contracts not to be inclusive of language that would hold the builder, or not the builder, but the artist to not modify the contract where they would be increasing based on change of circumstances in the amount that's charged for materials, and also how we took out of the contract that they would be doing the installation of the project and then not making a modification for them getting less. There was a dropping of the ball on this one. So this one makes me a little upset because I know we had thought it was going to be around 50,000 and now we're at 80,000, which means we have less of we will have one less art project that we won't probably be able to do in the city of Brentwood, because that's funding that we could have put towards a different art project, especially since we know that we have this other project we talked about on Sand Creek that we keep saying 50,000, but now looking at this, it's probably going to be 80,000. So now we're looking at more additional funds, but we're at the point where, what can we do, right? What can we do? And then we see how amazing the PATA students do it for like a fraction of a cost that looks amazing in our city. And then I look at us almost spending $1 million of money for, and not to say that it doesn't look good, but it's just, I mean, it's disheartening when we look at, well, not $1 million, but I'm sorry, I'm tired, but $250,000. So I just wish we can do better when we're doing these contracts. And I know, Katie, this was not your contract either. And so I'm not attacking you either. But we do need to do better when we're having these, because it's happened in 2 of our art this is 2 in the matter of 1 month. And so I think if we're going to be better in Brentwood, we have to be better on paper too, so we can enforce contracts and hold our artists to the installation of the project and also to the actual cost that they were quoted to us when they did the bid, when they bid it to us.
I totally agree. I want to clarify though, as far as the installation, are we not also now required to take that on as opposed to letting the artist do it? Do I remember hearing that?
So I'll do my best to try to answer this question, Mayor Meyer. At the time that in 2019, when this agreement was with the artist, there were not requirements with the California DIR, Department of Industrial Relations, for the construction of the contract. Later on, when we look to amend it, that's when we discover the DIR requirement and includes things such as prevailing wage, especially on projects that were above $25,000 for construction. Originally in 2019, this was projected to be about $22,000 for the construction, and I won't go into detail of all the rising costs, but that was one of the discoveries when we were looking to go back to amend the contract, that wasn't communicated to the artist at the time of agreement, but it is a requirement of us moving forward for future projects.
Thank you, Tian. All of that aside, I completely agree with the Vice Mayor. It is disheartening to know that the money being invested here could have been invested in another project somewhere else. But at this point, as we've discussed with the other item, there's been a lot of investment. Do we make that go to waste completely? Do we let the components of the piece sit somewhere in a garage? So is there more discussion on this or ready to make a motion?
I just think, again, the last time, just being as clear as possible, because again, I am getting a little bit the 10-year outlook. We just need to be as transparent as possible with all monies. And then, like you said, our contracts need to be tight. And did this one include the installation originally under a different way? And how much would that, why don't we back those dollars out of the contract? Like, let's say he said, oh, it was going to cost me $50,000.
I can answer the question. Can I answer the question? So we did back it out the contract, but then he went up on his cost for almost the exact amount of money that was the backed out amount. So it's like $50,000 was what it was going to take to do the installation. But then later on, but 2020 happened. So now I need $50,000 because costs went up by the same amount that you backed out of the contract. So that's why. It's conveniently the same, close to the same amount, right?
Yeah, we need to get better at, I mean, I don't know how you guys negotiate, but like, I mean, not you, I don't know who does it, but we gotta,
I want to say,
we gotta go hard on this. It's just.
I want to say too, though, that I don't think there's going to be I'm going to knock on wood when I say this, a perfect storm of a COVID situation and the huge increase in construction costs. Not that I'm excusing, I'm just saying.
I'm going to tell you,
again,
because I'm in CPG, a lot of these COVID expenses are not real.
Right, but
these people
right
are making,
now.
I'm just saying, these COVID expenses, I don't want to hear no more COVID, because it's not COVID.
Right,
Even
well,
during
we're not
COVID,
going
there
to,
was
is what I'm
false-
saying. We're
yeah.
far enough away from that this should not happen again.
And
So
if our contract actually had the prevailing wage clauses in there, they wouldn't be able to access more. They would have to perform it at the amount that they bid on. But because our contracts didn't have that in there, we had to go up. So it wasn't even the COVID that was the issue.
Yeah.
it's just, it's being called COVID like a lot of other things have been. So
Yeah, I don't wanna hear no COVID no
I'm
more.
not arguing with you on the idea of the contracts needing to be tighter. I'm just saying that we should be at least getting away from people trying to use that as an excuse. That's what I'm saying. So a motion? Anyone want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion. As detailed in the staff report, I move to adopt a resolution approving the execution of construction contract necessary documents for the Fields of Time project. 2, amending the CIP for this project. And 3, amending the operating budget for the necessary funding transfers.
Do we have a second?
I'll second, and I don't like it, but I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye. Thank you, Tian.
Yes, and no opposition. This item moves forward under duress. Thank you. Let's see, any requests for new agenda items before we move into the previously requested items? Okay. Okay, moving into the requested future agenda items. J1, the request from Councilmember Mendoza on the update from the wall located in Somerset.
The first thing I'm going to say here is I shouldn't have had to make this a future agenda item. We as a council asked to understand our legal position on this wall. As a council, we voted for it. And we haven't heard back at a council meeting or even in a closed session. And so that's why if I don't hear about get responses, I'm just going to start bringing them as agenda items is what I'm going to have to do. So that wall, I would still want to understand who owns the maintenance of the wall. Do we own it? Does Somerset own it? Is it a good neighbor fence? We both own it. If we own it, those caps are starting to come off. The wall is leaning over. Are we legally liable if a cap falls off and hits someone or the wall falls over? We just need to understand what is going on, and if it's our responsibility, then we need to know as soon as possible so we can get it fixed. If it's not our responsibility, then we can send that communication as well. But I just think we need to, this has been a long time going on, and I don't understand why who owns the wall?
Since you made it a future agenda item, we can come back with that information.
Yeah, but I've asked you before, so do you have can you give me an update with so I'm asking
We
for an
own
agenda.
part of the wall. We don't own the rest of the wall. The residents have part of the wall. We have the other side of the wall, so it's complicated. But
okay,
it's
so then my
$2.5 million
question.
to replace it. So the council can direct us to find the funds and replace it, or you can wait till we have a negotiated deal with HOA.
Okay, so then that's my question. If we asked for this before, how come I had to ask for it again as a future agenda item? Why didn't it just come and hey, council?
Because we're not ready to come back, that's why. But the issue is we had a meeting with HOA. We brought the engineers to that meeting, and Bruce attended that meeting. He's no longer here. So we've had a gap now in the transition. So we're going to work with Francisco and Associates who attended the meeting to get some more information. We can certainly give an update at the strategic plan workshop next week.
Okay, so we'll get a detailed update next week.
We'll give you a better update then.
Okay. That's all I needed there. So do I withdraw after I get my answer? Or well, no, you guys can talk about it, right?
I would imagine that you should be able to withdraw it. I was the co-requester back when this happened the first time, so I'm happy if it's going to come back for discussion next week.
But does anyone else have any questions? Because I think we can go through things. If anyone else has any questions, or if there's anyone in the public who wants to speak to it, I would like to hear if there's anyone in the public, they can go ahead and speak to it also, since they've been, I don't think there is anybody, but just in case.
Okay, in that case, then we are going to open up public comments.
If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand to speak. If you're in person, please file a speaker card with the city clerk. I have no speaker cards in person, nor do I have any hands raised in Zoom.
Okay, council discussion. I support this request as I have from the beginning. Do you want to make a motion?
Well, I will withdraw it because we're getting an update at the next meeting.
Okay. Then we do not need a vote, right, since it's been withdrawn. And so we can move right into J2, which is a request from Councilmember Mendoza on an update for the Vineyard Parkway traffic study.
Yeah, so the last time we heard about this, we had only had 2 days worth of traffic studies, and we had asked for a longer period. So I want to understand where we are on the traffic study. But in light of what happened last week, with someone again getting hit at this intersection, we need to figure out what's going on, because there's just too much going on in this intersection. And we are charged with the health and safety of our residents. And if we don't do something, I feel like I'm not addressing the health and safety of the residents. So my ask is that we get a status on the updated traffic study, and if staff sees any other opportunities for any other safety measures at that intersection.
Any questions on that? Okay, we can open up public comment.
If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're in person, please file a speaker card with the city clerk. I have no written or speaker cards in person or hands raised in Zoom.
Okay, council discussion. This is another one that I was the co-requester on, so I fully support us requesting an update at this time. Any other discussion?
No, I support it as well. I think we were clear about wanting to find out. I think Mr. Kersavan, who is not here, I wasn't impressed with the quality of the study that we got. And now taking in consideration, I think the comments then were that there wasn't enough incidents there for this to be, for the type of remedial services we wanted. But now with the additional incidents occurring, I think this is something we need to look at again. It was really important to our residents then. It was important to this council, and I'd like to see it come back sooner. It's a public safety issue, and you know that's, as a former traffic pro tem, that's really important to me. So I'd like to see us bring this back and get an update and get a traffic, I think we were going to do a engineering traffic study that was inclusive of the last one was on a Wednesday. It was like, yeah, it was 2 days, and we had asked for a longer period of time where it was a higher traffic thing. And I think Alan talked a little bit more about that. And also, I think what came up during the time was using the outside company to do the traffic study, since we weren't doing it in-house anymore. So I'd like to support this ask and see if we can bring this back.
Thank you. Do we have a motion?
Well, Alan, do you have any updates since the last time we met?
Sure, I can provide an update. Katie, stop me if I go too far. Since we last met and discussed this item, the direction was to do 2 additional studies, longer periods. I have utilized some tools that allow us to get more updated, recent, and longer period traffic numbers. One of the key components to the stop sign warrant analysis is volume. I've had also monthly meetings with the HOA president to go over my findings. He himself has also done his own recordation as to collecting data. Both of our numbers match very closely. We are still not getting the volume to justify the installation of a stop sign. So my next step is to hire a consultant to assist with evaluating the site distance concerns. That was also brought up. I'm working on getting that contract out hopefully in February. So that's definitely on my radar. The HOA president is aware of that as well. So that is a continuous evolving, and I will have more information for you once that study is completed. With regards to the recent incident that happened on Vineyards Parkway, I just want to make note that my understanding, if we're talking about the same incident, is the accident occurred at a signalized intersection. The intersections that we have been talking about previously are not signalized. So I just want to make that clarification, and I'll be happy to present more information at that later point.
So it sounds like we gave some direction and you're actually following the direction. Maybe I can ask this so we're not giving additional direction to come back on top of the direction that was already given. Alan, how much time do you think would be good to get the study done? And then I think you said the site distance concerns, you're bringing that back in February. How much time do you think before we can get a full report back from all of the studies?
My best guess would be maybe just to be conservative, by the end of March.
March, maybe early April, to be more conservative. So is it possible for us to just move this request, or to put some type of expectation on a report coming back in April?
I think you summarized it well, that we already have council direction and we're working on it. It's just taking some more time, and we need some help from outside consulting assistance, and we've been working on lots of other projects in the meantime, including residents' requests. We need a speed bump, we need a traffic study, so there's, Alan and his shop have been busy with lots of things lately, and so it's on the list. We're getting closer to it. It is different intersections, just make that clear where the accidents were occurring. So it's 2 different locations, and so that needs to be looked at maybe a little differently as well.
So can we get this back on an agenda to get a report back to the council, so that we're not saying, oh, we sent another direction to review this and this and that? Can we just get some type of confirmation that we'll get some report back on the specific ask initially from council for either early or late April?
Yes, that should be feasible.
Thank you.
But I think this also reiterates why we really need a way to manage all the projects that are happening, because we don't know, and as we see, we don't get updates. And I think the public reaches out to us and they think we get updates. I'm like, I don't know. And then it looks to the public like we're not doing anything. So I think we need to find a better way to keep us updated. Okay, but yeah, so I will withdraw, and we will expect it on an agenda in April.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. Okay, so item J3, a request from Councilmember Mendoza on the update of the town hall on business permitting and license efficiencies.
Yeah, so we had asked staff to work on a town hall with the businesses. We've heard a lot about the permitting, the licenses, how much we charge, everyone charges, other cities charge. So have we had that meeting yet with the businesses, or when is it scheduled to happen?
So it was requested in October, and we had the holidays November, December. We didn't think that was the best time to try to survey businesses or do a town hall with them. So we've been talking about it in January, and we've got a tentative plan to get a survey out middle of February.
To do a what? I'm sorry?
A survey out middle of February, and then with the results of that survey, host that town hall with the outcome and the information we receive from the survey and educate the residents on what that looks like, and then get feedback on what else we can do better.
Okay, can you make sure that we see a copy of that survey when it goes out, just out of curiosity of what information you're asking for?
When it goes out?
Actually, you know what? Before it goes out, because
So do you want it on an agenda? Because that's going to slow it down if we put
That's
on.
you can send us a quick and say, hey, can you get it back to me by tomorrow end of day or whatever? I can look at it and return.
I can't take individual feedback from individual council.
I won't give you feedback. You can just send it.
We don't want to slow it down, but we want to make sure it's right too.
Yeah.
If we send out a survey that doesn't capture everything you're looking for, so then I don't want to miss that either.
Okay. So if any local businesses listening, they should look out for a survey, a questionnaire, a survey when?
In the coming weeks.
In the coming weeks. Perfect. I will, yeah, and if we could put out an announcement on social media as well with a link to the survey, I think that would be fantastic.
So we're intending to send it to businesses who've done business with the city in the last 2 years. So it's directly affecting those who've been impacted. So it's more precise feedback. So we've got a list of who's done business with us, and that's who we're going to send it to first.
Okay.
And we may do it on social media as well to get additional feedback, but want to make sure it's precise people who've done business with the city.
Okay, and when we say done business with the city, it's either gotten a sales tax, come in for a permit, like anything like that?
Permits, everything, yep.
Okay.
Community development, finance, every department they're touching where they're doing business in some way.
Okay, fantastic.
Just to chime in, I think since it is on the future agenda list, technically we should check and see if there's any public comment before you move on.
Okay, moving into public comment period.
If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're in person, please file a speaker card with the city clerk. I have no speaker cards in person or hands raised in Zoom.
So if she's withdrawing this now.
I just want to say something.
Okay.
Sometimes when we do stuff, we should actually ask the people who are affected by it what will be the best utility for them. As someone who's in the business permitting process, I don't know how the survey will be helpful, but I don't know how the town hall will be helpful. What will be helpful for me is some self-help and some help guides to tell about the process, but a town hall only helps those people in the moment that's there. So if you have a town hall today and then I want to start a business in a year from now, the town hall didn't help me. It helped the people who are currently in it. So I'm wondering if the town hall is to get to us to get suggestions on how we can help people who are in the process. Because if I'm already an established business, I'm not pulling permits. I'm already licensed. So how are we helping?
So it's for existing, they're calling me, telling me how hard it is, and this was hard, that was hard. So they want just to tell people like, okay, this is how you guys did it. This is how Livermore did it, or this is how Antioch. This is how you can improve our process. Because there are people who do a lot of work over and over again, and they just want the process improved. So it's kind of like, you're complaining to me, and you're saying other people are doing it better, but who's doing it better and how? So it's kind of like a workshop town hall to get feedback from the businesses of how do we make doing business with Brentwood easier?
Oh, so we're trying to get information in order to prove process,
Yes.
not to teach people stuff.
No, it is not to teach.
Okay.
Yeah, no.
Thank you.
With that, do we need a motion on this, or is there a withdrawal?
I withdraw it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then a request from Councilmember Mendoza for an update on the vineyards at Marsh Creek Amphitheater.
Yeah, so I just want an update on where we are. When's it coming back? When should we expect this one back, Tim?
If you're asking about the amphitheater, we're like 17 million short, so we're not coming back anytime soon with that. If we're talking about the event center at the top, that's like 4 million. That we put on hold until we have the Sand Creek Sports Complex bids back that we're anticipating to be short several million. And if you spend the money on that event center at the top and don't have the money for the Sand Creek Sports Complex, we didn't want to put you in that bind. So bids are going to be closing in the next week or two.
And you were going to come to us with that information?
It was in a weekly email a couple of months ago, but we'll come back with the bids on the Sand Creek Sports Complex first, and then we'll come back with the amphitheater.
Okay, and where are we on, like, I know that Katie, you had sent us an email about the art fund. I still think we could use the art fund on the amphitheater. Are we still looking at all options, or have you're not looking at anything else with that?
We are still looking at options, but I'm happy to discuss that in greater detail when you're all off the dais. We are definitely still looking at options for the use of that money vis-a-vis both projects.
For both projects?
Yes.
For what's the other project?
For Sand Creek Sports Complex and for the amphitheater.
Art fund?
Happy to talk to you off the dais about it.
Well, why don't we do an agenda item then? Because, I mean, we should all get the same information.
And like I said, I'm happy to provide that information. The analysis is the legality of the use of funds for particular items. And so I would rather not have that conversation in a public forum, but I'm more than happy to provide you another memorandum. I think we already gave you one. I'm happy to provide another.
I don't necessarily think I agree with your memorandum. I think there are ways we could update the municipal code and say we can use those funds, right? So that's what I think we need to have a little bit more conversation around that.
Can I suggest we do this in closed session? Can we do a future date to talk about this in closed session? Because I want to respect the fact that if we shouldn't talk about it on the dais. We don't talk about it on the dais.
Right. I will look for a good closed session safe harbor to see if there is one. One is not coming to mind at the moment. Alternatively, I'm happy to talk to you individually, keep this conversation going, just not in a public place right now.
I guess, you know me, I don't like having private conversations. I don't see why this is a private conversation if I don't get it, but can you explore doing a closed session? If not, I think we need to just have as an agenda item. So I'll withdraw it for now until I hear back if it can be a closed session in some way.
That's fine. And then if the majority of the council wants me to talk about attorney-client privilege material on the dais, then we can have that separate conversation.
Okay, perfect. So I will withdraw it from now, and hopefully maybe we can have a closed session.
Okay, so moving on to J6.
Aren't you supposed to open up the public comment again? I'm sorry.
We didn't with the other one though.
We just did on the last one. Yeah.
Okay, so we skipped over on the other one then. All right, so we're going to open up public comments.
I have no speaker cards in person. If anyone would like to speak on Zoom, please raise your hand. And I have no hands raised in Zoom.
Any further discussion or a motion? Or an official withdrawal?
Withdrawal.
Thank you. Moving on to J6, the request from Councilmember Mendoza for a review of the Public Information Officer position.
Yeah, so we approved the funds for the PIO, and just as we're growing as a city, I think it's important that we have a PIO that has one voice, that we know who to talk to, that is clear in what needs to go out. So I just want to explore the PIO. How are we using the funds that we approve for the PIO right now? Are those the best use of those funds? Do we need to pivot? And just have a better conversation around this.
Any questions? Okay, moving into public comment.
If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're in person, please file a speaker card with the city clerk. I did receive one written public comment in advance of this item. If you'd like me to share my screen, which is taking a moment, I apologize. I have no speaker cards in person or hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you. Any council discussion?
I just, we've had some hiccups when it comes to press releases and information and who decides if there's a press release, who's not. And it would just be easier if all 5 of us just had one point of contact, but someone with the expertise around that area. I think it's just important as we grow as a city.
If I can add, I believe a lot of the incidents probably stem within the city from the police department. And I feel that if the police department designated a PIO would be super beneficial, because if you're going to hire an outsider, they're not going to be able to have access to the information or private information, confidential information that the police department would have access to. So I think the process of disseminating police information would come a lot faster from not maybe just a person that's designated for social media, but designating a PIO within the police department. And if we want to have a city PIO, I think it would be a different expense, but the city as a whole, I don't know if that's gonna cover what we want for the rapid information that comes out of a police department.
I feel like, so people know because of Brown Act, we can't talk about what we hear in our briefing sessions, but I was shocked. I'll let you speak about how you felt, Councilman Orlemans, but we have a PIO position that's sitting there with nobody in the seat that we funded, that's sitting on a list every year that's not there. So it's not even a question of should we get one or not. There's one that's funded, right? But it's not staffed. I appreciate the narrative by our city manager about why he's not staffing it. But I was surprised to learn, and I'd like to open up discussion that our assistant city manager, Darren Gale, is technically our PIO. I wasn't aware of that as a council member. I didn't know Darren, and this is no attack on Darren. I didn't know Darren was the PIO. I was shocked, and I think we should have at least known that he was the PIO. Were any of you aware?
Not officially until my meeting.
I think it happened slowly. Because we had one for a minute, and then when we approved it, and then he was gone. And then I'm like, okay, is it better for Brentwood? Is it Darren?
Is it relative?
Yeah. So it's more than just police, is I guess what I'm saying. It's not just police. I think I think that's 2 avenues of communication to the council. But it's more than just police.
I'm okay with the PIO for the whole city. I'm just saying that a lot of the events that come to us always end up being police related. So I think we need to address both.
Yeah.
Is there a motion?
Not a motion yet, but a comment in regards to the police PI, the law enforcement PIO. Sorry, it is late. Having been a supervisor out on the streets here in Brentwood, you get stuck out on a call. It becomes very challenging to write a SSR that goes out so that the chief ends up with that information. If we had a designated PIO within the department, that sergeant can call, say, hey, this is what's going on. You need to make council aware, or the city's PIO. I'm not advocating one way or the other, whether a city PIO versus but I think there needs to be one just specifically for our police department to take that position away from that sergeant who's trying to manage a very chaotic scene. He shouldn't be worried about us finding out what's going on. That supervisor should be worried about that scene and call the PIO and say, I need help, and let them deal with getting the information to us from that side.
So, we don't have a police PIO, or we do have a police PIO?
It's a longer conversation. We can come back with a staff report and detail that history of what those decisions were and why they were made. I think that would be more beneficial, including the cost implications of going backwards to something that may cost more and get less.
I think you can answer, like, do we have one or not? Like, I think that's the question, not
PD,
the
well, it's
history.
both. I heard
of it,
both, but yes, PD would cost more as well if we have a dedicated position
No,
there.
the question is, do we currently have one at the police department?
We have someone acting in that role, but maybe not to the extent that you're discussing now. So we can come back with all that information.
So then the motion would need to reflect, and could it reflect PIO and exploration for both citywide and PD? Okay.
So you can, I'll second that if that's the motion.
Sure, why not? All in favor?
Aye.
And no opposition. All right, thank you. We're getting really close. So item J8, the request from Councilmember Maloney and myself that the city facilitate a mental wellness and resilience workshop with the Contra Costa Justice Center. And Councilmember Maloney, would you like to take this away?
Sure. So in collaboration with the Contra Costa Family Justice Center, Susan Kim is amazing. She's offered to host the Zoom workshop on her platform. She has, the way that the workshop looks to be would be suicide prevention, mental health and resilience, and trauma and treatment with the collaboration with NAMI and also our police department, just to kind of offer our community members the options of, resources and whatnot. The tentative date that she's good with would be March 10th, and it would be from 6 p.m. until 7:30, an hour and a half. The time was designated for best to fit either folks that are working or any of the youth community after school and whatnot. So it would need basically from our city advertising, collaboration, maybe either I or the mayor can introduce it along with Susan, and then ensure that we have a representative from the police department that can speak on response to mental health and resources.
And I'm really glad to hear that NAMI is involved too. I was really hoping to see that. Can we also involve school representatives?
Yes.
Okay. Do we have any other clarifying questions?
I have a question. Can we, I love this idea. I love that NAMI's involved. This is right up Gigi's alley. But I want to ask an additional ask. If we can provide someone from the courts talking about care court and how families can be involved in outpatient treatment and services for their loved ones, because that keeps coming up constantly. How do I get conservatorships? How do I help people who have mental health issues? How do I help people who are taken in custody who may get alternatives to it? So is it possible just to reach out to them to find out? And I can give you some.
At a different time with Contra Costa Family Justice Center to add not just that, but also with the youth centers, with the county, with mental health. Just, I would hate to give them a very, only 10 minutes, unless you think that's sufficient.
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you think it's sufficient.
I guess it'd be an ask to them. Do they want 10 minutes?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll get into discussion in a minute, but in the meantime, public comment period?
If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're in the council chamber, please file a speaker card with the city clerk. I have no speaker cards in person, and I have no hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you, Amanda. So as far as discussion, I'm a little concerned about squeezing so much into, but I do think asking the feedback from the county care court would be a really wise way to move forward. But I would also ask that it's very specifically, as much as possible, agendized, so that if someone can only come for part of it, that they can pick the part that really is going to be meaningful to them. I think this is very much something that's timely and, in fact, overdue. So I'm happy to see this happening. I thank you for bringing it forward. Do we have any other discussion or clarification? Councilmember, do you want to make a motion?
I move that staff spent time and resources on this item.
And I will second. All in favor?
Aye.
And no opposition. Thank you. And that is pretty much it. So now we're looking for a motion
I
to
make
adjourn.
a motion to adjourn before midnight.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. And no opposition. Thank you. Good night, everyone.